There we go, stream is now up on both my Twitch and on YouTube. This is perfect. But welcome everyone. The race will be beginning soon, or quality will, in about 2 minutes it should be. I'm just going to have a quick pee break before we start. Right, well, I can actually do this proper intro now. Welcome in, everybody, to this beautiful event, so gracefully, gracefully organised by me, your host, Hydra. So, hello, everyone over on my Twitch. This is also being streamed over on YouTube. I shall go ahead and grab that link momentarily. But everyone on the FRL YouTube, welcome in. I'm assuming Kelly will get the server restarted soonish, and we shall go ahead and hop into streamed over on YouTube. I just want to say, if Nightbot fails to do Nightbot things, we will, I am going to say that the donation link is in the description of this, of the stream. And everyone over on Twitch, I need to go ahead and set Nightbot up with that. Hello, Kelly. Just waiting for it to switch over to quali, and that's the main thing here. And there it is.
Green light. Go, go, go.
So I am going to be, I don't think I set something on. So if you bear with me for 2 seconds, everyone, I just need to get something off the Just Giving page. Stevenson nearly spinning out there in a pit lane. So as we do get our quali underway, we have already raised 30 quid. Thank you to Kerry, James, Jessica Palitia, and Anonymous, all for gifting. James and Kerry were both £9 each, plus James with £2.25, Jessica with 2, and then Anon with 10 plus £2.50 for gift aid. So we'll thank you very much, and we'll I shall grab you that link momentarily once I've got my stuff together. If you bear with me for 2 minutes, that OBS source will just disappear and become a donation box, because I kind of need to get that done. Once again, thank you all very much for everyone that's going to come along, stick around with us, whether for the full 12 hours or not, is much, much appreciated. I do want to say a massive thank you to the FRL guys for helping me set this up. Let's go have a look at our times then. We currently have no time set, I will say that. But our liveries, if there was a livery competition for this race, I need to find it now. It would most likely be not that. Where's the other Aston? This black and red Aston Red Bull thing. It's very, very nice. So, schedule, by the way, for comp today, guys, will be me on the first 2 hour stint, and then it'll be James on the second 2 hours from 2 till 5:30. Then it'll be me again from 5:30 till 8, and then we have Chris Gebman joining us from 8 till 10. And then I shall be on with Chris from 10 till 12, which will be very good, very nicely scheduled by James. And do have our first flying laps happening now. We've got this the 204 that's currently getting a nice little draft from the Aston, and correction, the Beamer in front of him. As we do get our first times on the board, we have Lotonen in the AMG number 100 car, setting a 148.7, which I fully expect to be broken by a couple of the aliens that are out there today. As we do have another few times, we've got a 149.1 set by the number 991 car. Another 149.1 by the 770 Porsche. A 149.5 by the 988 Beamer. And that's all the way down into the 153 threes with the number 134 Beamer. Porsche. Time's looking like we're going from 148 sevens down to 153 threes, as we're still waiting on 2, 3, 4, 5 people to set laps, as we have Nathan Berry setting his lap now. I think this is his flyer, so he's just gone past turn 1 up the Curva Grande now. Beautiful Lexus, I think it's the LFA, I'm completely not sure. But it is a beautiful livery nonetheless. It comes down, just braking just before the orange bit on the right there. Nicely done with the second chicane. As we come up to Lesmo 1, braking very nicely. Go and have a look at that telemetry then. He's nigh on full throttle, braking very heavily into Lesmo 2. Using as much runoff as he possibly can. As we come down to Ascari, braking just before that bridge, or just, well, whilst you're under that bridge, where I personally brake. Takes Ascari very nicely, not going too deep, still managing to keep throttle on perfectly. That looks to be a good lap from him. As you come down to the parabolic, you want to be braking, what, just at the 100 board, turning in at the 50 board. And he does do that very nicely, hitting the apex of parabolica very nicely. And it does look to put him currently on a 140 something. It's a 150.1 from the number 114 Lexus. Chris, that's going to be tough for you, that last stint, but I'm going to be there as well for your last 2 hours. So we've got the number 95 Ferrari now, the 488 GT3 Evo, coming down just out of turn 1, up the Curva Grande. Let's have a look at this telemetry then. Slowing, not slowing down, but braking nicely into the second chicane. Maybe at the right point, wasn't looking completely at brakes. As we come down into Lesmo 2, shifting down into second, using all of the, correction, that was Lesmo 1, using all of the runoff area. And Lesmo 2, again using all of the runoff area, which is brave strategy, I have to give it to him. As that can very, very easily invalidate your time. Come up to Ascari, brakes nicely into second. Not quite flat out through Ascari. And he looks as if he set that 488 up very well. Meanwhile, up the top, Littinen, sorry, I can't speak English today. Even that's a German name. The number 100 AMG is now set a 148.1 as we come up to 6 minutes left in our qualifying session. As out of Parabolica comes the 95 Ferrari. That looks to be a 149.1, which puts him into the top 10. Having a look throughout the pack, we've got our very own FRL team, who are the number 737 car in the very nice FRL McLaren livery. I think made by Keddy, who has currently got Mr. Van Rees in it, who has set a 149.0. And another car that I will just mention, Christy Stephenson, who is streaming over on Twitch. I'll grab a link for everyone that is streaming this race over on Twitch. He's currently qualifying for his team P8, and his best lap was a 1:49.0. And his last lap a 1:48.8, which is unfortunately invalidated. Do we have a link for mine? If you bear with me, I can grab you this. I don't know why Nightbot's not doing Nightbot things, which is slightly annoying me. But we're going to go ahead and look at this A79 now, which is set a 1:47.9. Which is the best lap that we've seen so far, breaking into the 1:47s. We do appear to have some aliens out there, which is not to be looked over. Absolutely not to be looked over. Look at the time so far. We're ranging from 1:52.5s is the best time set by Hickison in the 134 Beamer to a 1:47.9, which is on 4 laps from Mr. Geraldine in the 879 car, which is very impressive. I will say. I think me personally definitely could not break these times at all. And there's the beautiful FRL McLaren now, just out there setting another time, looking to be 7/8 tenths down now on his last lap. And we have just received another donation, which I don't know, it came up on the alerts, but it was from Mr. Derek. Mr. Dell, thank you. Thank you very much for the £4. That is much appreciated for doing whatever you can. There's currently not in chat in FRL, so I can't shoot with DM or go in and say thanks. But that's completely okay. We Everyone McLaren just cutting a chicane there at turn 1. So having a look at this now then. It's looking as if Mr. Geraldine will be on pole position. His best, obviously 1:47.7, with Lotunen the 1:48.1 just in behind. And with the the mandatory pit stop every hour will be the max stint time being 1 pit stop every hour, will definitely shake up the running a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see. There's my instance deciding to take a very quick dip. Thanks for that. Interesting. Okay. And there's qualifying over, so we just have the final people setting their laps now. Got the number 101 car of Stevenson. Currently not up on his lap at all, unfortunately. We have the number 770 Porsche in P4, who's also not managing to improve. We've got number 204 Lambo, who's 1/10 up, so we'll stick with him just as he comes up the parabolic now. And sets doesn't manage to improve. We have a number 15 McLaren 720S, and it's a nice purple livery. Coming round Parabolica as well now. Appears to be 1/10 up, which will be looking a 150.2. And Lotunen maybe not looking to improve as much as he could have wanted to. Although that would break him into the one, he's now 1/10 up, but it would only just break him into the 147, and he doesn't manage to do it. He sets a 148.0. And that is, as we got the final car, the number 71. He unfortunately doesn't manage to set his time just before the end. So as we do go to the grid, I want to wish everyone luck that is racing today, that is watching the stream. Thank you all so very much for turning up. It's greatly appreciated from me and everyone over at FRL. You guys are all amazing. And everyone over on my Twitch, I'm just going to grab you a link quickly. So everyone over on my Twitch, there's that link. So if you do want to hop over into the FRL channel, say hello. And again, over on my Twitch, there is the donation link if it wants to work for once. But it doesn't, for whatever reason. Twitch, man, Twitch. As we do look to start to get ourselves sorted, I apologise with the flashing, everyone, on stream. As we do start to look to get ourselves sorted for the race, it's going to be a long race and it's going to be a long day for everyone, but we've got to get through this. FRL. Absolutely, Dal. Absolutely. And to the 20 viewers currently watching us, hello, on the FRL channel. Hello everyone, thank you all very much for turning up. It's very, very much appreciated. Currently raised, what, £34 plus $4.75 for gift aid from 5 people, which is very, very much appreciated by everyone. And for some reason Nightbot isn't doing what I wanted it to. But for everyone that's come over to the FRL from my Twitch, hello. Good to see you again. Here we go. Everyone getting engine started. 20 seconds till session start. I'll be looking to get started closer to around 12:05, I think. Just waiting for the green light, then Lotunen. Not Lotunen, sorry, Geraldine in P1 on the right is leading us off there. He is, as Lotunen now gets off, and we get off for our formation lap. And as always, it is a full rolling start. I'm dropping internet a little bit again. There's Brent now trying to squeeze his way through in P3. Start. But will be a long day for everyone. It'll be oh god, we have some damage just across there. It will be a long day for everyone. It'll be a long race for everyone. But it is for a good cause. It's definitely needed. I say needed. It's definitely worth it. And if you could donate, that would be very, very appreciated, everyone. As we do come up to, I think it's Lesmo 1 now. No, it's the second chicane. I don't actually know what this chicane is called. As we're now coming up towards the Lesmos. Geraldine will be looking to control the pace and get the best start that he possibly can, get the most traction that he possibly can. As they're all warming up their tyres there, or not in Canton's case. The number 101 behind him, trying to warm up his tyres as much as possible. So our starting driver for the FRL team as well will be Mr. Van Rees, or Mr. what is his name, chat? Mr. Darkora. P13 FRL is starting from. Very great as we do come up to the Ascari chicane now. I'm taking Ascari, just very slowly trying to warm up his tyres, get as much heat in as possible. The 879 now coming up towards Parabolica as everyone's going to start to get themselves running properly. Geraldine looking, Lettinen looking side by side of Geraldine, maybe closer to the front. He was putting ahead there slightly, which have to be looked at by Dal. But as we go into the helicopter cam here, taking the start very slowly, Geraldine wanting to control the pace as much as possible. But in fact, Lettinen has pulled ahead, which once again, not entirely legal, I don't think. We do come up to just about 12:09, I think the time is, in the UK. We will be getting underway, and it's a great start already. What a great start. Let's hope for a nice, clean turn one. Is Geraldine managing to defend from the long way of Lettinen, who does have great straight line speed. We in fact already had people lose positions. As far as I can tell, it looked to be a fairly clean turn one, which is what we like. As Lettinen, having actually lost a place to Brandt in front of him in the Honda, the number 991 car, already one position up. Or not, is it? May seem. The game doing game things there. So Jarolem managing to defend his start, his position off the start. Brandt managing to take P2 from Lettinen, leading Valek, leading Stevenson, leaving the number 204 Lamborghini, leaving Schwander in the number 988 Beamer, in the 95 Ferrari, and Canton the 218 Aston, and then Tacchini in the number 219 Aston. Looking further down the field, looking to maybe people trying to look to make some overtakes, but it is a long race. You don't want to be losing out early. These two falling behind a little bit, and there is a move being made very easily from Kriegel, who I don't know if they set a qualifying time, who didn't look to make a qualifying time. There didn't look to be any contact off the start, from what I can see. And it has been a great start from everyone, which is what we want. Nice clean start. As Jarolem setting a 14.08 because of the formation lap taken by Lettinen, who was taking his position back from Brandt. But they're fighting now. Brandt again, maybe into turn one. Lettinen defending very well, pushing his car just on the outside, forcing Brandt to concede the position. And then Stevenson behind him may be able to capitalise on that now. As Lettinen will want to look to push up, as the gap behind Brandt is now only 0.4 seconds. And behind him it's another 0.6 to the car behind. And Brandt making a little bit of a mistake there. Stevenson just behind them, trying to look around the outside. They're really close there. It's very, very tight. And Brandt maybe managing. There is contact. There is contact there, though. Nothing too big. As Brandt using all the runoff, as Valek also now in the 770 Porsche getting involved. We come down towards the sky, and there's contact again between Stevenson and the car behind. As Valek in the 770 loses out to the 204 Lamborghini, the Hornet team. And Stevenson having to lose space, and he does lose it. Well, that was contact from the 204 car. That's unfortunate for Stevenson there. Have to look back at that at some point, but it is unfortunate for him now. But looking further on, P6.3 seconds from Valek. Well, my internet decides to stay connected to the server. Valek back up into P5, looking to chase after that number 204 Lamborghini, as Jarolem sets a 1:48.9, the fastest lap of the session so far. Completely not used to doing comms on my own, as we do have Canton making a move there, just in behind. He does manage to get it done before the start. That very nice. The 218 Aston does look very nice, but it is the number 95 Ferrari maybe trying to get the position back. He's sat in the tow very nicely, though it'll be giving him a little bit of dirty air. But he does move to the inside, not managing to get anything done. The outside, not managing to get anything done to the second chicane. As we come down towards the Lesmos, he's dropping back a little bit. And there's been a change here as well. Valek managing to get P4 from the Hornets 204 Lambo, which doesn't look to be doing as well as they would want to be right now. And the contact from Stevenson unfortunately put him down into P14. Whether Daz in chat and wants to have a review on that, I will definitely go and have a look at it in a minute as soon as everyone's settled down. But we do have another fight from the number 95 Ferrari and the number 305 Beamer, looking just in behind them, just nicely in the slipstream. And Van Rees as well. has been a position up. And Canton just managed to make a move there. We're going to stay with these two now, see if he can get a move done down the straight. I don't actually know the main straight name at Monza, the start-finish straight. He does look to be very close. It's such a long straight that it is very easy to make a move. Is he going to have a look around the inside? He is. Whether he manages to do anything with it, that'll be up to him. And here's bonnet cam. If we do go on board, he doesn't manage to look down the inside of turn 1. And that looks to be the end of that fight. For now, anyway. Further down the pack, Stevenson trying to make his way towards the number 97 Aston, which I think is the nice Red Bull livery, which I do have to say is possibly my favourite livery of today. It looks as if that is everyone's fights over for now, but the 204 Lamborghini has a 0.2 second gap to the 988 Beamer behind him. May look to be tight between these guys for the entirety of the race. It is tied down Ascari as well. We come through this section now, coming up towards the Parabolica. This is also a long straight, so if he can get anything done here. He's trying to look. He does nearly manage to get alongside him there. Down into Parabolica, trying maybe to pull to the outside, doesn't manage to get it done, but can he make a switch back to the inside on the exit? No, he can't. There's been a change of positions here as well, as we do have a fight for P11. It looks like that's very, very close there, nearly contact. Ticini looking to get a bit friendly with the car in front. As we have a fight again from the number 95 Ferrari. That's very close contact. From the very close to being contact. But I am gonna go ahead and have a look at that the contact with the number 101 car soon. It's just he looks to also be in a fight now. He is looking very nicely around the outside of Curva Grande, just stuck behind Van Rees in the FRL McLaren. And Stevenson does just manage to get Daniel, and he's now looking to maybe get Darkora, as he's looking to climb his way back up into the position that he may feel that he should be in. Geraldine actually managed to maybe make a mistake. I don't know what happened, but he's now down in P3 as Lettinen has taken the lead and is now 2.4 seconds up the road from Brandt. However, Geraldine maybe trying to capitalise on Brandt being a bit slower in a straight line, as he is looking around the outside of the Parabolica, not managing quite to do anything. And not managing the slimness isn't a word. Of the Honda in front of him, but he is going to match him on pace, and he looks to maybe move to the outside or the inside now, just to get that move done, but it hasn't quite got the right straight line speed. As we do have another move, maybe behind Valek, maybe losing out to the 988 Beamer behind him. He doesn't manage to, and places his car very well. He makes a great defense as Geraldine does get Brandt. Further back though, looks as if I'm not even going to try the number 306 Beamer has just lost 2 positions to Ticini and the number 95 Ferrari, but he is looking to try and get that Aston back and get the position back. And Stevenson now trying to get involved with this fight, who has managed to get past Van Roos. Looking for gaps. There's your current gaps. but I prefer currently just to use these. That's the times that we set so far. Been in 10 minutes already. And it does look to be a fight up ahead. Number 219, Aston, looking to get the Ferrari back. He doesn't quite manage to as they go possibly exceeding track limits through Ascari. And he does unfortunately just take too much of the curb and jump up a little bit, as Stevenson managing to capitalise on that, and he is looking to get up to P10 now, as he does pull alongside the number 101 car. And he does have the inside line. That's very close. Let's see if we make contact. He doesn't. And what a tussle that is between the two M4s. Stevenson looking just in the slipstream, right behind him, almost in his boot. Managing just to get that extra speed. 268 and 2. Is it just Stevenson just outbraking the car, and again contacts made. But whether that was Stevenson's fault, we will find out in a bit. But he does keep the position, which is huge for him, having been spun already. As Lettinen now 3.5 up the road from Geraldine, and then Brandt is just a second behind, and then Valek, the number 770, in behind them. As we do have Stevenson managing to pull away, as it is Ticini as well behind, trying to make some moves. This is great midfield fighting from these guys. I did not mean to do that. Stevenson once again trying to get that position. I think he has just lost out P10, unfortunately. And Stevenson now maybe losing at P12 as well. This is not the greatest start that he would have wanted, but he does manage to get it back. As Ticini, the number 219, just staying behind the Beamer there. That nice yellow Aston livery. What a midfield fight this is already. We're only, what, 15 minutes into the race now. Throughout the pack now, everyone is setting in. Stevenson, actually, I say that, and he is looking to get P10 back from the 306 Beamer, who I think the 77 car and 97 car both made contact with each other there. The 101 car will have to go ahead and have a look at the original incident that put him down where he is. That's unfortunate for him. What are you on about, Dell? Stevenson just going a little bit wide there, as he does look again, trying to make a move into Parabolica. He doesn't manage to. Is Adamantini, I still can't say his name, number 306, looking very close to the number 95. In front of him there's contact, just a little bit of contact, but as they say, rubbing is racing over in NASCAR. Not that we're in NASCAR, we definitely don't do that. Stevenson now looking to capitalise on the Ferrari's mistake as well, as they go 3 wide down into turn 1. This cannot work at all, and looks like maybe one of them, and Stevenson does manage to get both positions, and up into P9 he goes, as the Ferrari looking to continue the fight, and he does manage just to get P10 is now Ticini, the number 219 Aston, looking to get P11 from the 306, and maybe P10 from the Ferrari. Great fighting. As Stevenson now 5 seconds up the road from him is the 305, as the 95 Ferrari does manage to keep his position from the 219 Aston. However, the number 306 Beamer of still not going to try. The Ferrari having to the 219 Aston. I'm going to sneeze. Having to defend his position very well. There we go. Now you guys can actually see the gaps. I apologise about that. I apologise for my absolutely idioticness. Until I don't do comms on ACC. Normally, is Adam, I can't. The number 306 Beamer now looking to make a move on the Aston. He is side by side going into turn 1 and 2, and it is a very easy overtake for him. Stevenson now trying to look to push up towards the number 305 BMW in front. Which do go back up. Jarlim actually looking to be just behind Lettinen. It's only 1.8 seconds now. We can see him. You can probably see him in his rearview mirror now. Not quite from what we can see. But Jerolim looking to push a lot here, as we do have a midfield fight, as Canton has just lost out of position from the 305 car there. Impressive from these guys. Maybe Stevenson hoping that'll hold them up. A lot more fighting from them is what he wants. Is Ticini now looking the number 219 Aston on the 306 BMW, who's trying to also make a move on the Ferrari in front, but it is very well positioned. Now there is contact, huge contact, absolutely no doubt there that is maybe Ticini's fault, but big contact from them, as we do have another position lost from the 204 Hornets. Oh, not the Hornets, the Lions. Sorry, that was completely my fault there. So Titini now looking on the number 97 Aston. The two Astons maybe going to fight it out into turn 1. He's trying to get side by side down main straight. Not quite managing to, from what I can see, that they are side by side on the gap. Not quite managing to do anything with it. There's the gap up the front, and there's contact once again. Ticini's going to have to be careful here. The gap up the front now only 1.5 seconds, and the nice Rebel Aston, number 549, capitalising on that so very well, and having a go at Daniel in the 97 Aston, who's looking to defend his position, but the 549 does have the inside line, and he's managing to stay on P12. But once again, Daniel looking maybe to try and overtake into Lesmo, which is a very, very bold point to overtake. But this three-way Aston fight, brilliant tussle from them here. And I may have missed it, but Jerolim appears to have taken his lead back. I may have missed that. Canton now looking at the Yellow Lions in his number 218 Aston. And that three-way Aston fight still going on. It's Intenza, the 549 leading Daniel in the 97 and Ticini in the 219, and they're all looking very nice, I do have to admit, in their nice liveries. And then let's have a check on Stevenson, who's now 3.8 to Canton. Is there a fight up ahead of Canton? Is the Lions Lamborghini losing out a little bit to that BMW as my internet does things? I swear to God. Canton now looking to make a move ahead. Stevenson can be seen in their rearview mirror. She's obviously looking, hoping even that these guys will hold each other up so much that he can capitalize on that, as the Lamborghini there taking to the grass a little bit, and it is side by side from Canton, the 204. But the 204, again, the Lions just defending their position so very well there. He is on the run off there a little bit. Canton maybe complaining about that later. When we get down to it, there's another fight up ahead. Two BMWs going at it now for P5, I think that is, and there's maybe a little bit of contact there, but is overall a nice clean overtake. And we do, I think, have another fight. These Astons, this row of three Astons still battling it out with each other, as Daniel just placing his car very well, as the 306 Beamer that was spun now also getting involved. I don't know if he'll have quite the right pace in behind, but he does look to be getting involved, and he is trying to go around the outside, and he is around the outside of Ticini now, who does have to take to the grass into the second chicane just to leave space, and he is, whether he was ahead at the chicane, he has had to give that position to the 306. And again, Stevenson looks to have been spun. Not currently going well for him. We'll go have a look at that in a second. However, we're going to go back to that fight, as Ticini, having lost out on that position to the BMW, now manages to get the position from the 97 car, sorry, and looks to push on ahead, as Daniel now just slots him back into the racing line on behind him. Back up, we have Canton now 0.2 seconds, as the 988 car, the 988 Beamer, looking to make a move on the 305. He doesn't manage to. They are still wheel to wheel. And it is going to look to be the 988 that comes out on top into turn one. But he did look to make a switch back around turn two, but doesn't manage to as we cover up Curva Grande now. He's just going to look to want to settle in behind him, try and get the slipstream, or come out on top and try and make a switchback move. I think that is it. Everyone settled down. Nope. This Aston fight now getting involved with an AMG GT3, and there's contact up ahead of them. Ticini trying to maybe look to overtake that BMW in front of him, with Aston maybe slightly faster in a straight line, not quite sure. But it is in the slipstream, which will help him using all the runoff of Lesmo 1. We'll do the same again for Lesmo 2 if he's trying to look around the outside. Maybe to the inside he'll go. which he hasn't yet. Point 1 is the gap, 1/10 now. And then it's another 3/10 in front. So there's less than a car length now between these two, and it's going to be huge, maybe coming up to the Parabolica that he'll make his move, or even down this straight or the main straight. And Hutch, I didn't see your donation, but thank you very much. Good luck to all in the 12-hour race. Thank you for the 10 quid. That is very much appreciated. The total raise right now is £44. I do just want to add, I've had a message from Chris Gedman himself whilst we were doing some setup last night that he said if we do hit the £500 goal, he will do a stream dressed up as a woman, which I think I think honestly we would all like to see, wouldn't we? That would be entertaining. It looks as if everyone's settling down now into getting those tyres into the grooves that they should be. There's Jaralim now pushing well ahead of Lettinen. It's 5.2 seconds now is the gap. Sorry, just reviewing some incidents there. Because there has looked to be an overtake. Sorry, I just seen it. Is the 988 car still trying to push that 305 as far as it can, maybe into making an error. There's Van Rees as well now in the Buell FRL 720S, pushing after the 71 Ferrari. There's 2/10 now as the gap, as we do come up Parabolica from these two now, and it is a pit stop being made only half an hour in from the 71, whether that's down to damage or whether it's for tyres or fuel, we don't know. Of course, if we had driver comms, we would be able to tell you. But for now, everyone having settled in, so I do want to do something. Go have a look at that original incident between the 101 car. I think it was here that he got spun. I'm not entirely sure. The 101, the 204. Don't have Stevenson selected. Yeah, it was here. I didn't. I didn't actually have him selected there. So if we go, he does look around the outside of Brandt, sorry, and Brandt does make a little bit of contact with him. He does try to push him out, and we didn't actually get to see it. Why didn't we get to see it? Was it this one? There's Valek, the 770 behind him, does try to actually get involved. And does get pulled alongside. Don't see it that time either. Is it this one? It's just a mistake, I think, from the 204. Well, we'll have to see what Dell makes of that. Really, I don't know if he was watching the stream for that incident. For any drivers that are actually watching the stream, I've just got a message from Dell. We do need incidents. We do need footage with the incidents that have that are happening. As long as you guys have clipped it, then we are able to we're able to review it and tell you guys what the verdict is going to be in the verdicts channel. So once again, I'm gonna just repeat this, that everyone that is in the YouTube, the donation link is in the description. So if you do want to go ahead and give some money to the cause, that would be greatly appreciated. It is a long race, so don't bother. Well, take your time. Don't rush into things. It is a long race, and we'll be here all day. Thank you to the people that have given so far. Just which was Del, Hutch. We have Anon, who gave us 10 quid. Jessica, Paletia, Keddy, and James. We do have a fight now from not Ticini, is Intenza, the Aston, just losing out to the long boy. The long boy Merc there, and it also loses out to the 306 Beamer. That's quite unfortunate for him. Where's Adamantini now? Adamantini. There we go. That works. Does manage to get his position from the number 70 car, which may be looking to make a switchback move. He is just not yet. As my internet is doing internet things again. As far as I'm aware, we do actually, I think our leaders are starting to hit the first round of traffic, which is always scary. I imagine, having never led a race, as Ticini actually has a 10-second penalty, unfortunately, for that incident. B number 219 P12. As we are just under 35 minutes into the race now, actually. There's you can see the number 737 car, the beautiful FRL Macca, is in the background there. So go ahead and go on board with them. It is a beautiful car, this McLaren. Beautifully designed. I don't know whether it was Chris that made it, or if they had an outside guy make it. Del, if you could let us know with that, would be very helpful, even though I know you're busy. But as it is, we're still on the full 21 cars. It doesn't look as if anyone has retired quite yet. It is beginning to get very quiet as we do set into our the quiet period of the race, which is just after the first maybe 30 minutes, as it always is with these races. Number 305, actually, as I say that, looking maybe to try and get P4 from the 770 Porsche. There's the gap between P2 and 3 now only 3 seconds from Brandt to Lehtinen. Maybe Lehtinen's time around one lap was just better, as the number 305 now actually looking to make a move on the 770. Doesn't quite manage to. And in the process loses a little bit of time as well. just reviewing incidents. So, how about that, everyone? What a start we did have. I'll go and have a look at that rolling start when I figure out. We do have a move actually, sorry. Varlic losing out now. Very, very tight into turn one as it always is. Maybe trying to look to make a switch back. The nifty little Porsche doesn't quite manage to. And he is maybe going to try and look up the curve with Grande. As we're going to go check on the 101 car of Stevenson, who is up in P9. Who's settling in very, very nicely with himself. We're actually going to go have a look at the start again. Just gonna, I can figure out how do this. Okay, maybe we're not. Maybe we're not, as we do have another battle actually happening. I said we'd settle down, but we haven't. This Aston fight still going on. Intenza in that Red Bull Aston Martin. Maybe looking to have to defend his position here, as he has 4.2 seconds to the car in front of him. He doesn't want to lose time. He probably doesn't want to battle Daniel here, but he looks like he's going to have to hold him up, to hold him behind and not lose out this position, as we do have Van Rees 3.1 behind him. So maybe hoping he can back him up into the FRL team. And Intenza having to make the long way around Parabolica. We'll have to have another look at that, because I don't think that's entirely legal. But it is Intenza maybe retaining his position. He does for now. It's always changes into turn one. And it looks as if, yep, Daniel just having to slot in behind him there. Great fight. Great racing from these guys. Just into the first. We just passed the 40-minute mark. Yes, we just do come past the 40-minute mark. That's 22 laps made by Jaron on this main set. Continues to do main set things. We're going to go have a look at the RE7 car, wherever you are. Van Rees 2 seconds behind this battle now between Daniel and Tenza. You are just able to see Van Rees behind these two in his rearview mirror. Let's go and have a look there. Maybe Van Rees trying to look to and get involved in this fight, as we do go back up to P11 number 70 AMG GT3 having a nice little scrap with the 306. And he does get him into the second chicane. As far as we are aware, there is now everyone having actually now calmed down a lot. There's Nathan Berry in the 114 Lexus having a look at Heinrich in the 299 McLaren, who is right behind Van Rees in the 737 720S. And once again, Reinsch, I don't know how to pronounce German names, is having another look at this, the 306 again, maybe trying to get him into turn one. It is very slow turn 1. It's very, very tight between these two. No contact made, and Reinsch forced into the grass, and Ticini actually being able to capitalize on that, does overtake the number 70, who does maybe look to the defensive position up Curva Grande. And it is, I think, as far as I can tell, going to be Reinsch on top still from Ticini. As we do come into the second chicane, Ticini having to avoid contact. There is a little bit of rubbing, and once again, contact. But Reinsch still managing to stay ahead. Ticini maybe trying to look to make a switch back into Lesmo. He doesn't manage to, and does concede the position. Look at this again, and actually Reinsch making a mistake. I don't know whether that was forced from Ticini, but that's a big, big mistake for him, and having to lose out the position. But he does lose out to Intenza as well. So he's going to have to look to get those positions back, as the three Astons still relatively close to each other. They have been for the last, 45 minutes now. As we are having to start, as everyone now having to come in for their mandatory pit stop every hour. I think, yep, there's the lap traffic has started for the leaders now. There's a little fight here as well. Reinsch actually only 0.4 from Van Rees. Van Rees may have the speed advantage and the weight advantage over the number 70 Mercedes, and he does manage to stay ahead of Reinsch for now, but Reinsch having that straight line speed. Great, he is trying to look into turn one. He doesn't manage to, and Van Rees as well now 0.3 from Daniel. Maybe he can look to fight ahead and gain some positions for his team. The beautiful, the FRL team there, led by Marco Kelly, one of our very own admins. As Reinsch actually now 0.1, there's only 1/10 between these guys, less than a car length, and he does look to pull alongside into the second chicane, doesn't manage to do anything with it, has to go heavy on the brakes, and now has to concede through Lesmo, both Lesmos actually. He is trying to look around the inside in Lesmo 1, but it doesn't manage to work out for him. What a great fight it is between these guys, and Van Rees now actually having lost out to Daniel. as Nickerson, sorry, actually now making his hourly pit stop for some fuel, I imagine. We shall have a look if Reinsch thinks that he was pushed onto the grass by Van Rees, but he is still trying to get that position from him there. It's only two now, 2 tenths, less than 2 car lengths between these guys. Now less than a car length, and it is Reinsch still in that slipstream, looking maybe down the main straight, and he does have the speed advantage, but is he just too far back? That's the question here. Is he just too far back to make this move? He looks to the outside. Sorry, Van Rees now actually makes a great move, great fake, and does in fact have to take to the grass, so will have to give that position back. That's unfortunate for him there, but he does also lose out to Reinsch. It was a great fake, I do have to admit, as Reinsch now looking up the Curva Grande at the number 97 car of Daniel. He does pull a long slide. They are wheel to wheel coming into the second chicane. He doesn't manage to get anything done though. Great scrap. Great scrap. The scrap is continuing as well as Reinsch looking. By the way, you'll have to tell me if I'm butchering that name. He is trying to look, and it is now 3 tenths the gap, and all three of them, sorry, they're using all of the runoff out of Lesmo 1, and they'll do the same again as Intenza ahead of them. 2.8 seconds. Intenza has 5.3 to the 219 ahead of him. Reinsch only 4 tenths now. 3 tenths. He's looking, he's closing, but he doesn't quite manage to get the move done. Once again, this is a great battle between these guys. And Bogan in my chat. Hello, sorry I did not see you at all. I've been focusing on my stream completely. Bogan, hello, welcome. Van Rees again getting very friendly with Reinsch, but we know how that went last time. And it looks as if this battle now has also settled down, which is unfortunate. Was very much enjoying that action. But what a scrap that was between those three, and we'll have to go and have a look at that fake again, as Reinsch now actually the long boy just pulling alongside nearly, and there's contact, huge contact. I completely missed that, but there's not that huge contact actually now I think about it, but there is contact between those two. And Reinsch does get the position from Daniel. Whether that's affected Daniel or not, we won't know yet, but there is contact. What a scrap this is, as Van Rees now dropping back from these guys. Multiple yellow flags there. I don't know whether that's because of my internet, but Daniel. Okay, that was interesting, my internet. Sorry, chat. Don't mind me. And Sam, hello, as well. Sorry, I'm not seeing the messages on my chat, but I'm actually concentrating with Reich. Sorry, Van Rees now making a move on the 97 car of Daniel. It does maybe look to get done the second chicane, and he does very nicely get that position, but using a little bit of the grass, so we'll have to see what Daniel does about that. Whether he capitalizes on it, we won't know. And what a race this has been so far. What a start it was, as Geraldine leading Lattinen, leading Brandt, then the 305 Beamer, then the 988 Beamer, then Valak in the 770 Porsche, and Canton in the number 7 has a 10-second penalty. I've just seen that. And then we've got Jensen in the number 95. They've obviously had their first driver change from the hourly pit stop, as we do approach the 1 hour mark. In this race. And once again, everyone that's sitting over on my Twitch, this will be, I will be streaming on my Twitch the majority of the day, because I will be in and out of comms. The next comm stint for the guys over on the FRL YouTube channel, however, that will be hosted by Mr. J.O. Williams James. So be sure to stick around for that. Stevenson, the number 101 car, actually now 4 seconds from the car in front. He'll be looking, I guess, to make his pit stop soon. And it was completely accidental that I clicked on him. I was just clicking on someone random. But for now, everyone settling down. It's a long race, and there's going to be a long time to go. So it's going to be very long for everyone here. As I think the leader's coming back into the traffic here. Let's just see. The only lapped car that I can see at the moment. There's 2 laps down as Nickerson, sorry. And then we've got Fantozzi and Kriegel, the lapped cars, and there's Reich now actually catching Intenza now. He's pushing very, very, very hard. As Reich actually pushing up to Intenza, who does have a lapped car in front of him. This lap car needs to move as soon as possible, because these two are going to start fighting. Otherwise, it is Nickerson who is 2 laps down, and he does manage to get out of the way. As Reich actually does pull alongside Intenza. Not Intenza. Was it Intenza? It was, and he does get the position as well, but can Intenza look to switch back? No. He cannot, as he drops just in behind Reich. Yep, Del. There have been a couple of pits. I think at least everyone has made their mandatory hourly pit stop. If not, they should be in the next few laps. So sorry, there's a battle for P4 here. Is Brandt maybe looking to defend his current podium position? And he nearly does. It's 0.1. There's less than a car length between these two. As Fantozzi going to have to move for the car behind him. Brandt looking to the defensive line. He doesn't quite manage to get the 305 doesn't quite manage to get the position. And it is going to be up to the main straight and turn 1, see if what he can do there, whether he'll sit in the slipstream, sorry, and get it from that into turn 1, but he doesn't look to be gaining any speed from the slipstream, as the Honda just maybe too fast, as the car now being lapped, I think E5 was Fantozzi. So Brandt keeping his position. Actually, Brandt, sorry, made a mistake there. I'm going to have to go back and just look at that for a second. I didn't see this mistake, Brandt. I didn't see the mistake that he made. But he just went off. And I think Desario was, Dorizio, sorry, was ahead of him there. And just had to give the position back. But Brandt's actually losing his podium position for now. But it is, as I've said so many times, it is a long, long race. There's a long way to go for now. As we do look down the field, nothing much really happening, but it's a long race. Anything can happen. Penalties can take in effect. Anything can happen, chat. Just gonna have to have a look. Actually, no, I see this. The top 4 now, actually. Sorry, Dale. They need to... A lot of people need to make their hourly pit stop as they are coming up to that now. As our first in the speed check currently is Canton with 276 miles an hour with Reich as well. Sorry, 276. As the majority of people, the number 901 Brandt, a lot of people making pit stops, but we still do have some people that do need to stop. As Lettinen has taken P1. Once again, it's a long, long race, so we'll have to see how it goes. P1. We have cars now actually being lapped. Sorry, Nickerson, 2 laps down. I don't know whether they've made a stop. So Nickerson actually having made 2 stops. Kriegel also now needs to stop. Heinrich, Berry, Van Rees also needs to stop. Whether they'll change over to Keddy driving or whether James will do a 1-hour stint, we don't know. Intenza needs to stop. Reich needs to stop. Ciccini needs to stop. Adamantini needs to stop. Stevenson, sorry, not Stevenson. Stevenson needs to stop. There we go, that's Stevenson. Canton needs to stop. Dorazio, sorry, needs to stop. and Lettinen also needs to stop. So assuming these guys are all going to come in this lap, the number 101 car obviously back up to where he'll have wanted to be as Valek now comes in for his stop. Geraldine, the pole sitter, coming out in P6 now, as he does have cars ahead of him that do have to stop. He has, what is it to leader? The leader, Geraldine, has 58 seconds. So you're losing 20 seconds in the pit lane, plus, excuse me, your mandatory 30-second pit stop time there. So Lettinen will unfortunately have to concede his lead this lap. However badly he will want that lead, he has to concede it and he has to pit. But everyone in either chats, whether it's on Twitch or if it's on YouTube, how is everyone today? Of course, this race is for Mind. I would like to just point out again as there we go, Stevenson now pitting. As Lettinen has continued, we'll have to get him to pit as soon as possible. But once again, the guys on YouTube, in the description is the donation link. For the guys over on Twitch, I will have to get Nightbot to do Nightbot things, and I will grab that link for you. And Del, if you're still in the chat, we just need to give Lettinen the heads up that he has to pit this lap. Geraldine, there we go, coming out in he's currently now P2, looking to get his P1 back. Keeping on Lettinen, he has to pit and he does come in this lap. So that will give Geraldine his position back. Oh, that's going to be tight. Whether Lettinen's doing a driver change or not, we don't actually know, because we don't have driver comms. But for now, there's actually looking to be a fight here. Stevenson actually getting his positions back and defending very well. He's now in P8 from that initial, P7 from that initial contact. Once again, our current total raise is £44 plus £4.75 for gift aid. So thank you for everyone that has donated. Again, guys on YouTube, the link is in the description if you would like to donate. Oh, that's my bad, Del. Apologies, chat. We're back. Yeah, no worries, Del. That's completely alright. We do actually have a fight. Sorry, there's cars in the. Oh my god. In the 549 Aston now as Van Rees. Or actually, Keddy has now taken over for Van Rees. We do have Mr. Marco Keddy in the 737 McLaren now, so we do actually have one of the FRL admins racing now. This is when you know it's big. This is when you know it's a big event. As Kerr's having lost out to Martinelli, who's now in the 219 Aston, who is now actually looking up to, I think this is Ascari that we're coming up to now, just to make, yeah, it is Ascari that we are now coming up to, just to make a switchback move. He does, Kerr's maybe looking to defend that position, but Martinelli does manage to get that position back. As Keddy now 5.6 from Fantosi, as we're starting to get back into the fights as the fresher drivers are coming in. As the number 204 Lions now looking 0.6 from the 95 Ferrari just ahead. Now we've got these fresher drivers coming in, everyone looking to bunch back up, looking to maybe make moves, and Nicholson having stayed in the car, maybe doing a double stint now. This car's again has a lapped car in front of these two as Martinelli. Wow, these two definitely looking to fight a lot more as the lapped car. Sorry, having just gone straight on at the chicane there. He will have to let these two pass, and he does. Kerr's maybe still trying to look at Martinelli. He does. He's right up his rear wing, and he does pull alongside him. Not quite managing to get them moved on. These two Astons scrapping it out like there is no tomorrow. We're going to stay with this fight for now. 0.3 is the gap, but these two evenly matched on speed depending on their setup. Monza, a track that you don't actually need much downforce for, whereas it is mainly well, as they call it, the temple of speed, and they do come alongside again. Kerr's currently behind Martinelli. They're side by side. Martinelli again defending very well. Kerr's looking, I think this is up to Ascari again. Sorry, don't mind me. End up talking about bands. And it is Kerr's again staying ahead. There is contact. Neither of them taken much error again, but it is unfortunate. That will be maybe a pit stop for both of these guys now. Ooh, that was exciting, chat. Do have to say. Keddy now up into P13, I will just point out. Sorry, another fight actually now. Number 95 car and the 218 Aston, I think that is, in front of him. Both looking to fight each other. The Aston maybe wanting to hold him up just so the yellow lines behind can get involved as well. P4 and P3 now, 0.6 apart. Once again, as I said before, these fresher drivers coming in, the battles are starting to heat up again. Now, once again, I do want to remind everyone this is for a great cause. It's for a great cause. It's definitely worth it. If you guys do fancy donating, that would be much appreciated. It will help a lot of people. It will help so many people. The guys over on Twitch, there is that link. That's a long link. It will help so many people. I know a lot of people that may need that help personally, but I never had to use it, but a lot of people have, and it's not. Obviously, we've all been in and out of like lockdowns in the last year, 2-3 years, and it's not been great for anyone. Schwanda, I can't. Looking side by side of Brent, so I'll let this fight happen and I'll get back to what I was saying. As Schwanda does look, Schwanzner does have that position from Brent. Anyway, this is for a great cause. It is going to help a lot of people. We've all been in and out of stints of lockdown. No pun intended there with saying stints, but it's been a difficult time for a lot of people. So doing this, I've wanted to do a charity race for a while. Brent may be looking fight back here. I've wanted to do a charity race for a while for something like this cause, and just see how much we can get to the charity. It is greatly appreciated, and I do have to say our one motivation for hitting £500 is Christopher Gedman doing a stream dressed as a woman. Is Brent also now looking to fight back into the second chicane now, and up the Lesmos we go, as we come out to an hour and 15 now in the race. You guys on the YouTube are going to be stuck with me for another 45 minutes, so you guys have to endure meaningless rambling as the breakboard just been taken out. And there's another fight actually further down the field. Luvisetto and the Lamborghini, the 204 Lions Lamborghini, and the 95 Ferrari all fighting it out. As Luvisetto looks to make a move, he does have to go over the curb, losing the position slightly. Now the yellows, the Yellow Lions Lamborghini, the number 204, can capitalise on that and maybe try to catch up to the number 95 Ferrari, as 9/10 currently the gap. As I think I'm... Oh. Ooh, my internet. 9/10 currently the gap. As we do go back up, Brent now 4/10. It's a long race, chat. It's still got a long way to go. Whether contact made now, or, well, anything could happen here, really. But in the end, we're only an hour and 46 in now. Hour and 16 in, sorry. And Luvisetto dropping back from the Yellow Lions Lamborghini, who's now dropping back from number 95 Ferraris. Nicholson having to get out of the way of all of them. Unfortunately, coming back on the racing line, that's very, very dangerous from him. We'll see what happens with that, whether that gets reported by these guys. But for now, Jensen looking fairly confident in these positions, and all of these guys looking fairly confident in their positions. I want to point out Kay Heath now, who's in the number 100 Mercedes, the AMG, who's come and taken P2 from these guys. I think this is the turn 1 team, I think it is. Is turn 1? I can't see what they're doing, to be honest. These guys I have been aware of them before, but they are also a great racing team. As Stevenson actually, sorry, I've just seen is doing in fact doing a double stint, which is very brave from him. So he'll, I assume, come out after the next hour. Well, this has now got very quiet now that everyone's... Now all these drivers settled in. However, this fight between the 95, 204, 218 still going on. Assetto, I can't pronounce names apparently, still looking to get involved with the Yellow Lions Lamborghini and the 95 Ferrari. Don't quite know what team that is, I will have to have a look. But that 95 Ferrari obviously trying to push ahead, trying to catch up to Stevenson, which is a 10.4 second gap. And then Stevenson again has another 5-second gap ahead of him, which can always change come pit stops. We now have another 40 minutes before I'm off comms, so I'll have to go ahead and get that organised with Mr. James Williams. Who I just got very paranoid that just joined the chat. Sorry, once again, chat, I'm just sorting some incidents. Oh, Snow, hello. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm just not paying attention to my Twitch chat. But I will say once again, with everyone on my Twitch chat, when I hop off on the YouTube, I will have to restart my stream just so we can stay. And I'll get We'll get the stream started as soon as I hop off once again. But for now, everyone is stuck with me for another 39 minutes now, as everyone having settled in once again, because still actually looking now after the number 70 AMG GT3. I don't know why I keep saying GT3 because these are all GT3 cars. And Assetto having dropped back from the Yellow Lions Lamborghini. And it is a big race for everyone really. It's honestly, in my personal experience, the first... Thanks, no. It is the first endurance race that I've ever really done, ever really hosted. And it's all thanks to the guys over at FRL. So a big shout out to them, as Geraldine going wide there a little bit. A big shout out to them, as we have a 15-second penalties for Sean Suresh. Oh my god, I can't speak. It's big for everyone that's taking part. It's big for me because it's my first endurance race. It's big for the charity as well. If we can hit our donation goal, which once again it's a really great cause. I know that it may not be an international cause. I think it's mainly I think it's a UK based UK-based company. I'm not entirely sure if anyone in chat could correct me on that. But it's definitely a worthy cause, and it's a cause worth giving to. Why is Nightbot working there? But you know what, sure. And actually, sorry, Kurs. Sorry, now actually looking he's now 0.5 seconds from the number 70 car ahead of him. I was completely not focusing there and trying to sort some things, but Kerr's now looking, maybe trying to look to the car in front. He tries to pull to the outside, whether he's just too far back. He is a little bit, but that's not going to be a problem for him, as he does have a lot of straight line speed, just maybe enough to try and get him on this straight. He is alongside him, and it is going to be tight. It is tight, and he just the car in front just outbrakes him into turn 1, but it is going to be a massive lunge into turn 1 and 2. He's got to be careful there. He's got to be careful. There's Stevenson actually now in fight as well. He does with ease get the 770 Porsche. Let's just go back and have a look at that. Whether the 770 made a mistake there, I don't know. Whether he slowed down or something. I do not know what happened there. We'll have to have a look at that, but seems the interesting. Don't know what happened there at all. But we will have to see in the instant channel what comes of that.
I'll let them have that to make themselves, because I'm not going to be here. We're going to spend his life being a long final in the here. Hush now, child.
And actually, the 204 Yellow Lions now actually has caught up very well. He's now 5 tenths to the car in front, the number 95 Ferrari, who's, I think, maintained his place for the majority of this race. He's actually gone up to P8. The 204 Lions hasn't moved at all. And Assetto behind him qualified P5. So as it is, people losing, gaining places. Schwanzner has gained 5 places, who qualified P8 and is now P3. Brandt in behind, P4, has lost 1 place, qualified P3. DeLuca, who actually has gone up, their team has gone up 6 places, so qualifying P11, now P5. Stevenson, qualified P6, hasn't moved despite having been spun near the opening. And sorry, this line's actually getting very, very, very friendly. And then the number 95 Ferrari Jensen, having gained 2 positions their team. And it's very well done from everyone here. Oh, they're based in Wales. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Gavin. That is very, very much appreciated, my friend. Thank you for turning that. James will be happy with that. Speaking of, you're still stuck with me for another 30 minutes before we switch over to James. I just want to make sure that I don't have... Okay, good, I don't have that enabled. Very, very friendly, that 204 again. Oof. Sorry, I completely wasn't looking, I was looking at chat, but he is now 1/10, 3/10 from the car in front. Whether he'll have to go into Lesmo 2, it's not advised, but he is getting very friendly with the rear end and does actually have to go onto the gravel and use the runoff there and loses out a position to Assetto. Big error from the 204 there. Didn't expect that, if I'm completely honest. Having a look at the times. Total time we have been running for 87 minutes, 21 seconds and 67 milliseconds. This is actually the longest race I've ever done. I did 2 hours of Suzuka with FRL before, but I didn't end up finishing it, unfortunately. So Assetto now can see. Nice man. Can see Jensen in his rearview mirror, but Jensen has come in to pit for this hourly pit stop, I assume. So that'll be their second pit stop. The 204 now having a second pit stop. As it is, only 2 other people have made pit stops. That's the 219, who's now driver Martinelli, and the number 134 Nickerson has stopped twice. And Kurz again, sorry, I'm just looking at timings here, looking to be fairly close to Gorlin here, the number 70. I don't know what team that is. In this nice red Aston Martin Red Bull Racing livery, it looks to be very close, and he does slightly go off the track to try and get the position, maybe extending just a little bit, but he is provisionally ahead coming down into turn 1. We approach the 150 meter, there's the 300, 200, 150 meter braking board, and Gorlin just managing to make the dive just to stay ahead, but it is still going to be tight between these two coming up through Curva Grande and Lesmos. Through Lesmo's not managing to get much done there. And Kurz does again use a little bit of the runoff area, but he is sticking with Gorlin. He is looking, he wants this position, but his team will want this position, and he is 1/10 less than a car length between these guys now. As Gorlin does make a mistake and ends up backwards. That's something you can do there very easily. We'll go and have a look again, just see what happened here. Whether he was pushing too hard and just made the mistake defending from Kurz. No, he just took a little bit of curb on the exit of Ascari, and unfortunately spun, which now puts him 7.5 seconds behind the car in front of the 549 Aston of Kurz. What a nice little scrap that was. Bear with me for a second, chat. Yeah, something from my stream setup there. So once again, Brent's still down in P4. Once again, everyone having looked to settle into positions. Number 97 actually looking to chase after Sean Suresh in the Lexus LFA, I think. Again, I think it's the LFA. Someone's going to have to correct me on that. But it is, however, a beautiful car, as Suresh having maybe to defend here, as they are lapped cars fighting. They may be fighting, but they're still going to have to let the faster cars by, else they'll be given a penalty for ignoring blue flags. As Lengyel in the number 97 Aston, I forget which team that is, he's looking, he's chasing that number 114 Lexus. He is hunting it down. He wants this position, and quite understandably. But personally, once again, it's a long race. I wouldn't personally be I wouldn't personally be pushing at the moment, in my honest opinion. What a race it has been so far. I do appreciate everyone for coming out, watching. It's for a great cause. Once again, if you do want to donate, please feel free. It's for a great cause. It's very worthy, and I know it's a cause that will help a lot of people, especially through things that are going on right now, world events, certain pandemics. It's not a great time for everyone. Let's put it that way. And this, I know, will help people. It'll help. It'll help a lot of people, just in general. And just trying to get this switch sorted. I think we do have Marco Kelly in the FRL McLaren right now, as I'm just going through the comm schedule once again, just so I know timings. So I shall be on until we hit the 10-hour mark. Once again, it is a very long race, so we'll have to be switching comms a lot. So we have from 2 o'clock till 5:30. That's a long time, actually, now I think about it. Till 5:30 UK time. It will be Mr. James Williams coming on and replacing me. Everyone over on my Twitch, I'll be staying up. I'll be staying online just to hang with you guys for a bit and watch the race. And then I will be back for everyone on the FRL channel. I'll be back at 5:30 UK time until 8. And then from 8 till 10, Chris Gedman will be on. And then from, well, it's 8 till 12, Chris will be on, and then from 10 till 12, I'll be on with Chris doing lead. But just so everyone's aware of timings for today. There's this little fight, there's Lengyel and Suresh still going. There's DeLuca in behind them. I don't know whether he's a faster car, so we'll have to let him past, despite the two fighting. sorry, Martinelli there actually has just got a 5-second penalty as well. I'm not quite sure for what. But we're going to go just watch Geraldine for a bit whilst I get the next lot of comms sorted. As far as I can tell, you guys are still gonna be stuck with me for the next 10 minutes until we hit 2 o'clock. And then everyone on the FRL channel, from 2 till 5:30, you'll have James, and then 5:30 till 8, you'll have me. Again, my dulcet tones. And 8 till 10, we will have Mr. Chris Gedman, and then I'll be joining Chris from 10 till 12. Just again, an update on the schedule. I'm just waiting. Some penalties. What have I missed? You haven't missed that much, Chris. I'll be completely honest with you. It's Suresh, I don't think, got out of the way of some faster cars, and actually Schwander actually chasing after Heath here. He's 0.6 behind. Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt myself as Geraldine actually 44 seconds up the road from Heath, who I think has made his second pit stop. No one in the top. No one in the top 13 have made their second pit stop yet. So as we come up to the 10:20 mark, Schwander looking to push after Heath in front of him. 6/10 to gap now. As the BMW, what a car and what straight line speed it has. The 204, sorry, behind them, having to get out the way as soon as possible. I think that's I don't know whether that's fighting for position behind, but Heath managing just to push enough just to keep Schwandner behind. I still can't. Dallin wants to do a question. I reckon I said pot of coffee every hour, mate, innit? Schwander, sorry, I've actually just not been paying attention now. It's 5/10 is the gap, and it is actually, I think, Schwander pushing more than Heath is, because the gap going between 5/10 and 4/10. There's Brandt in behind them, dropping 3.8 seconds back. He's obviously getting tired, wanting to maybe make his pit stop and make their first driver change. As Schwander losing the rear end a little bit there. And it is now 3/10, 4/10 the gap. And it looks maybe they'll fight down the main straight, maybe they'll fight into turn 1. Be a great little scrap to see. Sorry, excuse me. My throat is very dry, but I feel like I've got to keep commentating. I can't have water at this crucial moment. And Schwander not managing to make anything into turn 1, nearly going a little bit wide and having to take to the runoff. Well, I mean, Dell, I've already had a cup of coffee today, mate. Okay, some water. So, just a side note, everyone that's over on my Twitch, I'll be hopping off the FRL channel in 9 minutes to make way for Mr. James Williams. And then I will be restarting my Twitch stream. Just so we know what's going to happen if my stream randomly goes offline. For everyone in the FRL channel, I'm only with you for the next 8 minutes, and I'll be back at 5:30 PM UK time. At which point, I don't know if it would have started getting dark yet in the sim, but we can only wait and see, and wait to see what happens. But for now, 3/10 this gap now. Three-tenths this gap between Schwander and Heath now. This is big between these two. The number 9 at 8 BMW looking just to try and make up as many positions. Well, not as make up positions, but get positions in his stint, just so his teammate can go and push on and lead on. And Dell, just out of curiosity, from the steering point of view, how are things going, my man? Schwander again trying to look around down the inside of Heath. It looks as if down maybe Parabolica or the main straight he'll actually manage to get it. He has lost a lot of time in the corner, but we all know that BMW does have a lot of speed that it can carry, and it is, as we can see, carrying that speed with him. As we're going to Helicam now, 4/10, the gap 3/10 is about a car length, maybe 2 in between them. As we come round the Parabolica, maybe they'll fight into the next lap. Schwarzenegger sitting very, very nicely in the slipstream of Heath. Kirk Heath in the number 100 AMG. It is turn 1. He's sitting very, very nicely in there. Schwarzenegger not managing to do anything into turn 1. It is a very slow corner, so maybe Schwarzenegger will manage to make some time up for this turn. They are driving very well, and we have seen some brilliant scraps with these guys. I do want to point that out. We have seen some great fighting, some great racing from these guys. Heath now 6/10 from Schwander. I can't even, man. It's German. I can't pronounce names. It looks as if that fight has settled down. There's Suresh again trying to get involved in a fight ahead with Klein. Unfortunately, I've only got 5 minutes on, as I'm waiting for James just to hop in the channel here with me. If not, I'll just move just so we can get everything set up. And it is just a long way to go. Actually, no, I say that Schwandner has managed to capitalise. Heath has obviously made a mistake And he is sitting in the slipstream. Sorry, I only just saw this. 1/10, 1.3 tenths the gap now. It's going to be big for Schwarno, whether he makes it into turn 1, he goes to the outside. We have seen before that the outside into turn 1, into the first chicane, doesn't work. And the AMG going to have so much more grip. And Brandt now, 6 tenths, trying to get involved as well. Big moves from Schwantner. It's now 7 tenths the gap for Malden Motorsport. Now we look at the 101 car. Christopher Stevenson still going, coming up to nearly his 2nd hour in the car through his first. He's just done double stint. So he has already completed his mandatory what I want to do, a mandatory 120 minute stint. 120 minute driver time, even though it's not. Oh my god, Lewis, hello. Oh my god, I didn't get... I don't have my alert box. Hello, everyone. I didn't expect you to raid me, like, now. Jesus. I thought you weren't done yet. But, hello. Thank you, everyone, for hopping in. For everyone over on the Hydrate Kappa, everyone over on the FRL YouTube, that this is going to make no sense for me. No, are we done for the day? Well, you're not exactly done for the day, are you? I'm only on, I'm only on the,
I'm sure on, aren't you?
Hello. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. You scared the life out of me. Sorry, excuse my language, YouTube, but,
Yeah, you are next on 6 till 8 and then 10 till 12.
Isn't it 5:30 today?
Oh yeah, 5:30 till 8, sorry.
Yeah, 'cause you're doing 2 5:30, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, how's it been going?
Yeah, not bad. It's been relatively quiet until I've just been raided on Twitch. So hello, everyone. Thank you for coming along.
Immel streaming. Wow. Days of modern technology, hey?
I know. And it's so for everyone on Twitch, just as how, sorry, James. My stream is going to restart when we switch over on the FRL channel. So it will stop and then start very quickly. But for everyone on the FRL channel, James will be taking over for me very soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm sure my dulcet tones will send you all into an afternoon nap. And whilst you're eating your dinner, you can listen to some nice peaceful tones. And into your early evening before we are taken over again by Hydra. And then we have Mr. Gedman, who probably will end up doing 8 till midnight, knowing him.
Absolutely. He said he wanted to do that 4 hours, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But do you know what? Obviously, you might have heard me in the race briefing for the drivers that have turned up. I had my heart in my mouth for the entire time that the drivers were entering into the server. Unfortunately, they, apart from one lobby restart, we managed to get everyone in successfully. And then I have to say, I had some vomit in my mouth going into turn 1 on lap 1, but I'm quite pleased that I think everyone made it through pretty much unharmed.
Yeah, and then the 101 car, Stevenson, unfortunately got spun lap 1 as well. But he's done really well to gain his positions back. Yeah,
he's up into P6 now. So that's obviously a good clawback on the grid. Right, so are we going to do this thing?
Your stream running, and then I shall stop mine.
Okay, give me 2 moments.
No worries.
So if I press start streaming, apparently I'm streaming. Yes. Yeah, fingers crossed. I've got a laptop running with the stream on next to me as well, and it has just flicked over, and we are back live. So I hope everyone can hear me. And if please give me some feedback in the comments. Thank you very much, Dell. I am in the Thunderdome. Looking, obviously, Yaralim has taken utter dominance to this 12 hours endurance event for Mind, and is currently leading with a healthy lead over Kay Heath in P2. So Kay Heath has just gone through the start-finish line, whereas Yara Lim has just gone through the second Lesmo, so there is a healthy lead. Every driver has at least done one pit stop so far. They're just about to come towards the end of their second round and enter into the second round of pit stops. So it has been great battles going on throughout the track so far. The closest battle on track at the moment is between DeLuca and Stevenson, but I think Stevenson has just got past coming out of the second chicane, and as Hydra and I were just discussing a few moments ago, has managed to, after an instant bound first corner, has managed to claw his way back up into P4. So congratulations to him. There's obviously a couple of drivers who have done multiple stints after the first stop, and there's a couple of teams who have changed going through. So obviously you're stuck with me for the next, well, not obviously, but you are stuck with me for the next couple of hours, and hope we will keep me occupied in the comments and give me lots of things to talk about. So the main reason we're obviously here today is for the Mind charity. So I think the link has been posted in a couple of times into the YouTube channel. Keep those donations coming. We've got a target of £500 which we wish to hit today, and please help us achieve that. So we got Heath and Shawinder actually has just dived into the pits as they were battling for P1 and P2, so that probably gives Heath a bit of breathing space in the turn 100 car, which I'm sure he is very grateful for. We've got Stevenson and DeLuca going for a battle into turn 1, which we will bugger. Try and stay on board for, but we obviously failed as they're going side by side. Coming up to the second chicane, Stevenson, DeLuca in the EOS racing team. Nice clean battles. We've obviously got a couple of penalties which are impacting the next set of pit stops. So Sean Suresh has a 15-second penalty which will take place in the next pit stop, and we've got Martinelli who has that 5-second penalty as well. All the steward and incidents are being reviewed by Mr. Derek Bruh, who is sat in a dark room by himself for the next for 10 more hours, which I'm sure he is really excited about. We don't let him out very often. But when he does, he likes to give a couple of penalties left, right and centre, but he obviously reviews them as he goes through, which will hopefully keep the drivers behaving themselves on the grid. So it looks as though Stevenson has managed to pull a little bit of a gap. He's up to 5/10 of a gap now, as we see some of the drivers. It's an interesting point on the stops as well. So you can either do a pit stop for just fuel and no change of tyres, which will be a little bit quicker, which will be quicker than a pit stop for fuel and tyres. But obviously, if you don't change your tyres, you're going to have a bit of degradation as you go through, and probably a considerable loss of lap time as well. One thing I want you guys to do in the comments is vote for your favourite livery. There has been some absolutely cracking liveries as we're going through the race. I have my personal favourite, but if we can vote in the comments for your favourite livery so far, that will be much appreciated. So we've got Yarrowlimbs in a nice white and blue BM, Heath in the turn 100 livery, which is looking very sexy indeed. Stevenson in the BM in the turn 101 livery, and then we have DeLuca in the EOS yellow and blue livery. Heiss is our sole Porsche runner, so Mr. Gedman, I'm sure that's the team you will be following throughout the race today. Wengreen Jensen in the Ferrari, well, it has to be a red livery if it's Ferrari, red and white livery. Levizia Otso, again, I'm Welsh, I will butcher a fair few names as we go, who's just ran right into the Lesmo, so a bit of commentator's curse there. Ginio in the BMW, who's just coming through onto our screens now. We have the FRL livery of Marco Caddy, who's just about to be lapped with, well, no, it's a battle for position there between Brandt and Keddy. Obviously Keddy hasn't completed his second pit stop yet, whereas I think Brandt's possibly into his third hour with pit stops at the moment. And I have to say, probably the bravest man on the grid. Brandt's running a Honda NSX in the yellow and white livery. Blundau in the BMW. Quite a fair few Beamers running around on the grid today, and then we got the Kurtz Red Bull inspired Aston Martin. It's not that one, it's that one. Gulen in the Mercedes black and blue. Hopefully it's not black and blue by the end of the race. I'm pretty sure my hands will be when I begin my driving stints. We got Sean Suresh in the I will fix the Lexus into one livery. It's just about to be lapped by the looks of things by DeLuca in the EOS. So hopefully, being live on stream, Sean knows he's going to be lapped and he's going to be a good boy. Let's go back to this battle with Brandt and Keddy, and looks like Brandt has got past, so the useless commentator strikes. We have Klein in a nice white Macca. Trollers in the sole Lamborghini runner, and I will confess, I think this is my personal favourite. Floriano in the Ferrari. Martinelli in the Aston Martin. Axe or ACS again in the Aston Martin, so we'll stay on board while we can get a nice side-on view of his vehicle. A nice shot of Taz on the side there. Suzuki in a McLaren, and finally we got Nicholson in the BMW bringing up the rear. So let's have a look to see if we can catch up with some of the drivers as they go through. So we've got Heath and Stevenson the next. I got me really excited there. I thought they were next to each other on track, but we've got the drivers starting to go. No, Chris will not be grass cutting this evening. Monza have said that their grass is at a sufficient level and don't require any of his agricultural services. So Chris will be on comms this evening and will not be racing. Make sure I stay away from the FRL team as much as I can. So obviously with the drivers, trying to find a good battle which is on track. Obviously as the drivers start to go through their laps, so we've had 66 laps by the leaders so far, and which is an extreme effort as Yarrowlim has gone into the pits and is already coming out. So Heath will take provisional P1 for a while. Will Stevenson get out in front to take provisional P2? He does. And then we've got DeLuca just coming around the last parabolica. So Yarrowlim will come out in P3 Obviously, having completed one pit stop more than drivers behind, and just keeping up some massively impressive pace, which just hasn't stopped. He's constantly been in the 48 to 49 seconds mark for the race, and I've just realised why I can't do what I want to do. It's because I'm actually connected to the race moment. So if you bear with me 2 seconds, I will go into the comms chat now, if you give me 2 moments. Thank you very much, Anon. Thank you. How is our progress being towards our target? Or if you've left me already. So if you give me give me a couple of seconds, it's just loading back into the server, and there we go. Right, so now I'll actually be able to look at the race in a bit more detail and jump on board with some of the drivers, because if I jumped on board with a driver, it was going to be the FRL team which I'm racing on. So, apologies for that. So we've got Troyers battling closely with Klein, so we can play around now. Yeah! I jump on board as we go through the Parabolica. Klein has run slightly wide. It looks to have managed to get some drivers. Klein now dives into the pits. So thank you. I was hoping to stay on board for a battle, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. So, again, apologies, it's my first time ever commentating on the PC. Hope you guys bear with me whilst I figure out my life as Valek and Knudsen. Do a battle which I'm just missing as they're going down into the Parabolica. Valek tries to outbrake, gives a little bit of space, but possibly not much on Knudsen. As Knudsen now is going to try and get the Ferrari in motion to hopefully gain some traction and competing into Turn 1. But I think Valek, although put a bit of a squeeze on Knudsen, managed to complete the move successfully as a McLaren's coming out of the pits. Those nasty curves into Turn 1. As Troyers has looked to have taken a bit of a spin. That's going to heat up your tyres coming out of Ascari. Not the best time to make that move with the Ackers coming back onto the track. Do you know what would have been really, really helpful is if I managed to put a button which allowed me to change. So F1. Right, okay. Someone wants to give me some hints and tips on how to actually scroll up and down the drivers when I'm in this screen. That would be fantastic. But oh, that just turns off my sound. So we've got Heath still in P1, still needing to complete a pit stop. We've got Yarolim and Stevenson all in close proximity. Obviously Stevenson looking to try and close down the gap on Heath and claw back those multiple positions, which he unfortunately lost at the start. But starter Stevenson now is going to drive into the pits to hopefully gain a bit of an undercut on Heath, who is now going into turn 1. With Sean Suresh just coming out of the pits after a second stop. So Michael Van Rees is taking control of the FRL racing team after a pit stop and is currently in P11. So that's a nice jump from P13 to P11 after the second driver stint. I'll just leave you on board with Heath for a moment as I try and figure my life out. Yeah! Right, so now we are back on Helicam. As we've got DeLuca in the pits, and we've also got Shizuku in the pits, so P4 and P19, or now 18, as Yaralim has taken control back of second position with Heath running into Lesmo. So it'll be interesting to see if Heath will stop and where they will come out in respect of Stevenson, who's currently in P4, and the NSX that's in P3. So Peltier's just coming through the second chicane now, so it'll be, let's see if there is any time gained from doing the... Oh, that's not going to help. That's not going to help Peltier in the BMW be able to get that position over Heath in the turn 101. I think they are actually racing teammates within the turn team, but that's not going to help him gain the positions back at all. So Heath is still in the pits as Peltier comes down through Ascari. So YRLM has regained control of the lead as we've got Knudsen and Desario as well. So Heath is still in the pits, it's just coming out. So Peltier is now just coming out of the last Parabolica. Heath is just going to get up to speed now, and I think he's going to, partially due to that off, but also doing a bit of an undercut, has managed to keep control of that position. Brandt is just coming through this Ascaria's. Peltier is coming up to turn 1. So yes. Hello. Nice. Thank you very much, guys. Keep those donations coming in. It is absolutely massive for us as a community, but also to help the charity out. I am having issues with being able to cycle through teams if you are still here. So I think it might be a button mapping issue. Okay, but I haven't got 2 screens. I did have 2 screens, but so I can click in. You can't see race control, which is good, but also that means I can't see the action unless I do this. Haha. Think I've managed to figure out a solution. It's not for me, I can promise you. So. Oh, bugger. So when I go into drive, I essentially go straight to Trulers. How do so I need to figure out how I scroll up and down between the drivers essentially when I'm in drive, or I can't, can I? Or how do I change the camera? So if I okay, so if I go, but every time I go into triers, every time I go into drive, I go straight to triers. If so, if I'm clicking on brand as an example now, I press drive, I'm going on to this beautiful Lamborghini livery. So if I go into, I know why, because I've got it clicked on, yeah, because I've got race control open. If I have race control open, I can do what I want essentially. So I've got, I've got the gaps by the looks of things, and then I've got the timings on my right hand side. So I think I'm okay now. Cool. Right. Thank you. Enjoy. In a bit. So, thank you. I think I've managed to sort it out, except the only issue is I am looking at the race in a very, very small box now, whereas you can see it on full screen, I hope, which is a very good thing, but it allows me to... I thought it was going to allow me to jump between cars, but apparently it's not. It allows me to jump between cameras, but not cars. Great. So, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I'm used to commentating on the PlayStation side. The PC side is a whole new world, in the words of that wonderful Aladdin film. So hopefully I haven't missed too much of the action, and you've enjoyed crying and laughing at the incompetence that I possess. So, a couple of driver changes have happened. Yaralim is going into his third hour. Brandt again is going into his third hour as well in the NSX. I kind of want to say NHS continuously. Leitonen has taken control of the Mercedes driver. Peltier has gone into the BMW. Blundell again is taken possession of the BMW. Valek has doing his second stint in the Porsche. Desario has switched from De Luca, I believe, in the BMW in the EOS team. Knudsen has changed for the Jolly Cola team. I think I do have a bit of a soft spot for that Ferrari as well. We've got quite a few drivers that are still on the same lap. So obviously Yaralim is on lap 73 and is lapped up until P11. So yeah, I think that's serious dominance which is going on there, and interesting to see what the drivers are going to be like after the switch which takes place. But so far we're into well into the third hour now of drivers. It's still a good time to drive. Still 2:23 in the afternoon, so temperatures will still be at a decent 20 degrees. Track temperature is 26, so it's not going to be harming the tyres too badly. So it's interesting again to see if any of these drivers are going to be doing double stints on tyres and saving that time on the pit stop. Kind of got a nice gaggle of cars here. I apologise because the timing screens aren't up. So we've got Capelli in P9 with Nicholson just in front of her, which she's going to be coming up to lap shortly. And we got Willie Gallis as well, bring up the rear with DeFranco, who is currently in P10, just about to take the lap. He's giving him a bit of a flash, showed him which way he's going to go, and that was a wonderful piece of driving from both drivers, just making sure that they knew where each other were going to be, and no contact happens. So Leitonen has managed to get a gap of pull down the gap up to 5 seconds between himself and Brandt in the turn 100 team, as Nicholson gives a good bit of room to him. So Brandt is just coming out of the first corner, and we've got Peltier as well, who's just crossing the start finish line 13 seconds behind Leitonen. So Leitonen is starting to really turn the screw. Watching his times in practice, he definitely has pace to live with Yarolim up front, so hopefully that gap to Brandt starts to come down, and then we can get some on-track battling. So I myself will be on track this afternoon, this evening. So racing from hour 6 to hour 8, and then hour 10 to hour 12. It's been a long day. It's only going to get longer, so I have a nice glass of squash with me to keep me company. Before potentially after 12 o'clock it might end up being something a lot harder. I wonder if town is still open afterwards. So again, that time is starting to tumble a little bit for Leitonen, pulling in that gap to Brandt. Such an epic amount of time, 12 hours to be able to do. Obviously, I think it'll be impossible to do by yourself unless you decided to give yourself some stop and goes. But definitely in a team of 2, 6 hours each is still a massive ask. As Floriano is coming into the pits, looks like some paint work has been lost on the front of car number 71. Bit of stay on board with Brandt in car number 991 and see how he's tackling this wonderful circuit in Italy. So I've never driven the NSX before, or the Honda before, but just looking at how low it is, I just can't imagine how suited it would be to a circuit with such aggressive bumps like Monza. But he's obviously absolutely flying in it. As Valek has pulled down to 2.7 seconds between himself and Blundell. Leitonen passes ACS into Parabolica, and now we'll be solely focused on the car in front. It looks like ACS has, I thought he dived into the pits there, but might have just been a spot of oversteer. So how is Mr. Yarolim doing? Thank you very much, Brizzle. Press F1, F3, cameras, F2, switch modes to broadcast. Okay. Shift and left, right. Right, okay, let's give this a go then. So, yeah! I can't change camera. So I can change car. Valek has definitely closed in quite a lot of that gap to Blundell and P5. It would be into the second Lesmo onto the exit towards Ascari, and that gap has significantly decreased. Valek definitely has that Porsche dialed in. Potentially a bit too far back to make a move, especially into Ascari. It's more about survival than gaining positions. But that BM is absolutely... Oh, sideways! Got a bit slippy, slidey. Definitely going to heat up a little bit of those rear tyres. But we've got Desario as well, who's going to be looking at this battle with intent behind. As they come through Parabolica down into the start-finish straight. It looks like that Beamer does have a little bit more top-end speed, which allows him to pull away on the exit. But then the Porsche definitely starts to gain back in. Will it be a left or right into turn 1? Oh, as Blundell goes straight on and allows Valek, who does outbrake himself a little bit into turn 1 and on the exit of turn 2, but Blundell has done the right thing and hasn't gained any massive lasting advantage, and in fact does give the position back. But what that does, it gives him a bit of vulnerability to Cesario as he comes into the second chicane as they go past, as they come down the start finish straight, and Beamer versus Beamer into the chicane, and Cesario does make the move. So Blundell has lost 2 positions in the space of, well, 2 corners after overshooting into turn 1. But now Cesario and Valek will be battling against each other. Lightning has brought that gap down, actually has got in front of Brandt as we're getting pulled away with all the excitement of watching the battle for 5th and 6th position. Brandt has dropped behind. Yeah, Brandt has dropped behind Leighton, so I can only guess it was a bit of a driver error, which has led to that position change for P2 in the race, as Kurtz is in P13 as a driver coming from behind. So yes, so it's a bit of change at the top, as we got Desario versus Valek now as the next challenger to try and make that P5 place. And Dal, I can't see the chat, so it's on the right hand side. It's on my office laptop on the right hand side. So I'm only checking it every now and again. But when there's action like this, why would I want to watch you messaging me? No offense. Oh, is there contact? No. Cesario does take a bit over line, but I think potentially Valek might have braked a little bit earlier, or Cesario broke a bit later. But there was just definitely some contact with the rear. And Cesario has lost a little bit of time, but Valek has managed to keep that position. Has got a bit of wobbly through the second Lesmo, and Cesario will have a bit of a run on him going up to Ascari. Will he make a move? Is he going to make it stick? Is there going to be any contact going into the corner? No, there's not, but definitely Cesario has a bit more pace than that Porsche as they're coming out of Ascari down into Parabolica. I want to drive, I want to be on board, not on broadcast for this one. Hopefully we get the opportunity as they go through Parabolica. Valek has taken a very narrow line, but Desario takes the longer, wider line down into the straight. Which one will give him most speed? I think Valek might have it at the moment, but Desario definitely is closing in. Inside, outside, which way will he go? He's going for the inside into turn 1 as Valek holds position and opts not to defend it. And that is a lovely clean overtake from Desario, who now moves up into P5. But Valek isn't going to go away. He's like that fly. He's going to keep chasing, going to keep battling as they go towards the second chicane. Looks to try and gain the inside as Desario defends the outside as Desario looks to defend the inside of the corner, which he has managed to do successfully. And the pressure being employed is immense by both of these drivers. So let's have a look, see if I can get to the car. I've probably gone the wrong way. There we go, we have Valek. So now see if I can change. No, that's just the sound. As it does look as though he has pulled away. I could change cameras on my steering wheel. That would have been the better option. BMW does look massively planted as they go through Ascari, whereas the Porsche does have a little bit more fighting to have to be able to be done. So many buttons, so many screens, but at least some of the racing has been able to hopefully been entertaining as going back into turn 1, Valek has managed to get a good run out of the last corner, but I don't think it's going to be enough to catch that Beamer if they go towards the second chicane. So Brandt has managed to lose a bit of time from Leitonen in second place after that position changed. Leitonen has managed to get past the wonderful Red Bull inspired livery. I don't think TV camera 1 is the best one to be able to play with. Go back to TV camera 2. Kurtz is currently in P13 as Brandt is looking to be able to overtake the lap car and carry on a battle as Valek and Desario are continuing their battle going into Ascari. So half hour into my stint on commentating, I've already managed to... Yes, I am like a little lost puppy on times. I consider it more as probably a 90-year-old man struggling with any form of technology rather than a beautiful puppy. But I'm trying, as my school teacher once said. I'm not sure that I was actually trying to do something or I was just generally trying as a human being. Speaking of school, I once had dug up some wonderful pieces of information or nostalgia back from when I was a kid, and in my school report it said James doesn't listen, however he is very good at skipping, which I thought was probably one of the highlights of my life so far, actually being said that I was good at skipping. Hopefully ACS doesn't hold up Valek, and he has managed to get out of the way as they come down into the first Lesmo. So, where can we play next and get overly excited about? So we've got DeFranco is 2.3 seconds behind Scotton. It looks to be another driver change in the Aston Martin, which is absolutely rapido down the straights here at Monza, and there are plenty of straights in the Temple of Speed, as you would expect. So the only thing I can assume is some of the drivers who have done the 3 hours so far, again Yarrowlim, Brandt are two of the names that, and Nicholson as well, who's definitely have done the 3 hours and hasn't changed yet. Are they starting to think of that driver change as they start to break into the first quarter of the race? Or will they continue to hang it out and potentially do 6 hours and half the race each? And on the bad side, I made a squash to last me the next 3.5 hours, or next 3 hours, and it's just all gone. Which brings up two problems. One, I will more than likely need a wee at some point, and two, where my voice might go. So you might all be in luck. I think all of my best driving moments were when I was driving the Teachers at the Wall. Thank you, Derek. Yeah, I'm only confident when I'm moaning at people, Del, or being able to organise something, as Olis Lager has come out of the pits and managed to slot nicely behind DeFranco. So I'm trying to find that wonderful Lamborghini. It's just changed over from Trias. So Olis Lager has come down into P16th by the looks of things. But DeFranco has pulled that gap down to just over a second. As they start to bring it into the night. Thank you for all the people who are actually still with me, listening to this stream and haven't given up on me. So thank you very much. What else is happening? Where else can we play? So I think we've a good point to stay on board with DeFranco and Scotland battle for a little bit longer as they look to try and give us some entertainment. The only vote for so far I've seen as the favourite livery has been the Aston Martin, the Red Bull Aston Martin of Kurtz. So please, again, keep those votes coming in. As Lidman has managed to pull a good 6 seconds beyond Brandt in P2. So they're just coming through Parabolica. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, so Yarrowlim has just come out of the second Lesmo. If we've got Nicholson coming in for a stop, will this be a driver change? We will find out. As Suresh does stays to the side, has he had an off? So he is going awfully slowly. As Van Rees looks to come past. As Suresh has stopped on track. What will this mean? Tug is absolutely desperate to get into the car in a couple of hours. So has there been a mechanical failure for Sean Suresh? As Tezario has managed to even close down on Peltier in the Turn 101 team. It's brought that down to 1.9 seconds. We've got DeFranco and Scotton who are battling out for P9 and P10. And that gap has come to just under 9/10. They continue to battle. Desario's 1.4, so I think this is the battle to be on, as that gap is closing. Jean-Jaresh has made it to the pits. Desario and Peltier come into play. Desario's already been coming through the pack, as Peltier does have a bit of an issue going into the first part of Ascari and to the exit of Ascari. Desario's going to definitely have that run on him. I want to see! As they go down towards the Parabolica, this is not what I want to see, this is not what I want to see. As Desario goes on for the outside, Peltier takes the inside line. Please no contact, please no contact. Great respect from the two drivers as they're going to exit down into the start-finish straight and battle it down into the famous turn 1 at Monza in the chicane. Peltier seems to have conceded the position, but they are going to go battle. Side by side coming across the start-finish line. Down into the pit straight. Is Desario going to make it difficult by giving them the tightest line possible for Peltier? Desario takes... Oh, there's contact! There's contact on the exit as well. Two competitive drivers battling it in as the leader looks on from a lap in front. Yeah, there is some flashing. I don't blame you. 2 into 1 does not go. There was always going to be contact in there with the two drivers side by side, especially with Peltier with that such a tight line going into turn 1. And will there be some angry driving as Valek is sat behind as well and has managed to catch into the gap and come into play. Peltier currently leads this trio for the battle for 4th place. Desario in P5 flashing away. And there is definitely some anger in that driving. Showing his nose, giving him another flash. As Desario looks to take the inside line going into Ascari. This is made for contact as Desario does manage to make the clean pass. So it is the second part of Ascario and the exit. And has managed to gain the position over Peltier. And that is a fantastic move. There was definitely some angry driving there. We've got Valek is also interested. Look at taking the inside line going into the first part of Parabolica and onto the exit. Peltier has run really wide. My dog is scratching himself, and as Valek has managed to take the P5. Peltier has lost 2 positions in the space of 1 lap. But that Beamer is quick going down the straight and is going to go into another battle. Well, there's not going to be any exchange paint work, I hope. No. Valek has managed to keep that position, but all the while Yarolim is waiting behind. So how is the Scott and DeFranco battle going on for P9? As Desario does run a bit wide out of the Lesmos, but Valek still waiting, has managed to gain positions and also runs wide. So it's definitely going to impinge some of his momentum. So interestingly, the Ollislager, which is a lap car, has managed to hang on to the back of these two battling away. As it does look as though DeFranco has managed to take the position, so apologies for missing that battle. That's Ollislager. Looks to potentially unlap himself. It needs to be a nice clean pass. As Peltier looks to slowly starting to fall off this group, as Valek again is 1.3 seconds behind. Desario has managed to pull himself up into P4 but it's 26 seconds behind Brandt in P3. In P3 there's a gap of 6.6 seconds to Leitner, and going into the first part of the Lasmo is Leitner, whereas Yarralim is going through the first chicane, so there's still a considerable gap. And we've got car 134 is causing a yellow flag. Where are you? Or have I just made up numbers? Which is Nicholson, who went off at turn 1 and is currently in the wall. He's got a nice gap to be able to manoeuvre himself out. So Yarralim and Peltier, as we stay on board with the leader for a little while. So I assume Peltier will give up a position shortly. As they go towards Sukari, and car number 170 have gone off. Hopefully a safe onboarding. That's car number 70, which is branched. Does allow the drivers to come past. So where is Sean Suresh? So Sean Suresh has managed to get back onto the track and is currently being lapped by Michael Van Rees. So next on Yarralim's list of victims is going to be Valek in the Porsche, in the 770 Porsche, who's getting those nice blue flags waved at him. As a Desario. If it takes a Capelli. See, the field is quite spread, but we've got pockets of different cars going throughout the track. Blue flags are still being waved at Valek in the Porsche, as Yarralim continues to press on the lapping of cars. Yes, indeed, Valek does allow Yarralim to take control into down the start-finish straight. And has safely managed to pass. So we've got Knudsen and Blundell going into turn 1 of the Ferrari versus Beamer. Blundell has definitely managed to, has unfortunately lost a little bit of pace, but the Jolly Cola team are continuing to make progress along this race as they go in towards the second chicane. Anyone who has the second chicane name will be greatly appreciated. At some point you might hear the horse, which is a sprocker who likes to have a drink of water, which is directly behind me. So if you hear some licking, it's not me licking my lips, it's the dog licking some water. Honest. So you've got Blundell and Knudsen battling it for the second part of the Lesmo. down in towards Ascari, just trying to gain some positions into the top 10. Exit Ascari down into the Parabolica. The Ferrari should have a decent amount of pace, but that Beamer does definitely have quite a lot of pull down the straight. It's just to see whether the Ferrari has the corner ability to close that space down against the big Beamer. Both taking similar lines through the Parabolica. Think he might be too far back to make a move, but he does definitely show his nose. Woohoo! There's a bit of squeaky bum time there. I know we've tried this quite a few times. There we go. So we'll sit on board. With Knudsen as he starts to continues the chase on Blundell in the Beamer. But lo and behold, he's managed to lose a bit of time, as we've actually managed to get a decent camera for a change. Yay! They start to go through Ascari. Breaking deep into power, taking it in second gear, starts to get the power on as the traction comes back into it. Up into fourth gear, there's a bit of rubber banding, was that also a bit of flashing as well. But going into fifth gear, looking on the outside as we've got car 770, has got a drive through for speed, and in the pit lane there's a bit of encroaching across the track, but it looks as though Knudsen has managed to make the move going into turn one, and it's the Maka who's just come up through and absolutely destroyed! Eckhart, what are you doing, boy? The P13 Maka who's just received it. Oh, it's the Valek who's received the drive-through, but it was Eckhart in the McLaren. What was that? I'm speechless. I don't know how to react to that at all. Let's go on board with Eckhart in the white McLaren. He's now following Blundell. I don't know why you're flashing, unless you massively apologising, but that was just wow. So what lap is it? 92. Let's see if we can see a replay of what exactly happened. You have to bear with me because it's running quite slow at the minute. So no, we don't want to. We want to go into the. So let's try and find. There you are. So it's the beginning of this lap, and let's have a play. So they're coming out of the pits. Please tell me it is this lap. 150. Yeah. Just wow. I can't. So we go past the 200-meter board, 150. He hasn't hit the brakes. He just has not hit the brakes. I'm personally hoping it's an error in judgment, rather than anything else, and judging by the fact that he slowed down and tried to concede the 2 positions. But what that has done is Valek in the Porsche has caused him some massive problems. So, wow. And Valek has also managed to get a drive-through. So the driver who was battling for P4 with Desario and Peltier has now dropped to P13 and has a drive-through. So that is not a good result for him. As Brandt jumps into the pit. So let's see if we have a driver swap here, because this has been into the 3rd hour. It's 3 o'clock in the UK here. And will there be a driver swap in the Honda? Meanwhile, on track, we've got Knudsen in P6, has managed to keep hold of that position. Blundau is on P7, but we've got Eckhart behind. And yeah, as Eckhart does dive into the pits, seemingly to replace any damage that he has. 770 gets a drive through for speeding in the pits again. Or no, that's saying he has 1 lap remaining of the pit. As Brandt has again come out. It currently is just N rather than anything else, as the Olishgar, Valek and also Brandt go into the exit of turn 2. So Valek and Olishgar are battling for positions. Obviously Valek with that drive through, but definitely has the pace to be a lot higher up in terms of the grid, as N, whatever N is, MN essentially, as Olishgar makes the move into the second chicane, but then seems to have overshooten it, which has allowed MN through. Olishgar carries on through. We got Scotton just behind as well, but these drivers, Scotton, N and Co, are battling for position. Yes, please, go back to the camera. We've got Olishgar. But this is the interesting thing now, where drivers is now starting to switch after that 3-hour stint. What is the driving standard of the drivers that are coming to replace? So we've got drivers who are have been on the grid for quite some time, and we haven't yet seen the drivers coming in. Also, have they been practicing? Have they been spending time in the on the practice ring to make sure they are up to speed the moment they come into the grid? These are a couple of the interesting factors which will start to unfold as we go away. Yes, so drive-through was speeding out of the pits or crossing the line on the Porsche, which was Valek. So thank you very much, Del, for confirming that. And 770 has been disqualified. So our first and only, and that is for not serving the penalty, I believe. And such a shame for a driver that had so much pace and was up in P4 or P5, has now unfortunately been disqualified. Obviously was impacted by the Eckhart who came through in the McLaren, which I'm trying to find. So I assume Heinrich has now taken control of the McLaren. Was that a fault in terms of any equipment potentially which caused that into turn 1? As Blundau now comes into the pits as well. So the penalty for Valek has been cleared, I believe, and is back in the pits in P13. Interesting. So Desario takes a lap car. Instead got a 30-second penalty now. 45-second penalty. some interesting times. Obviously, there's going to be quite a few positions lost, but Heinrich has taken control of the McLaren, and no, Yarralim has not come out yet. He is started, and I assume must be due a pit stop soon, as ATS comes into the pits from P18. So Yarralim is coming to lap number 95 in 5th position, Hudson, or Knudsen. And will this be the... Nope, carrying on. As Valek does come back out onto track, but will have that 45-second penalty applied to their next pit stop. Just interesting to see what the stewards make of if being reported for that incident into turn 1 involving car number 299. But it's good to continue to see a full complement of drivers on the grid, still fighting away into hour 3. We are going to have a transition in tonight as well. So it's currently 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, and we have another 9 hours left, so we will be running into midnight. Olschlager is the lap car, but is definitely putting pressure on the NSX driver. Where's my... So he's lapping currently at 149, or the best is a 149.5, and so lapping around similar times, but it's quite a considerable difference in pace from the previous driver, approximately just 1.5 seconds. Getting used to the vehicle after the last pit stop against a driver that looks a little bit faster at the moment. So P. Daniels was in battles with in and around the top 10 as Valek. Apparently I can change the position. Is coming in for a pit stop. I only assume that's to serve the 45 seconds, or potentially look to change the driver over. So here we have Yarralim. Has Desario, which he's lapped from 3rd place behind him. The best lap at 48.3, last lap of 49.1. So this pace is just wrong. But I have to say the EIS driver, Desario, is managed to hang on to him since being lapped, and is currently putting in the 49.4s. Oh, there's a move, there's a move, there's a move! There's a move in on a lap car. Managed to pull onto that one just in time. Peltier, 48.9 as the fastest, currently in 51.7s. Just my own little bit of fun there, I suppose, of looking at drivers' lap times. So Yaralim is now in the pit. So will we see a driver change? Will we see any losses of positions? Judging by the fact that he's going to lose at least a lap as Leitner in P2 starts to come through Ascari. So potentially might see a position change, but nope, as Stempel comes out. So it'd be interesting to see what, well, from my point of view, and I'm sure your point of view as well, be interesting to see what the pace of the driver will be of Stempel, or will it still be this continuous onslaught of pace that has been received, as Lightning's just coming through the last corner, but Stempel is out on track. So currently the FRL Racing team are in P8, potentially looking to do a pit stop shortly. So will Van Rees be staying out, or will he be switching? So MN has not managed to shake off Olischlager yet, continuing to keep him company. We have Heisen in the Porsche, which has come out to replace Valek, but they're currently lying in P20, so I'll be keen to see how the driver progress through, as car 299, which is Heinrich, receives currently a 15-second penalty. I can only assume that is for the instant into turn 1. A further 5 seconds as well, so currently 22nd for that incident, which I again can only assume will be the well, I can only think mistake into turn 1. I wouldn't want to think it was any more. So yes, indeed, just fresh off the press. So car number 299 has let us know that his brake pedal is broken, and this caused the incident. Unfortunately, this caused a large accident on the first corner. 20-second penalty overall for contact with the two vehicles. So thank you very much for letting us know. It's obviously unfortunate that there was contact, but yeah, sad to say it was obviously a mechanical failure which caused that incident. Just came out of the blue. It's scary. So, how is Semple doing? So we sit on board with Daniel, which is obviously the logical thing to do, as we want to look at P1 and lap times. There we go. So currently chasing the FRL team. Nice. So we are currently on board with Heinrich. What I wanted to see was lap times. So current fastest is at 48.3, as blue tightens are received by the car in front. Leitner is the car directly behind, in 2.1 seconds behind, but I can only but there will be a pit stop that's going to be required shortly. But this is going to hurt some of the times that Stempel is going to be able to produce with a car in front. And that car in front isn't pitting yet. And neither is Leitner, so currently a 50.5. So the 737 car really needs to start making his way out of position to allow the leader effectively to take control of the position, as car 134 receives a 10-second penalty. We'll have a bit of a check of that in a moment. This is definitely hampering Stempel in terms of his progression. Having to remain behind car 737. It's been behind for just over a lap, just under a lap now from what we're looking at. Definitely hurting the times that the exits that Stempel is able to produce, being behind the car in front, and that gap, which was 2.5 seconds to the car behind, is now just over 1 second. So it's significantly hurting the driver. Some dirty air as well, which is not giving him the best of exits. So car 134 has received a penalty for leaves the pits under blue flags, crosses the white line, and then on cold tyres outbreaks into another car in front. 10 seconds penalty for the collision and crossing the pit lane. So that involved car number 204 and 134. As Van Rees does go into the pits, but that definitely has brought P1 and P2 closer together. So currently Leitner's into the 149.2, but I believe needs to pit as the wide line is taken by Stempel into turn 1 and the exit of turn 2. Will we have a changeover of the lead? The next car in front is Ollischlager in P12, so there's a nice 15-second gap. Will there be an element of pride for Leitner to take the position of P1 before he enters the pits? A bit of a wobbly on exit. I could pretend to be the driver for a moment. Now the lap car has moved out of the way, there's definitely a significant increase or decrease in the lap times that Stempel's able to produce, getting into currently the low 50s. But there is an element of correction on entry going through Scari, which will hamper some time. So we do have DeFranco in the pits at the moment. We'll stay on board for this battle for first place. As neither drivers yet ducking into the pits. Both drivers battling away through that first chicane, as Leitner is definitely piling on that pressure for Stempel. As they go into the second chicane, 2 tenths separating the two drivers. The Mercedes versus the Beamer. Sario's currently coming into turn 1 and 2. A very wide exit for Stempel, coming out of the first Lesmo into the second Lesmo. As Leitner managed to keep it planted, keep it on the track. Get a bit of drive going into Ascari. We've seen Stempel has had a bit of a wobble going through Ascari already so in a stint, as the next round of pit stops of Peltier, Van Rees, Reinsch and Fullerano are happening now, and also Will Gallis going through Ascari. Mercedes is absolutely mighty around here, and I must say that paintwork is still looking absolutely sublime, so there hasn't been much contact as they start to go down in towards Parabolica. The outside lane's taken by Leitner, inside line taken by Stempel. The position has been switched for P1. Might only be for pride for the time being, as I believe there needs to be a change, a pit stop shortly, but for at least a lap, Leitner will take the lead. from Semple as car 737 receives a stop and go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. You might have noticed my heart sink a little bit there as MN is coming, has overtaken Peltier for 4th place as Peltier is pitting currently. DeFranco has pitted. Miller is now back in the car. Well, is now in the car for the Turn 101 team. The other driver is currently leading the race. Stempel has given him a little bit of a cheeky flash as getting up to speed in the car, but that potentially might have been hampered by the 737 car in front of the Beamer for quite a long time. We have Sean Suresh in the background in the Lexus, who has seat number 1 for this battle, which is unfolding in front of them, as Desario in the esports EOS esport team takes a pit. Heiss is also coming into the pit. They haven't that long pitted. So Lightning in P1, Stempel in P2, Desario in the pits in P3, MN in P4 in the Honda, is looking to potentially get back onto the podium. But the main talking point at the moment, before the next round of pit stop, is Leighton is in the P1, in the lead. Marco Caddy has taken the 737 car for the next stint, so it looks as though they're switching hour by hour. As Leighton comes back into the pits, which allows Semple to take the lead. I have to go for a wee. I will be back in 2 moments. Sorry, I just had to run for a wee. Alright, okay. How is it going? Nice, good. Oh. Sorry? Can't hear Discord. Okay. You can take it. So looks like we have lost the Porsche team. Have left. Obviously, had quite a few issues with a drive-through being collected with the incident with car number 299, and then didn't serve the drive-through within the 3 laps, getting disqualified. But post-steward review were allowed back in with 45 seconds worth of penalties. But it looks as though they have retired due to mechanical failure, shall we say. Yes. Yeah, I've done an hour and 15. I think I might be losing my mind, but hopefully the erratic fumbling of me going around and trying to figure out my life has been a good thing. Yeah, you see a bit? So all penalties have been cleared. Right, okay. So 15-second penalty for car 737. I have no idea what's going on. I should check, see if the announcement's in. Let's see where the fun's happening on the track. As we are now down to 19 drivers. So another driver has unfortunately left. I cannot see the Lexus. So is that Sean and Nathbit and Tug, who have potentially had some issues? Yes, I agree, Olislagers. The yellow line is pretty good. It is pretty damn impressive, that livery. As we have A. Jones, which has taken control of the Mercedes. So I myself has had to do a pit stop, as we do have Sean Suresh is back into the server. Hopefully that doesn't cause him any issues, because Nathbit potentially should have entered the server first, unless he has done. Right, so we have P1 Stemple has managed to retain or re-obtain that post the pit stop of Lightning, or now A. Jones, who has taken possession of the car. There's roughly half a track between them. We have MN, who is now in P3, DeLuca in P4, Miller in P5, DeFranco in P6, Knudsen in P7, as we see some interesting activity over the chicane by the 737 car. Scotton in P8, Blundau in P9, Olischlager has moved his way up into P10, Jay Shear in the Aston in P11, P12 is Marco Keddy in the McLaren, Heinrich in the McLaren in P13, Capelli in the pits currently in P14, Gullerin in P15 in the Mercedes, Fantozzi in the Ferrari in P16, Daniel in P17 in the Aston Martin, Sean Suresh in P18 in the Lexus, Kriegel in the McLaren in P19, and Nickyson in P20. So, I think the order for lunch will be required. So, I've got curry. The options are curry in the fridge, which can be microwaved, or takeout, and probably a burger. I really fancy a burger today. But what should we choose? DeLuca in the EOS esports team looks to approach a Fantuzzi. Again, I'm Welsh, I butcher names, as Sean Suresh is still in the pits. But Nathbit looks to be taking possession of that vehicle. Trying to figure out where cars are. So it looks like the two McLarens potentially might be battling with each other shortly. One has a 30-second penalty and one has a 20-second penalty, with an 8-second gap in between the two drivers. $108 laps so far. As car number 15 has had a bit of an off. It's come back on safely. Behind, Heinrich is behind in the McLaren. So Berry now has possession of car number 114. It's at the front of this train of cars, or in the middle of this chain of cars. Green is in the front of the chain of cars. Berry in P19. just probably worth mentioning, this is Nathan's first ever endurance event. I have to say, well, on PC, and have to say he's acquitting himself very, very well. It's a lot to get used to in terms of the driver changes, so on and so forth. So, and have to say also full credit to Nicholson, currently 7 laps behind the leader, but still pumping out laps. So fair play to you, sir. I once had did an endurance event at I think it was 6 hours of Kyalami, and we were 15 laps behind the leaders, which was emotional but absolutely wicked fun. So yes, even if you are not the quickest, you can still have a lot of fun on a long endurance event. I have to say this is at the longer end of endurance events of 12 hours, but yeah, you can still have a lot of fun, as Jay-Share and Olisgard potentially coming to meet shortly on track. It's a beautiful Aston Martin livery. It's going for decided to show a bit of nose to Glenn, who is a lap car. Fantozzi, also a lap car, but yes, the position has been gained back. We've got MN, who's also in the mix of that. Nathbit in the front, so we're going to continue to monitor these two drivers' progressions through the field. Quite a lot of drivers on mixed laps, which are progressing through at the moment. We do have a battle with Fantozzi and Gulin, but there is an EOS esports car in the middle. As the position has been given up, but that does allow Gulin back into the clutches of the Ferrari driver. De Luca's managed to gain some considerable time on the Honda as they're going through these lap cars, but we will try and stay on board with what is happening as they go through, come towards the second chicane. Battle into the Lesmos. The car is placed firmly behind, hoping to get that better exit or pressure the drivers to run wide, which he has managed to do. They're going into the inside onto the second Lesmo. Contact's been made! Contact's been made, and we also have De Luca, who has gone round as well. So two drivers have been had collisions. De Luca has got himself up and running again. It looks as though Galeem has got himself up and running again, but there definitely was contact between Galeem and Fantozzi into the second Lesmo. Not an ideal overtaking space, I will admit, and potentially shouldn't have been done there, but there has been contact, there has been a spin. We are on lap, we're currently on lap, but we do not know what's happened with De Luca. What has sent him round? Interesting to see what comes out of the steward's room on that one, because he was getting very, very close to MN in the Honda, so we'll hopefully manage to catch a bit of a replay of that once my stupid computer manages to work. Come on! Right, so we are approximately halfway through. We need to find the EOS car, which we have. So let's see if we can figure out what happened. This is the first chicane. Two cars battling behind. Going through the first Lesmo. It's not close at all to the car in front. Going to the second Lesmo, and it is oversteer. So, let's also try and have another look at what happened between Fantozzi and Green. There's a second chicane. Managed to get quite close to each other. Going into the first Lesmo. Runs wide, managed to get a bit of speed going into the second, but the braking's over the second part. And probably not the best angle to look at it. See if we get a better view from here. At this angle, as drivers going into the second Lesmo. Looks to me like contact with the rear, but DeLuca and Galim are now, well, still a lap behind. Gap between 13th and 12th has remained largely consistent. A bit of a disappointment because I was really hoping that DeLuca and the ES team would catch the Honda team. DeFranco is quietly making his way up through the grid in the second ES team. Knudsen as well is also progressing quite well, but does have a very quick looking McLaren behind him, which is in 12th place. Obviously, being a lap car, this move needs to be done clearly. Not able to do that going into turn 1 with the Jolly Collar team. Meanwhile, Semple progressing through, Ascari, Jones coming down the start-finish straight, so that gap is increasing again. Haven't had sun for so long in Wales, looking outside. So random guy JDM, what a race by us, 770 crew. Which car? And definitely give us a shout. Definitely give you a shout out, as we have managed to, unfortunately, by looks of things, lose Nicholson from the grid, who has done the 3 hours and has unfortunately lost connection. I can only assume. So we have drivers going through the grid. If you give me 2 moments, I'm just trying to confirm. So something with the 737 team. So we've got Olish Garden is now 1 second behind Blundell in P9 in the Beamer. I think Blundell has appeared in quite a few battles. Olish Garden is gaining time through the Lesmos in that beautiful, beautiful Lamborghini. Always like to see as many different cars as possible on the grid, and always nice to see a Lambo as Olish Lager takes the inside line, but there is obviously a car in front as well, which I believe is a lap car of Daniel, who is in P17 at the moment, but the move has been done. Daniel now, I would assume, would have to move out the way, otherwise the battles is going to get a bit tighter again. And the position looks like it's been conceded, but that has meant that the Aston has had to run wider and then concede the position as well to Blundell in the Beamer. Scotland is for seconds behind the car in front. We've got Jay Shear and Blundell as well. So Jay Shear is now starting to close down on the Beamer. As we have Nate Berry, who's gone off the track into the second chicane. So Jay Shear is now starting to catch the Blundell as they go through Ascari. Aston Martin versus BMW. There seems to be a lot of pace that the Aston Martin has down the straight as he's getting a big slipstream going into the Parabolica. Give me the camera back. Give me the camera back. Thank you very much. Outside line for Shear. Inside line for Blundell. The move has been made. Shear takes P10. The battle continues going into turn 1. Looks as though the move has settled down, and Shear is will progress towards Schotten in P8 as Olischlager is now in the pits after making those moves. Has now had to do a pit stop. Trying to find some closer battles on track. We've got Berry, who's being approached by De Luca in the BMW as they're coming towards Ascari. MN is coming out of the Ascari, so we might have that battle continue shortly. So after the pit stops, Odeslager has come out. Knudsen is the car in front of the 737 car. At the moment, Odeslager is 3.4 seconds ahead. Obviously, with the car 737 having a 30-second penalty to be applied, Jones is coming towards the back straight. Semple is coming towards the Lesmos. Miller has in the Team 101 team has quietly gone about his business and is currently up in P5. Oh, that's a shame, Hilton. Unfortunately, the teammate has unable to take part in the second half of the race. And yes, Woot, we know you might be a driver, you might not be a driver, but yes, I do admit that spoiler is absolutely fantastic. And hopefully we'll see you again soon, Hilton, in FRL. So as we're starting to have a bit of a lull in, not a lull in the action, but as the driver gaps haven't necessarily got drastically closer as we go through this, probably a good opportunity to say that here at FRL, thank you for all the drivers who are attending. We obviously are still here for Mind, and the donation link is in our Discord channel and also in the comments, so please make a donation. It's all towards a good cause. Also at FRL we have PlayStation in terms of PS4 and PS5 leagues that run on a Sunday and a Tuesday, and we also have our Endurance League once a month. We're looking to obviously expand our calendar to gain as many race nights as possible. There's nothing more us admins like is being able to produce good race nights, competitive race nights with full grids as often as possible. We also have PC leagues which run on Wednesdays. Current season on Wednesdays is the long run, which is the longest tracks that are on the calendar in a series of 80-minute races, with the final race being a 2-hour long race at Spa. Following that season, we have the Ferrari World Tour, where the Ferrari takes battle against many different tracks throughout the season, throughout the calendar, across 7 different continents, across multiple different continents. And we also have our PC Friday League, which is a GT3 league, which restarts again this Friday. So we are on SimGrid. Please make sure you join us for these wonderful events that we like to put on. We also have many one-off events, so which we put on. Last night we were at Hungary for 90 minutes, and next Sunday we have our Race for Peace. which takes place at Silverstone Circuit, which again is for an extremely good cause. We are racing on PS4, PS5 and PC simultaneously at 6:30 UK time. Would love you all to be involved and get as many drivers on the grid, and again raise as much money as possible for charity. So, obviously with this battle potentially heating up in a couple of laps, let's see how De Luca's managing to hang on. He's currently got Semple right behind him, which is a lap car. We've got Nath Berry in the Lexus in P19, battling through. As the position has been conceded, and Semple goes towards victory. Jones is coming through Ascari at the moment, with Semple coming up towards Ascari. So potentially the BMW team has lapped everyone on the grid, and we are coming up towards the 5th hour of the race. De Luca will be looking to claw back those positions after that spin through the Lesmos, and hopefully get towards a battle with the Honda. Rather rude of me in terms of not knowing the team names, so if you give me 2 moments. I will do my best to figure out the team name for the BMW team currently in P1, and the top 3 definitely, especially. Symbols given some flashing lights to Nathan and Alexis. So Semple and Semple is in the Capri Sun racing team, Regling team, which only were a last-minute entry last night. So they've definitely done some impressive preparation to get involved in this event at such short notice. And we've obviously got Team Turn 100, which is in P2. The Honda team. Where are the Honda team? Honda team is Ant Racing Crew, which are currently in P3. In the Honda. Oh, thank you very much. It's nice to hear a new voice, to be honest. I've had to listen to my own voice for the last couple of hours. But yes, it's nice to hear someone else. So, yes, how is your afternoon going? Yeah, they've impressed. I didn't realise up until just a few moments ago is the drivers in P1 in the 879 Cup Beamer, which are Capri Sun Racing Team, who only actually joined the grid late last night, and they are currently in P1 by almost a lap over P2. So that is scary, if I'm perfectly honest. I think it's gone beyond impressive. But yeah, so what is the time? The time is almost 4 o'clock UK time. Would you like to take? I'm just going to check in with the team and see how they're doing, find out how long the stints are left. Are you okay to take control for an hour or so?
Can.
Okay, just going into the alternate tab. So I have stopped streaming, so it should be over to you shortly.
Just wait for that to flick over. Eventually.
There it is. It is on you, sir.
Cool. Thank you very much, James.
No problem. Good luck.
Thank you very much. You too. Wait for him to leave. There we go. Right, you lot are stuck with me for the next hour. So hello. Side note, you may need to refresh the stream. Yeah, you lot are stuck with me for the next hour. So where were we? Honestly, there's nothing interesting happening at the moment. Keddy here pushing for the car in front of him. He's 5.2 down the road. However, the 737 car, the 720S, does unfortunately have a 30-second penalty. Del, would you mind telling us in the chat what that was for? Because I missed it. Oh, so yeah, no, Del. James unfortunately did not have his his Discord audio set up to be captured on stream, which I feel like Chris and I should have probably taken him through last night. But it is now 4 o'clock UK time, just coming up to 4 o'clock sim time, which means it'll start getting dark, I think, around what, 6:15 sim time, I think. At which point we won't unfortunately be able to see anything, which is mildly annoying. But around the field, there's not much action going on. We haven't really seen much action in the past few laps. But in the meantime, chat, how has... I forgot that was on Twitch as well. Like, goddamn. How has everyone's days been? Because this has certainly been long for me. It's been long. Getting up to this point, it'll be long for the rest of the day. So, fair enough, Del, fair enough. Ah, okay. So we're currently just watching Violet Miller, who appears to be on last lap time alone, one of the fastest on the field out there right now, setting a 1:49.6, and the other two faster cars having set a 1:49.3 and a 1:49.5. Sorry, there's a 1:49.4 in as well from the 306 just behind her. Oh no, she is the 1:49.6. Sorry, I apologise. But the 306 setting a 1:49.4 as well. Which the 306 looking to push up to the Turn 1 team of the number 101 car, whereas A. Jones in the number 100 car for Turn 1 currently sitting in P2. So our current field is Stemple leading Jones, leading just MN, that's all we got from them. Leading DeLuca, and then Miller, DeFranco, Knudsen, Scotton, Cher, Bladow, which sounds like honestly sounds like something you get in a comic book. Someone who I know is in the chat with 204 car. Then we have one Marco Chiedi, who's just now lapping a car potentially. Or Knudsen lapped him, I don't know. Then we've got Heinrich, then we've got Fantozzi, and Goulian, Capelli, Daniel, Kriegel, and Nathberry in P19. Unfortunately, if you have missed it, we did unfortunately lose two cars due to mechanical failures. We lost the number 770 Porsche, and we lost the what was the other car? I cannot remember what the other car was, but unfortunately we did lose them. Unfortunately, there's not exactly much to commentate on at the moment. Not really much action around the pack as everyone kind of just settling into their positions. I guess you could say somewhat acknowledging that this is where they're going to be for the next while. But you know, you lot are stuck with me for the next hour if you're over on the FRL YouTube. Fair enough, Del. I mean, what can you do in that position then? It's DeLuca. Sorry, having to avoid lap cars here. It's relatively quiet, and Keddy just getting past there. I think is looking that number. Is that number 95? Yeah, it is just ahead of Keddy, who I believe soonish will be switching out for James, which will be good to see him driving. If you are new to the FRL channel, I have to be honest, it's not often that we get to see Mr. James Williams drive, especially on PC, but he now does have himself a direct drive wheel and some load cell pedals, so we can hope that will be going towards his pace. this caddy still stuck behind this 95 Ferrari. The 101 car, sorry, just up into P4 there now. I feel like I should probably be reading the chat. That would help. Violet having to then avoid a lapped car there, who has come back on the track not gaining any time at all. I do just want to remind everyone of the cause that we are raising for. We're still trying to get to our 500 quid goal. If we did manage to get to that, I would that would be a brilliant goal for everyone. Really, it's sort of a big thing, especially for some people, as it probably should be. Let's be honest. And yeah. Mental health is a big thing, especially for me personally. I'm not the best when it comes to that. I'll be completely honest with people that I don't have the perfect mental health, and I don't have as much mental stability as like one would wish. But this is why we're doing this race, to raise awareness of that, to raise money to help support people that are in this position, in that position. I personally haven't had to use mind, which may be a good thing, but it's not it may also not be a good thing when people end up bottling it up inside themselves and it just doesn't go well. So anyway, on a lighter note, number 95 car is now pit, as Keddy, I didn't actually manage to see it, has now made his way up into P11, excuse me. The 879 car, I do have to give to them. They are one lap up on the entire field, so that is majorly impressive. Majorly impressive there. Sorry, don't mind me. But yeah, no, it's a big cause for everyone. I think it's a big race for people, and yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, sorry. I'm getting completely sidetracked, chat. It's a very, very worthy cause for anyone, no matter who you are. It's something that's big and something that definitely, even if you haven't gone through having bad mental health, it's something that maybe you should try and relate to. I don't know, it's a whole thing, chat. It's a goddamn whole thing. But as we do watch Miller, here she is. Actually ended up coming closer to DeLuca. She's only 23 seconds off now is the gap, as we actually have a fight here actually between Fantozzi and Capelli, with Keddy coming in to lap them now, however, which could end up slowing Capelli down. He's 0.5 now is the gap. Capelli in the number 219 Aston, beautiful yellow livery, chasing after that number 71 Ferrari. Doesn't quite have the speed. It's 0.9 the gap now as it closes back up to 0.8. Excuse me. 0.7 the gap now. Let's see if he can catch up over the next few laps, because we do actually have the leader just up ahead of them. Number 879 Kia. There he is, Stempel. And Fantozzi looks maybe trying to overtake them, even though I mean, the lapped cars are fully obliged to, they are completely fully obliged, Keddy, having to avoid them there. The lap car are fully obliged to unlap themselves, but it's completely up to them. It's whether they want to unlap themselves or keep their fight going, which is in this case Capelli dropping just that little bit too far back. Fantozzi now actually looking to unlap himself, just that one lap from Stempel, who is he is currently 4 laps from Stempel. So I don't honestly think there's a point in doing it, but he does race him anyway, trying to unlap himself. Ugh, sorry, excuse me, chat. But to everyone that's driving, that is currently watching the stream, I do highly appreciate everyone coming in to watch this, to come and chill in this stream. It's even if you're just lurking, haven't managed to get any money towards it, it's not, it can't be that bad of a thing that that you're doing that. It's a worthy cause that's definitely worth wanting to give to, whether you can or not. That's a whole different question. But if you can't, then I completely understand that. You know, it's whatever. .21 seconds now the gap. Sorry, 16 seconds. No, 21 seconds now the gap from Miller to DeLuca. And 16 seconds is the gap from DeLuca to Jones. And apart from that, there's no action, which is the unfortunate part of enduro racing. Is you get to a certain part in the race and there's no action. Just to jog your memory, chat. If you do want to donate, if you're in the YouTube, if you're in the FRL YouTube, the link is in the description of the stream. If you're in my Twitch, if you're in my Twitch, I've just shoved that link in the chat for you. It is a great cause and it's definitely worth donating to if you can. If you can't, then I understand. It just means a lot that you guys are sticking around in the stream and supporting the cause by doing that, as opposed to just donating to it. And I would like to just point out, the 879 car now has a 5-second penalty. So, let me tell you why that's going to be interesting when it comes to this round of pit stops. The current gap to the car behind for P1 for the 879 car is 24.2 seconds. This is interesting because if this car here has a 5-second penalty, he's already losing at least 30 seconds due to the pit stop, plus another 20 seconds because of driving the pit lane. That's 55 seconds that he's losing there. So if Jones manages to keep up this this pace and manages to keep up with the leader, keeping that 24-second gap, we could have a new leader when Stempel comes in to stop. But of course that is... However, looking at the pit stop count, P1 has made 4 stops. P2 to P6, no, P2 to P5 have only made 3, meaning they still have a driver change or another pit stop to make behind the rest of the grid. Berry, however, has made 1 pit stop. He has been in for the entirety of this race. Wait, what? There's a Keddy coming in there, and I think we will see Mr. James Williams come out on the track after Keddy. After Keddy comes out of the car. I think we are switching over to Archie's Gaming. Good evening. Yeah, it's 4:30. But we should see Mr. James Williams coming into the FRL number 737 car in the beautiful FRL McLaren livery. It does, admittedly, look very beautiful. Because I think that's Stempel now coming to stop. It's not. And that penalty now for Stempel is a 10-second penalty. So, Del, I don't know if you're still in chat, but correct me if I'm wrong, but Stempel doesn't have a lap over P2 to like 6, I think it is. As Miller also going to have to make the stop soonish for, as Jones actually has spun contact with the wall. That's going to maybe force a pit stop for them here. That's not what he would want at all, but he does now possibly lose what he had over Stempel. So when Stempel stops now, Jones may not be able to get his position that he wanted. And DeLuca, sorry, I just want to say, because of that spin, is now caught up to Jones, who's now pit. Now put DeLuca in P1 and Miller, DeLuca in P2 and Miller up into P3. So the guys over at turn 1 are going to be happy about that one then. As I say that, Miller does come in, and looking at the streams, it does look like it is going to be a driver change for turn 1 here. So Stempel still retains that P1 position that DeLuca is trying to push for. So let's see if Jones will jump Miller out of the pit stop. It looks like he's most likely going to, because he came in first before Miller. And whether that comes out as Stephenson again, the guy, their team manager, and it is. There goes AJ Jones once again pulling out of the pit lane. He'll be instead of a lap difference. So DeLuca now will be pushing off that P1 position, as they still have that 10-second penalty. So whether he pits now, yeah, I see that now. Whether he pits now, knowing DeLuca has to pit, so he will get that position back anyway, or if he stays out, waits for DeLuca to pit, who is now pit. I apologise. That's I think DeLuca's. Tim Lettman has now gone in for the number 100 car. So going back down to the McLaren 720S for the FRL team, it is James Williams in there. Come on, go on, James. You got this, bud. So he'll be chasing... sorry, it's just a battle now, actually. As I say that, I'm having to interrupt myself. He does pull alongside Sharon. The 549 Aston is the beautiful Red Bull Racing Aston Martin livery. And it is a very easy overtake. Now, will the Yellow Lions look to get that position back, or is he just going to not fight it at all? As we come up to the 7 hour 40 mark left in the race. Looks like the Yellow Lions Lamborghini now looking in the slipstream, trying to get that position back. He doesn't manage to get it into turn 1. It's very, very, very friendly. Nearly making contact, these two cars. And the 204 having to concede the position. But will he continue this fight to force Cher into a mistake? He's looking, there's a spin up ahead, and it's very friendly between these two now. It's 0.3 seconds the gap. There's that lapped car in behind him just going across the grass again. 0.4 seconds now the gap. This is great from these two, trying to battle it out, trying to make that racing exciting for us again. Cher looking for it. 0.2 now, less than a car length between them. Through Ascario we go. Cher does use a little bit of the curb, which gains him some extra time with that Aston Martin, and it is. It is going to be Cher's position. Now he's going to try and look on to push up the road to Barn, who's only just ahead of them. And as I say that now, Stempel is actually maybe losing a position here to Bocage in the 305 BMW. This is big racing from these guys. They're letting him 9.9 seconds down the road. It's 0.6 seconds from P1 to P2. And that is a further 9.7 seconds from P2 to P3. This is big racing from these guys. As once again, that 204 maybe looking to have conceded the position entirely, as Bocage getting chased by the number 244 Ferrari, the lapped 244 Ferrari. I need some water. Damn. This is good racing, chat. This is good racing. And Bocage actually being held up. Sorry, Cher actually. This fight is going to continue now. The P9, P10, and P8. This fight is going to continue, and we are going to watch it in its entirety. Cher trying to get the move on the 95 Ferrari. He does pull alongside. They're wheel to wheel. Just the front nose of that Aston Martin Red Bull poking through. He's going to completely send it into Parabolica, and he does get the move done. Now it's up to the 204 Lamborghini to get it done, and he does with ease. But will the 95 look back at him? Will the 95 want to make that move and get a switchback to maybe try and gain some speed and some momentum to get the position back from Cher? He's not currently, but maybe could he into turn 1 if he pulls alongside. He does. That's a big dive, and there's contact! Absolutely no choice there, but that was Barnes' fault. I do hate to say it, but that was definitely Barnes' fault. As we look now, does the Aston Martin Rebel have any damage? Is its top speed damaged? As it is looking to still defend from that number 204 Lamborghini. as they are still wanting that position. And it is still a race, ladies and gentlemen. After all, there was no way that that was a racing incident, I hate to say it, but this, however, is a big fight between these two. The 0.2 seconds of gap now. Will he send it into a scurry? He's not currently. But once again, the Aston just taking a lot of curb in a scurry. This is big racing from these two. And it's now 5/10 the gap between these two. Looking back up then, Stephenson did go in to that 101 BMW. He's now pushing to try and get Lettinen. The gap 14.5 seconds, the two turn 1 cars. And it is going to be a lap car in between them. And there is the FRL McLaren of James Williams as we come up towards Parabolica now. But this fight has not stopped. We go into turn 1. Once again, where that contact has happened, he's being wary and he doesn't want to make more contact there. He's continuing this fight though, he's continuing this pressure, maybe trying to force Share into a mistake. And Shed does make a mistake going over the curb, but will the 204 now capitalise on that? Will he use that slower speed that the number 549 has to gain himself a position? I think as it stands, by the way, I'm going to be on now till 6, so he only got me for another hour and 25 minutes. Or at least till James has done his stint, and then he'll be on 5 till 5:30, I think. Then I'm 5:30 till 8, or 5:30 till Chris gets on. Then Chris and I shall be alongside each other once again. Sorry, chat. Long day already, and we've still got 7 hours left. So as far as I know, we're still waiting for... Sorry, Lettinen actually catching the car in front. It's only 7 seconds now, the gap. As far as I know, we're still waiting for... We don't want it. But Bocage is catching the car in front of him. So Lettinen's being caught by Stephenson, but Stephenson isn't quite going to make it as hard as he probably would. Lettinen and Stephenson being both turn 1 teammates, with Bocage being caught by Lettinen. It's going to be difficult for P4 of Stephenson to catch up to them, and we have unfortunately lost another car. There we go. Sorry, I just had to turn our heater on, chat. Because let me tell you, it is not warm in the UK right now. Whereas in Monza, let's have a look. How what is the temperature? Is 24 degrees surface temperature, 19 degrees air temperature, which I think is what I was reading as well. 9 degrees is air temperature. As it is now, chat, the gap between P2 and P3 now 7 seconds. The gap between P3 and P4 is 15 seconds. There's 6.8 now the gap. Sorry, chat. I'm really not concentrating. It's 9 degrees C in Scotland and higher in England. It's far from colder. It's maybe because I'm not wearing proper like proper clothes. I'm literally wearing like pajama trousers. Del. That's my problem right now. Well, I mean, what is it where I am? Not... It's 6 degrees where I am, Del. It's not warm. As, we actually are, fast approaching nearly where the sun is going to start setting in real time over in Italy, which assuming means it will be the same in the game. Fair enough, Del. Fair enough. Well, I mean, real life at Monza right now, it's 9 degrees, so it's they'll be warm for us, but in sim it's 19. As Letten now making that gap 5.9 seconds to Bocage. So Lettinen obviously looking to push as much as possible and start maybe trying to push back up to Stempel and get the position back. I think Bocage has his sights set on not conceding his P2, but I think it's going to have to happen. Stempel now coming up onto P2. That's impressive from this team. That's impressive that they're lapping the entire field once again, having lost that, despite still having that 10-second penalty. Bocage now being whether that's Fantozzi or Bocage being, no, it is Fantozzi being given the blue flags. He needs to get out of the way of Bocage. Stempel still Stempel still trying to catch up to Bokaj. As well as this fight. Sorry, this brilliant fight is still going on between Cher and the number 204 car. I completely haven't been looking, but he does pull alongside. We know how this went last time we were watching, but he does actually get the move done this time. Now will Cher look to make a switchback move? That's very tight. They're near contact. And as we go up the Curva Grande, it's not the best of places to overtake, but the gap is slightly building. However, Cher still managing to stick with him. And just sitting in that toe for now until he feels he has enough speed and isn't too far back to overtake. So I'm trying to position my heater nicely. So as we go back up to the top, the gap now from Bokaj to Lettinen is 4.8. He really is pushing. Showing you how badly he wants this position, chat. The gap now 4.8 seconds still. Stephenson now dropping 19.4 behind Lettinen. He's done well, has Stephenson, to get his position back. Gone from P6 to last to P2 and now back in P4. It's well deserved from him, but if a single mistake is made by any of these drivers, that could change the order of this race. Maybe say Stempel makes a mistake. Bokaj still stuck behind this car and he's going to have to let him past. He does now, about time, but he does now get in the way of Stempel, which will hold him back as much as he wants, which now means, however, Lettinen is going to have to push a lot harder to catch up to Bokaj, as he doesn't have the lapped car slowing him down. Point 4.4 now the gap. The Stempel giving us a flash of his headlights there. And once again, for those who do not know, this is a cherry race. For the guys over on the FRL YouTube, the link is in the description of the stream. For the guys over on my Twitch, hello everyone, welcome in. It is much appreciated, you all being here. I will go and grab that donation link very quickly for you, for everyone that's just come in. Maybe. There we go. For everyone on my Twitch, there you go. There is your donation link. If you could give even the slightest bit, we're trying to reach our our £500 goal. So any little bit is highly appreciated from us over in FRL. As Vodka actually pushing very well. I just want to point out Lettinen 3.4 the gap to Bokaj. Incredible. Absolutely incredible for this man. We've currently raised £62 of our 500 goal. And the guy is donating. I know Dell, I know you donated. No worries, Kelly, mate. We just made go back. We've made £62.26 from a couple of anon donations. We've had Dell, we've had Hutch. We've had Jessica Pelletia, who's racing for the Turn 1 number 101 team, this car right here. And we've had James Williams and yourself, Keddy, from donations. From a couple of anon donations, we've had Dell. Absolutely. If we could get that link pinged again in the Discord, I would heavily appreciate that, guys. If we manage to get anywhere near our goal, I'd be happy. Absolutely, Dell. It's any donations are appreciated, even if it's just a £1. We appreciate it so much, everyone. And for everyone over on my Twitch, I have put the link in there for you guys. If you could even give just a little bit, I can't stress enough how much we would all appreciate it. Even if it is just £1 or whatever currency you use, I cannot tell you enough how much we will appreciate it. True, Dell. Dinner time is creeping up, at which point I may have to disappear and make myself some sort of food so I can get someone on comms. I still got another 2 hours before we switch over to Chris Gedman, who is supposed to be from 7 PM UK time until the end. Ow. So Chris and I will be doing a couple of hours together right at the end. Oh, excuse me. Let's have a look at this gap from Lettinen now. Looking at it as he does cross the line, it's 1.7 seconds. And there is a mistake from Bocage, which gives Lettinen a position, which means he can now push on to try and overtake Stempel. This is big. This is really, really big. I know that P2 is a lap behind. His tyres may be a bit hot there, so he's losing the rear end. This is big. If we maybe get a new leader here. Oh, I know, Del. I know. If we maybe get a new leader here, this could be big, despite Lettinen maybe being a lap down. So he'll try and unlap himself, and then he'll have to make big... He'll have to have a huge push lap to maybe try and get a new leader. Let's go back then and have a look at that incident from Bocage. See where he went wrong here. Just took too much curb, is that what it was? I didn't go front off back, did I? No, I didn't. Same thing again. Oh, wow. Wow, Del. Wow. I do need to go and get myself a drink, though. Some sort of caffeine. So the gap now letting into Stempel is 1 second, or 9/10, as we are seeing here. As we come just around to 5 PM in game time. If I had a cover, I would currently go and get my drink, but I don't. So this is very, very helpful. And it is Lettinen closing now, 0.8 the gap. 7 now, 7/10. Del, correct me if I'm wrong, but Lettinen does Stempel have a lap on Lettinen? Or is it fighting for position here? As we do start to approach the 155 lap mark, there it is. Lettinen having to overtake a lapped car near nearly some contact there as well. That lapped car really not wanting to give Lettinen the position there, huh? Lettinen does get that position from the lapped car, but does he push and try to get that time back on Stempel? Now we look at this from the position of, I think I can't say his name now. Yarlim? Yeah, Yarlim. So Yarlim, having done what was essentially a triple stint by himself in the first 3 hours of the race. We look at this from the position of, does Yarlim come back into the car, push and defend from Lettinen, or do they keep Stempel in, let Lettinen push and eventually tire himself out and have to change drivers again at their next pit stop. Personally, I would take that risk. I would push, if I were Lettinen, I would push to overtake Stempel now. Get that lap back. Push as hard as you possibly could. And then work on trying to overtake him. Work on trying to get P1 as opposed to letting them force you into an error. Especially a strategy error, because we know that's what can go wrong here. The Stempel going off the track here, that's going to slow him down, if not a lot, just a little bit, enough maybe for Lettinen to catch up. I'll go and have a look at that gap now. The gap between these two is now 4 tenths. So if Lettinen can now make up these 4 tenths, Lettinen will be able to make this work. And we could, within the next few laps, everybody, we could in the next few laps have a new leader. Unless Stempel pits in the next 8 minutes for that mandatory hourly pit stop and puts Jarlin back in the car. Now, whether he'll do that, it's a whole different question. But Stempel really not wanting Lettinen to unlap himself here, and he does go to the outside using that advantage. It is a beautiful move, whether it's for position or not. He doesn't quite manage to get it, but he is looking for that move once again as we come down into the second chicane, and there's contact. I should have seen it coming, really, but that's a difficult decision, that one, between these two. Let's go and have a look at it again. Number 100 car, let's go on board here. I don't know how to feel about that. Dell, we'll see what Dell does about it. Now it's about Lettinen pushing, whether he gets the penalty or not, to try and make up and get P1 for himself. The gap now, we're going to look at this, we're going to monitor this constantly. 1 minute 47 seconds, 0.8 is the current gap between P1 and P2. Whether he pushes now and gets the penalty, that's a hard call. I do have to say that was a very, very hard call. Personally, if I were Dell, I would have given that. Despite Lettinen pushing on, I would have given that. 1:46.9, the gap now between these two. Lettinen pushing as hard as he can as we come into the second chicane. He's looking to put in maybe some qualifying lap times, despite maybe having that heavier fuel load. 1:48.8 is Lettinen's best lap. The 1:48.3 is Stempel's best lap, I think. The last lap for these two was a 1:58.2 due to that spin, a 1:53.6 from Lettinen. So if Lettinen can match Stempel's lap time, that would be absolutely huge for him. I'm going to try and stay on both until we get a cover for me so I can go get a drink. Or until the next switch. which would be James when he's back to James when he's available. If not, I'm going to stay on until 5:30. So actually, chat, the way that this is going to work, you're going to be stuck with me until till 6 is what I've just told James before he'll come over and relieve me even if I don't need it. So now the gap between Stempel and Letterman. The gap between Stempel and Letterman is 1 minute 46.8. So once again, if Letterman can put in some qualifying laps, come back round, catch up to Stempel, despite Stempel still putting in his best laps, ladies and gentlemen, we could have a new leader of the 12 Hours of Monza. It's still very friendly there. Still 7 of the 12 hours left to go now. And it could take a fair few laps now, with hitting nearly the 160 laps mark for the leader. There it is, 160 laps that we have done now. 160 total laps. So I'm going to go ahead and have a look at Mr. J.O. Williams, Mr. James Williams, P13. He's racing himself very nicely. But make sure that you are keeping an eye on that top left corner of my screen, chat, not your screen, because there is a black bar there. Make sure you're keeping an eye on that top left corner of the gap between Stempel and Letterman. James Williams now, let's stick with him for a little bit. James there actually made a couple of positions from pit stops as we go up to P11. The gap now at the top, 147 dead. But they're gonna have to stop soon for that mandatory hourly pit stop. James putting in a nice lap. Let's have a look at this time. He's currently a 54. He is 2/10 down on his last lap. Last lap was a 1:51.6. Let's have a look at the top now. It's letting the gap, the 1:56.8. And his last lap was a 1:49.6. Stempel's last lap was a 1:50.1. We could have, ladies and gentlemen, a big fight on our hands here. A big strategic fight and a big racing fight. Oh yeah, I knew Dell. I'm using race control as well, just to make life a whole hell of a lot easier for myself. I've done that thing where I've just completely been ignoring my Twitch chat again. I think we've just received actually another donation. I didn't see it. I apologise. Gonna go have another look at that. We've received a donation from Snow. Thank you very much. $10. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're still in my chat, but that is very much appreciated. I'll shoot you a DM later. That is very much appreciated. Thank you. Holding tab? Oh, yeah, I know. I am very, very much aware. I prefer race control, anyway. It's better to me. I can actually understand it. But now, looking at the gap from Stempel to Lettinen, it is 1:45.4. Reminder that Stempel still has that 10-second penalty. So if he pits, when he pits for that mandatory pit stop, the hourly pit stop, he has to serve a 10-second penalty, which will bring him a minute down from Lettinen. At which point, he would only be 45 seconds. As it stands, he would only be 45 seconds from Lettinen. If he goes in here, which he's not yet, as it stands, he'll be 45.5 seconds from Lettinen. So it's down to, in my brain at the moment, it is down to who is going to pit first. Will it be Lettinen or will it be Stempel for those hourly pit stops? Obviously, they can't leave it for too long, or will it be... obviously they can't leave it too long because the game will give them that auto penalty. But Stevenson actually making his way up into P3. I didn't see what happened there. Adamantini has come back into that 306 car and has lost out the position to the 101 car. So now we've got Turn 1 racing team in P3 and P2. It is 13.1 is the time between these two cars. So if Stevenson can get into his car, like get into the groove of how his car is feeling, unlap himself from Stempel, he could possibly also fight the other turn with that. He could also fight the number 100 car, which is what I think Stempel will be wanting, to slow Lettinen down. But whether Stempel loses back time, loses lap time to back up the lapped car that is on him right now into Stevenson. I don't know what the lap car is, which car that is, or whether he just pushes and lets it go. That's okay, cool. Thanks for telling us that, Del. And Snow, thank you. The gap now 1:44.2 between Lehtinen and Stempel. The Stevenson gap to Lehtinen is 13.2. It's going to be big from these guys, just see what they do strategically. As it is starting to get a little bit dark. Everybody, it's starting, that darkness starting to creep in. We imagine, or I imagine it's going to start getting completely dark around 6 o'clock in-game time. So we've still got another, what, 48 minutes until that happens. Now Stevenson having made a mistake there is going to lose a lot of time to Lehtinen. But before that happens, we want to see if Lehtinen will catch up to Stempel first, or will Stempel pit and serve that 10 seconds. They'll have to pit soonish for that mandatory hourly. Stevenson not coming in quite yet. Let's have a look at the pit stops. And Stempel is in. Ladies and gentlemen, Stempel is in, so Lehtinen will be full on push now to see what he can do. He's going to be at least another 30. This is huge for them because Lehtinen has to pit as well. But don't forget, it's a long race. There's still a long, long way to go. So having a look at race control, the gap between Lehtinen and Stempel now, 50 seconds. 45. This is going to be very, very tight. Let's have a look. Stempel still in that pit stall. And he has damage as well. And he is out. The damage seemingly not fixed. It's 30 seconds. 30 seconds the gap to Stempel. And it is Jarolem who is in. This is going to be big between these two. Stempel wanting to push as much as he can. Jarolem now getting up to speed. So will Lehtinen try to fight Jarolem, or will he pit? That is the question here.
Oh.
Ow. I didn't mean to unmute that. Yeah, so in about an hour, Della, it'll be getting dark. And Lehtinen now 15.1 the second, the gap. And he is. There's Stempel. Stempel chasing the lapped car of James Williams, who's 1.5 actually to the car in front. So we're going to keep an eye on these two fights. 15.2. Lehtinen and Jarolem similarly matching each other on pace. Last laps for both of these two was a 1:48.8 from Lehtinen, and Jarolem 1:57.4, which doesn't seem right because of the pit stop. The last lap from never mind. God damn it! Just set an actual lap for that. Going back down the field, the gap now 1.82 seconds now. Unfortunately, James dropping back, but the gap between Lehtinen and Jarolem is closing. Jarolem looking barely up on his last lap. Sorry, Jarolem is actually 2/10 down on his last lap. despite his last lap being an out lap and is 3 minutes long. So will Lehtinen try and push and drop a lot of fuel but risk the penalty from not pitting? Or will he pit and let Yoralim have the position? This is big decisions from these guys here. Stephenson now actually in the pits as Adamantini goes past into P3, or not, as it may seem mildly broken. Lehtinen get now 14 seconds. Who looks to have the faster pace. I am so confused by race control right now. I need to give it a restart in a minute. So Lehtinen looks to have the faster pace as the gap is now 14 seconds flat. Or well, 13.9. But yeah, we don't talk about that. Yoralim last lap 1:49.9. Lehtinen's last lap was a 1:49.0. This is going to be close between these two. If we get to see another P1 and P2 fight, that would be great, as Yoralim already 1/10 up on his last lap. Lehtinen not quite improving, although he does now through turn 1 and turn 2. It's such a difficult turn that is to find time, but he has managed to do it, as Adamantini trying to maybe join the fight. 49 seconds the gap. I need a drink because my throat is very dry. Sorry, I've been doing that thing where I ignore the chats again, trying to read it as much as possible, but I'm very invested in this, especially from the technical side from it. Yoralim, 1.1 seconds up on his last lap, but that would break into the 1:48. Yoralim is an absolute alien. Is the gap now 13.9, 13.7. 1:48.7 set by Yoralim. 13.7. Lehtinen still closing to Yoralim. Absolutely mental from these guys. Having a look further down the field, there is a little fight going on here with the number 97 Aston and the number 95 Ferrari. The Swede of Lengyel trying to catch up, and he is to Bun. And Bun looking to defend his position very well, placing the car just nicely over the start-finish straight, taking the normal than it would with a qualifying lap. But Lengyel does pull to the outside, doesn't manage to quite get alongside him. Is he going to look to have a switch into the inside? No, not quite, as we go around maybe down the rest of this straight as we have a look up the Curva Grande. This is a good fight between these two. As the gap up top is increasing. Yeah, I'm going to stick with this fight. 0.6 seconds now, the gap. It is maybe looking yet as Lengyel is dropping just slightly back. And it is Langell alongside Barn again. Unfortunately, cannot get the move done. And the gap between Yoralim and Lettinen now. Langell once again, sorry, I'm going to interrupt myself. Pulling alongside the gap. Now 0.0 between these two. It is a dead way tie, and he doesn't manage to get the position, but will he get a switchback out of the exit? He's trying to, but he doesn't quite have enough speed. Maybe he's too far back, but along the main straight we go now. He's going to sit in that slipstream just for a minute, try and get some extra speed, and he does pull alongside round to what will be the inside for turn 1, the first chicane. And that is the position well retained there. And I just realised that yet Langell wasn't even fighting for position. Oh dear. Oh, I made that such a hype battle for absolutely nothing. As Lettinen as well, starting to drop back from the car in front of him. Right, so the way that this is going, we are going to have a swap. We're going to swap back over to James. He's going to do until 10 past 6, and then I'll be on from then until around 7 or 8 o'clock for Chris to take over and do, maybe he'll do a double stint on or if he stays on till the end from 7 till the end. We don't know. But for now, I have to wait for Mr. James Williams.
Hello.
Hello, right. If you want to get yourself up and running.
Yep. I've logged in as comms this time. I just need to go back into OBS, start stream, done.
Cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go flick over to James. Everyone on my Twitch, I'm going to stick around for a little bit and make some food and go get a drink. So thank you very much, James. Not much has really happened. Lettinen is just catching Yoralim, which is who I do have to say is an alien.
Yes, I definitely think he's from another planet. Right.
Let's run the
Let me
chat.
know when we switch over. Right. Let me know when we switched over. Cool. I'll see you again in 40 minutes. Cool beans. Thank you very much, Hydra. Cheers, mate. Bye. Right. Okay. So you are back with me, the incompetent comms. So hello. Hope you are all enjoying the race. We are now. We're not even halfway through, and that's pain. That is physical pain. For everyone, it's full respect to the drivers who have managed to do 6 hours, 3 hours on their own, because I've just got out of the car after an interesting spell, and I'm in pain from doing it. So yes, well done to all the guys who have managed to do 3-hour stints. It's truly impressive. We do, obviously we've had a bit of change where Brandt is back in the car in the Honda, but has dropped down to 6th place. Amantini, who's just coming into the pits now, is in P3. Desario is in P4 in the Beamer. So, we have lost a few drivers due to, obviously, technical difficulties, but just logging into my laptop so I can have the stream open to see if any of you guys are making comments, but just hope you guys can hear me. I managed to successfully ruin quite a few things for my team, where we were P11 when I went in, and then come out and Paul Marco's in P15, so he has a lot of work to do. But we watched all 3 drivers manage to go into Ascari, Eckhart in P13. You've got Will Gallas, who is in P18, followed by, I believe, Brandt in the Honda. So selections of drivers on different laps. And obviously with drivers which are coming through as lapping of the cars, it does bring a couple of different difficulties in line, which is interesting, shall we say. As Leighton comes into the pits, he was starting to bring a bit of gap down on Yarralim in the Capri Sun racing team. But now obviously he's in the pits. Yarralim, I think, is a certified and official alien. Just the consistency and lap times himself and his teammate have managed to pull off during this race have been absolutely insane. But I suppose Desario will be kept a bit interested with Lightning in the pits at the moment, and Desario unlapping himself, but sits currently on the podium. DeFranco, I think, has been the biggest mover since my last stint on comms. I think he was P7 or P8 and is now up to P4. Miller in the Beamer, there he is, in turn 101, is currently in P5, hoping to kind of get back onto the podium at some point during the race. So in Canton's trying to go around the outside of Langiel. as they come up to the start-finish straight. Lengale is in P16, but obviously both in the same machinery of the Aston Martin. So probably the easiest thing to do is brake possibly a little bit earlier into turn 1 just to make sure no collision, and they've managed to successfully avoid that. As Canton is currently 15 seconds behind Brandt. DeFranco is 15 seconds behind Leitner. What I didn't realise is I do have a second screen, which I gave to my mother-in-law yesterday evening, which would have been massively beneficial today. Yeah, there we are. Just making sure we were back on live, so I can now see the comments, if you have any. Hopefully. Where is... I can't see your comments yet. It's hopefully loading. So, obviously we have, just to remind everyone, we're here for the Mind charity, and that is the primary cause of the reason why these guys are racing 12 hours today. So please put your hands in your pockets and make a donation. I'm sure Dell is going to be one of the guys who will be more than happy to share the link into the chat. And Dell, I wish I had 2 pots of coffee right now. I've only managed 1 today, and my minimum is at least 3 to 4 coffees a day. But just have not had chance from jumping back and forth between racing, comms, and admin duties. So if anyone wants to come back round and make a coffee for me, that would be quite nice. But meanwhile, Miller is starting to close down on DeFranco for P4. Lightning is coming through Ascari. Desario is coming across the start-finish line, so there's a decent gap between those 2 drivers for the moment. I wonder at some point in the Nissan if we'll see Tug, as Willie Gallas currently resides in the final final position with Berry in P17, Lengale in P16, Keddy in P15, which I'm sure has hurting him a great deal. But he's closing in on Barn in the Ferrari. Eckhart in P13. Hopefully you've managed to fix your pedals as Martinelli goes for a spin. Looks as though he's got some front damage as well. So does that give an opportunity? Yes, it does to Eckhart coming down towards Parabolica, and he's managed to successfully get the position. Martinelli surely has some damage in that beautiful Aston Martins. He also runs right through Parabolica and may require a pit stop to repair that car. As the front starts to flap away, Eckhart comfortably makes it through. Barn is now going to obviously take the position of P14, and Marco Keddy probably should have enough time to get through as well to bump him up to P14. Well, that has to hurt from, by the looks of things, a driver error. Battle between Miller and DeFranco is now starting to come down to 2.66 seconds. Thank you for the 17 who are watching, as Marco Keddy is now past Martinelli, I think. Must be, surely. Yes. Yes. As 219 is currently in the pits. I think Martinelli should be safe from P16, which is Lengale. Miller and that perfect paintwork turn 101 Beamer continues to pile the pressure on DeFranco and P4. Let's have a look at see how many of these drivers. So Yarelem and Stempel are currently have done 177 laps. There's Ario 176, down to P7 who's done 175 laps so far. 174 lap for P10, down to 173 for Nick Barn and the Ferrari team. And then we've got Lengal on 172 laps, 169 laps for Barry, and 167 for Wingalis. Bring up the back. Locate where people are on the track currently. We'll keep an eye on this P5 battle, P4 battle, and see how it ebbs and flows. Friano in the Ferrari has car. A big gap there. So obviously, people coming in from their Saturdays are joining us in the chat. It looks as though there was a car that went quite wide. During in the second chicane. Mengele and Martinelli are currently separated by 2/10 after Martinelli's pit stop repairs. Two Astons, similar machinery, car 219 and car 97. Lengyel, I probably pronouncing everything wrong. Going into turn 1 as Martinelli's tyres start to heat up, potentially given where Martinelli was in the track against where Lengyel currently is. I'm assuming Martinelli will start to pull away at some point. As we look, drivers just coming out of the Lesmos, car 306 and car 101. Car number 97, despite my words in the Tasmobile, is definitely hanging on to the back of car 219 as they come towards Parabolica. I think he might be a bit too far for a move. Driver starts to approach, going down into the first corner. Looks as though he has the move done. Martinelli managed to hold on to the position as they exit the second corner, going into the chicane. A beautiful shot of Taz there. Martinelli holds the inside line, good respect there given, and hopefully on the exit, no, Martinelli managed to hold on to the position. As the lights start to become apparent now at 5:41 p.m. When Carlos managed to hold on to that one quite well. So just looking through some of the best times of the cars so far. So Yaralem has managed a 48.3, and is one of a couple of drivers who've managed to get into the 48s, including Desario in the esports team, which are currently separated by 39 seconds on track. But I assume Desario needs to do another stop, but I do not have that information available to me, unfortunately. So its closest battle on track is still this battle for P5, although we got Yangel, which is currently 1 second behind. And still has sight of Martinelli. And then we got Miller versus DiFranco. So, at risk of potentially hurting anyone's ears, I have to make a drink. I can still see the screen, which is a good thing, I assume, and you can still hear me, which I hope that's a good thing. So we've made another squash, and now we're returning back to the desk. I'm sure the commentary that you really wanted from today was me. Right, Lengel is currently still 9.6. Let's have a quick check on how our good friends in the Lamborghini are doing. So, current money raised, thank you very much, Hydra, £69.82. That's absolutely fantastic. If we can keep pushing, we're almost halfway through the race. Yes, halfway through the race. How many? Yeah. Yes, I've just mentioned that. I just saw it in the chat. I think that's excellent progress, which we've managed to make today. Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, still got 6 hours and 21 minutes left. Okay, so where are we? Marco Caddy's currently still 12 seconds behind Barn for P13. We've still got 2 seconds separating Miller and DiFranco. DiFranco is 18 seconds behind Leitonen. We've got a 2.6 second gap between Schwander and Troyes in the Lamborghini, which will hopefully start snapping up. But we've got just under 3/10 battling, going through the Lesmos, going through Parabolica, sorry. Onto the start, finish straight. Lengyel against Martinelli, who had that contact with the wall not too long ago. Battling into turn 1. He's had to back out, trying to make sure he gets that angle, showing the nose to the car in front, making the car feel big. Miller's got that back down to 1.3 seconds, so we'll try and keep tabs on these battles of for P9, P4, and for P15. He's got it down to 7/10. Miller against DeFranco. Going down into Parabolica. This is what we want. We want the battles. Cameras, catch up with the battles. Still 7/10 going through Parabolica onto the exit, onto the start-finish straight. You'll be too far back to make any sort of move unless any braking issues occur. Two Beamers battling out, Turn 101 and EOS, Esport Racing. A little bit closer than the battle for P4 at the moment. Going again into turn 1, Leniel versus Martinelli. Aston versus Aston. Not close enough, unfortunately. Miller and DeFranco going through the Lesmos. Ashfanda has managed to get a massive gap back through going into turn 1 and 2. It's she, not he. So sorry, Violet Miller in P5. Apologies. Battling away against DeFranco. We've got Schwander battling for P9 coming through Ascari. Has a good sight of that yellow Lamborghini rear wing. Going down into Parabolica, there's a lot of cars around them. He goes left. Trias takes the right line. We got the race leader as well caught up in this battle. As Schwander takes the outside line. It looks like Schwander's got the run on the Lamborghini down the straight, but you've got the arrow lips flying down attempting to fly down the middle. As Schwander goes onto the grass, keeps the traction, yes, but does not gain the position. As the Lamborghini doesn't allow the leader through, but has to take a shortcut through turn 1 and 2 on the exit. Position is going to be conceded. I believe it has been conceded. Going up to the second chicane. And it looks like Schwander's managed to take the position. And also the race leader managed to get through unscathed. But also, there's going to be a battle for P14, so there are quite a few battles developing across the track now. As Marco Keddy looks to battle with the red Ferrari of Barn. And he's managed to get the move done, going into the braking zone of Ascari, and he is away. That was a nice quick battle, not lasting many laps. If only they didn't have a slow teammate, which has put them massively out of place. So we've got Violet Miller against DeFranco. Still being held at just under a second. Langeli has just gone to just under 3/10. Marco Cadino has seems to be a bit quicker than a Lamborghini at the moment in the McLaren, but obviously being a lapped car, has to make sure that position can be clean. But that means Barn will still remain in view and in sight and poised to make a move in the Jolie Cola team. Also looks like my dog has given up on me as well, and I think he's disappeared. That's Miller versus DeFranco into the first Lesmo. Gap looks a lot closer now. Into the second Lesmo. We're down to 4/10 as the drivers travel towards Ascari. Yellow flag ahead of them, so hopefully that doesn't impede on the battle. The car was definitely poking out, which is Vingalas, but fortunately managed to make no contact. But Miller does have a bit of a run going into Parabolica. Is she going to hold firm or make a wider line to get the good run onto the start-finish straight? Beamer versus Beamer. We do have such a close battle as well for P15 and 16, but we will stay here for turn 1. Miller takes the outside, DeFranco on the inside. Clean, nice battling, onto the exit, and they still remain. Battle for 15 and 16 keeps on going. Jump back out to 5/10. Looks like Kenny's managed to get past Troyers. Let's go into the second chicane now. Start to get towards the dusk where the lights are really starting to make an impact. And Miller can really start to smell DeFranco's fumes coming out of that car. She is so close. Going down towards Ascari. So tight, the consistency these drivers are managing to maintain while battling so close is just so impressive. Going down into Parabolica again. Looks at the inside this time, Miller. Going to take the tighter line, but has to brake, make sure no contact is made. Which side will they go this time? They've also got, I think it must be Barn in front of them. As Miller again opts to go round trying to go round the outside into the braking zone. This time she's got in front, and DeFranco brakes as late as possible, and they still remain P4 DeFranco, P5 Miller. These two drivers are going absolute hammer and tongue at each other. Thank you very much, Del. I am useless. So I do apologise. It's Jessica Pelletier and Christopher Stevenson, Miller's teammates. It looks as though that gap has dropped back a little bit, so we'll rejoin it in a moment. But they have Friano in P11 in front of them. Is that going to add an extra twist to the situation? Battling for P4 and P5. Fiorano still remains in front of them. As the lights in the house have just come on, which scared the absolute living bejesus out of me. And now Fiorano has got out of the way and has allowed both cars through nicely. How these two drivers have managed to battle for so long in such close proximity to each other. Their safety rating must be going through the roof. Meanwhile, what this has allowed is Lieutenant to take a 21.5 second advantage in front of them, which is obviously potentially causing problems for the podium chasers. Has Miller managed to get the exit this time? Looking around the outside, I don't think you're going to get much change out of it, out of DeFranco going around the outside there. Looking to try and position herself on the inside going into the second chicane. Again, good braking, good defending by DeFranco, but good awareness as well by Miller, as Fiorano has gone into the pits in car number 71. And there's a drive-through for car 549 for track limits. Again, Miller looking for Ascari, positioning the car well. It's DeFranco. As we got Desario into the pits, which will mean that Leighton will reclaim P2. Obviously, we've got the ebbs and flows of the pit stops as well to consider. Miller's tried a couple of times to go around the outside of turn 1. Is there an opportunity to try and get one on the inside? As 549 has cleared the drive through. Troyes in the Lamborghini is now in the pit as we start to approach the midway point of the race, and more pit stops will be happening. Atenza has just rejoined and fortunately enough managed to stay away from the battle. So we still have Langiel and Martinelli battling away for P15. I don't think there's anywhere else to go bar this battle. Keeping us all entertained. Miller goes a bit wide there, coming out of the first Lesmo, but still keeps that gap to 4/10. So we got Leniel, and is that Martinelli that has gone off? Show me. Yes, Martinelli has gone off. He's overshot the first corner, which has allowed Leniel to get P15 as another long-running battle manages to conclude. Car 299 Eckert has gone into the pits. Yeah, I am. I'm not. I'm not. I haven't. P3. Oh yeah, no P3. Because Bokach is now in P5. So yes, we have been staying on the battle for Violet Miller against DeFranco for quite some time. Miller's tried a couple of times on the outside of turn 1, but looks to have dropped back a little bit on this lap. Yeah, yeah. How they've managed to stay so close to each other for so long without any form of contact has absolutely amazed me. Yeah, it looks as though Miller's just dropped back to 1.5, 1.6 seconds, maybe just recharging the batteries for another assault as soon as you come back in. There has been some movements. Swander's managed to overtake car 204 on track as well. And you've had a great battle for P15 between Lengel and Martinelli, but the main battle, the showstopper so far, has been Miller versus DeFranco. DeFranco, when I was on my last stint, was in P8, P9, but has managed to successfully make his way up to P3. Yeah, I'm good to go whenever you are, sir. And hopefully you'll be joined by Chris in about an hour. Cool. Right, give me 2 moments. I just gotta. I realised I have.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I just didn't think about today. But I have stopped streaming, so it's now just flicked over. So the session is all yours.
Thank you very much.
I will speak to you in a bit.
In a bit. Enjoy your stint.
In a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We, unfortunately, being me, I missed all the action because I was not on comms at the time. But as far as what I can tell, Martinelli and Langiel both had a very good battle. Same with this battle between P4 and P3. Violet Miller and DeFranco, Alessio DeFranco, both had a good battle between each other. 1.8 seconds, however, now the gap between these two. Whether she's recharging just to make that gap back up, or whether she is whether she's made a mistake and had to drop back from DeFranco, it is always a mystery. But we have a look now. She does look to be making time up, and maybe, I think, yeah, there you go, that front end damage may be, as far as we know, that front end damage definitely slowing her down from what we can tell. DeFranco, on the other hand, as far as we can see, doesn't have that much damage. So whether they're fighting for laps or fighting for position, it is a great fight that we have seen so far. So we're expecting darkness in maybe about 10 minutes from now. Or we're expecting to start getting dark in about 10 minutes. Which is probably accurate to UK time as well. So as we approach what will be the now 6th round of pit stops, I think. Let me have a check. Is what should be the 6th round of pit stops with the hours. Well, it will be another gamble on strategy, especially for Miller. Ow, that's so bright. Especially for Miller here, being so close to DeFranco. 0.9 now, the gap. feel like we're gonna witness a great fight between these two here again. 0.6 the gap, dropping back to 0.7 as we come through a scurry. The battle between these two looks to continue as she is nearly right up his gearbox, or as it would be in an F1 car. Miller now looking up the rear end of DeFranco, right on his rear wing. Trying just to use that slipstream. She does pull alongside, not quite having the right straight line speed. Maybe she'll try and pull back into the slipstream. She's not. She's sticking with him. She is still there. And it is the inside line which seems to be the best. And there's contact again from these two. I hate to say it, but that may be DeFranco's fault, and Miller does take the position from him. That's apparently fixed the game damage. Interesting. The DeFranco now 6/10 back from Miller. And this battle not really continuing as Miller now getting past some lap cars. So that is the turn 1 team having a 2-3 finish as it stands. However, we still have a long 5 hours left to go, ladies and gentlemen. So from now till around 7 o'clock, I will be on by myself. From 7 till around 10, I think. You'll be just Chris, and then from 10 till around I think 10 to the end, it's going to be Chris and myself. Violent Miller now putting 1.5 seconds on DeFranco, who seems to be dropping back due to that contact. Maybe go ahead and have a look at that again, or not. But there was definitely contact. I'm definitely not happy about that, but it's just not showing on race control. However, we do move, and around the pack there doesn't seem to be that much happening. Martinelli once again chasing after the 97 car of Langell, who they do have a lap car between them as the darkness starting to come in now. It's starting to get a little bit dim on track, so we expect to see the headlights coming on very, very soon. So the number 101 car, we currently have Violet Miller driving, the American driver. Then in the number 100 car, we have Timmy Lassinen, who is the Finnish. I didn't think he was Finnish. I thought he was German. Then we got Yaralin in the Capri Sun 879 car, who is the Czech, the Franco, the Italian in the 306. Bocage, also Italian, in the 305. These two racing for the same team here. Then Canton in FRS, the 218. And then got Michael N. I'm going to sneeze again, chat. Ow. Michael N, the 991 car, the German man in the only Honda in the race. Then Intenza in that beautiful Red Bull Aston Martin livery, the Spaniard in the 549 car. And then Schwantner in the 988 car. And then Marco Keddy, the Swiss, in the 737 720S that does look very, very beautiful. And it does also sound very, very nice. Internet, thanks. And back up the top though, Violet Miller pulling out now 3 seconds on DeFranco, and the gap between Miller and Lettinen now 32.5 seconds. Franco, yeah, trying to catch up there. Not managing to make much of an impact. It looks as if we have unfortunately lost another car. Del, if you're in the chat, it'd be great if you could tell us why. Unless you're busy, that's completely fine. We should have the first few people, sorry, I just started to, I got sidetracked there completely, start to make their 6th round of pit stops now. Does Miller pit in and lose time to DeFranco and lose the position from DeFranco? Or does she let Lettinen pit ahead of her and potentially win that position? Now, the gap from Miller to Lettinen is 22.7 seconds currently. is the current gap. So if Lehtinen decides to pit this lap, he will lose the position to Miller, but Miller still has to pit. Once again, Stempel pulling out all the stops and setting a great lap there. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Looking now, Lehtinen just trying to push, I think, is what he's trying to do now, more than anything else right now. Is that Berry in the? It is. Nathberry, oh, internet. That is Nathberry once again. Right now, again, nothing really happening. It all happens when someone else is on comms, doesn't it? Always, 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 always when someone else is on. So just sit on board with Stempel for a minute here to see his lap. I didn't even realise that Stempel was in. Maybe why Lehtinen's managing to catch up to him. Having a pit stop to make Stempel, I assume then Yarelin having made a double stop. Lehtinen maybe will get that move done in the dark, which is when it's going to be hard to see. But if he does get that move done in the dark, that would be great screenshots for us. Breaking nicely into Lesmo 1. Now as the brake boards aren't even at Lesmo 2, it's kind of hard to tell where to brake as we come up to Ascari now. Let's see where he brakes here. Watch that left leg. Right under the bridge, as it should be. He does manage to get on that curve. He's obviously set the car up very nicely just so it's like that. And it is seeming to set his last lap a 150.8 for Stempel. Lehtinen a 149.1. The gap between Lehtinen and Stempel 104.5. Lehtinen managing to pull out nearly actually in over an entire second on the car in front of him as we just start. That was it. It's lap 201. We start now. To everyone that has kept around for the entire race, that's well played to you, my friends. You do deserve an award. That's impressive stuff in all seriousness. And I do want to reiterate the point, this is for a great cause. If you're on YouTube, the link is in the description. and I'm trying to get it out there as much as possible, because honestly, who doesn't want to see Christopher Gedman dressed as a goddamn woman for a stream? And that is a promise that he made to James and myself last night. Unfortunately, we were going to be joined by Cooper today, FRL Cooper, but unfortunately he can't. That's a long. Sorry, excuse my language. That's a long link I just posted on my Twitch chat. Let's get rid of that. Go ahead and ride on board with the FRL team here. It's actually Keddy was still in the car waiting for James to come in, so we actually could have stayed for longer. I don't know how to do that, did I? Message. Well, I'm just going to clear the chat, just to make it easier. I can't clear the chat. There we go. That makes my life a whole lot easier. As yes, we are on board here with the FRL 720S that does sound absolutely incredible, and it is unfortunately Violet Miller has lost out to Bocage, who now has a 3-second gap over her. The gap now up the front is 1 minute 4 seconds 0.5 from Stempel to Lettinen, both on up 202. Let's see if Lettinen can pull out all the stops and catch Stempel to make P1 his. He's been looking for it all race. He's wanted it all race. He did start in P2, I think. Yes, he did start in P2. Although he hasn't made his pit stop yet for the 6th round of pit stops. Once again, chat, I do want to say, both chats, thank you all very much for everyone that's stuck around during the stream. It is greatly appreciated by everyone, from myself to the guys over at FRL, who I do want to give a massive shout out to for helping me organise this. We got it done in 2 weeks, and I've been looking forward to having this event for a good while. It's a very good cause, and if you could give even the smallest bit of money, we would greatly appreciate that. If you could give us even £1 would be great, chat. And as it stands, we've raised 69.82 plus 725 from gift aid. So thank you for everyone that's donated. You all put money towards a great cause, and I do thank you very much for giving money to us. That's not everyone wants to do it, but it is a big thing. That it's this a small thing that you can do, but it's a big cause. So thank you very much. Oh, maybe the darkness is holding off for a little bit, which would be nice. Is Keddy still driving? He's not. Yeah, is the sun setting at all? I'm intrigued. And Letterman, by the way, the gap now 1 minute 2 seconds. 0.5. He's pulling out maybe 2 seconds every 2 laps. That's a second a lap. That he is faster than Stempel. There's Violet Miller in P5, not really doing much. Mr. James Williams, who is 4 laps down from the rest of the pack. Nathberry in P70, the 114 Lexus. Will Gallus, or not as it is, it's actually Kriegel. It's just yet to update. In the 15 McLaren, beautiful purple livery. But once again I do have to reiterate, this from Intenza, my favourite livery of the day. It's so beautiful, and I do have a couple of screenshots of it. I will have to be honest. You know, commentators shouldn't have favourites, but I do. Everyone over on my Twitch, yes, that is my website. I have a website. It's nowhere near finished. I need to actually get on to making stuff for it. Yeah. For example, the Twitch section that I half-assed and didn't finish. But actually we do have a minute between Stempel and Bocage now. Sorry, not Stempel and Bocage. Stempel and Lettinen. The gap is a minute. Lettinen does still have to make this pit stop for the 6-hour mark. And Stempel apparently having made a small mistake there whilst I was taking a drink of water. So I apologise for the momentary silence. But Stempel has made a mistake, which has made the gap now 59.2 seconds. This is the closest it has been all day between these two teams. Lettinen, I'm sure, has been driving for a good long time. I think all of his team have driven here, and it is a great effort from the Turn 1 AMG team, and a great effort from the Turn 1 BMW team as well. It is beautiful racing going down to Turn 1. There's Fantozzi having to get out the way. Thanks for that, internet. The gap now 59.5 seconds as Stempel looking to speed back up and make that gap bigger. So Bocage now, actually, the guy in P4, 3 seconds to DeFranco, who has 29 to Lettinen, who is now 59.4 seconds from Stempel, who's just coming across turn 1 now as Lettinen coming up to Ascari. This is going to be big fighting for these guys if they do manage to catch up to each other again. If Lettinen doesn't pit here, he will have to get a penalty and he will have to deal with it. If Stempel pits and loses time to Lettinen again for whatever reason, whether it's damage, whether it's for fuel, for tyres, whatever, that'll make this fight so much closer. Because once again, you're losing that time for a pit stop, you're losing that time driving down the pit lane as it is. Which is at least, what, 50 seconds as it stands if you don't have a penalty. But then, as we saw, Stempel did have Bocage getting P3 from DeFranco there, due to pit stops. Stempel did have a 10-second penalty, which did throw a spanner in the works for that team. However, despite serving that 10-second penalty, he still managed to get his teammate in the car and retain that lead from Lettinen, which is big. Which is a big thing. People in both chats, hello. How have your days been today? I hope they're going well. Currently, we've just raised just under £70. It's 69.82 is what we've currently raised. As Lettinen does come in there into the pits, meaning that he will lose a lot of time. But there is no... Ooh, there. He might lose out to Bocage as well. But unfortunately, he will not. Unfortunately for Miller, he will not lose out to her, as she is 1 minute 6 behind him. Sorry, behind Bocage. Which is good. Very hot though. Del, actually, if you are in the chat, I would be very curious as to how the stewarding side of things has gone today for you. Sorry, chat, I am being silent because I am eating. And I don't want to deafen you with eating noises. Unless you want ASMR with Hydra, I don't think anyone wants that. Okay. Yeah, no, Dal, I am eating. And there's not really much to commentate on as of current, which is unfortunate because I was enjoying a nice little battle of the wits is the wrong word between Mr. Stempel and AJ Jones, as they now have in the Turn 1 AMG team. It is actually 40.3 seconds between Bocage and the Turn 1 AMG team. I'm just going to go chill here with the FRL team for a minute. But yeah, no, chat. I hope your day's been alright. Once again, for the guys over on YouTube, the donation link is in the description. Please, maybe give it a chance. It's not. You don't even have to contribute that much. Even a pound, £2 is completely fine. I know, Del, you've had a few. Well, I've had a fair few animals come in. Did it? My phone was just being weird. But yeah, no, please, if you can give even the slightest amount of money. First barring issue? What do you mean, Mel? I have a feeling that... Oh yeah, 4th to 2nd is still definitely a fight. There's AJ Jones. Just had a little bit of a spin there himself, I think. Let's have a look at that again. Here's my game. Nearly crashes. I would have been so mad. He just went off into the grass and back onto the gravel. But he has rejoined safely, which is good. He managed to keep himself going. As we are starting to hit lap 214 nearly now. Stempel just coming through the second chicane now. Coming up down through the Lesmos. Yeah, 100% Del, I agree with that. So, excuse me, drinking as well. Christ. So, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as Chris gets home, he will be taking over for me. Right up until the end, from about 8 till 10, he'll be joined by Mr. James Williams. Excuse me. And then from 10 till 12, I will be joining Chris Gedman for the final 2 hours and the end of the race. And for everyone that's still sitting over on my Twitch, hello, welcome. That's I'll play for you because I think I've been on for solid like 2 hours now. Well, hour and a half, but yeah, same. But it is much appreciated, everyone that's just low-key in my Twitch, even if you're not even watching it properly. It's still a viewer, isn't it? So. And speaking of Mr. James Williams, let's go sit with him for a little bit. See how he is doing. 22.6 is his nearest car, which is P13. Just gone through the second chicane. I don't actually know if that chicane has a name, but we do come up the Curva Grande with James now. A very, very flat out corner. I don't know how that works, but it is flat in anything that you race in. Come down, brake nicely into the second chicane. As we come up now towards Lesmos, brake just to that orange bit there. And then you would ordinarily brake at the 50 board here, but the 50 board, sorry, has been broken. We don't know who by. As we do come up towards Ascara, you want to be braking just as you hit the bridge. Right there. And trying to take Ascara, well, most of that corner flat out as you can, without understeering, as we do come up now towards the Parabolica turn. You want to be braking, personally, I brake around the 100 board and then start to turn in where, well, I guess will be a 25 meter board. And that is your lap, of which James sets a 1:52 dead. It is a nice little lap, is Monza. It is a nice little. So you are still stuck with me, sorry, for another, again, 10 minutes until Chris gets home, and then I shall be fully waiting for him to come and relieve me. It's 10 laps down. It is now the last car. It's 12. Actually, it's Grigor. He is 12 laps down. Shows you how long we've actually been racing for. The fact that, in fact, AJ Jones in P3 is a lap down. I think it's just the fact that Bocage is trying to chase after Stempel, but Stempel is still trying to chase after Bocage just to lap him as well. It's it is a cycle. As the gap from Bocage to Stempel is now a minute 37.2, and that team, I have to say, the Capri Sun registering absolute absolute aliens, man. Gonna sit on board with Violet Miller again here. Just for my final 9 minutes, this stint of comms for me, whilst I try and get things sorted with Chris. Go FRS team. FRS, which number are they? Hang on. I'll have to look now. The FRS team are... not that one, not that one. Not that one. Another 218 car, yeah? A nice little, MP7. It is also a very nice livery, I may add. That red on the Aston does look incredible. I have to say, there was Krugel having a drive-through penalty there. In the early stages of organising this, I know there was someone that actually planned to do this entire race solo. And I would have had to say that, in fact, doing an entire 12 hours by yourself, I mean, it's brave, but... I don't know how you'd make it, to be completely honest. As it looks as if, by the message I've just got from Chris, that I'll be on until around 7:45ish, unless James comes and relieves me. Oh, internet, thanks. Oh, sorry, that is a James Williams stopped in the middle of the track. What has happened here? What has happened here? I think... and they've retired. Either a game crash or he stopped playing, but Keddy was still in the server, so Keddy could have very much... Oh no, not really, now I think about it. And so there were 17. Looking at Discord, yeah, that seems to be a game crash. Team disconnection, true. We've got Tugbuck in the Lexus now, looking at it. That was unfortunate there. I do just want to have a listen just to see what happened there. But I know I shouldn't, because comms. But that's unfortunate for the FRL team. His Intensa still going. Wow, he must have been driving for a good while. So Dell, are they out completely, or are they gonna try and join back? I'm intrigued. keep forgetting that does that. I'm very intrigued as to what's happened there. So, Del, are you able to tell me if they're still in, or are they done? Del, are you there? Oh damn, that really sucks. That's unfortunate for the FRL team though. Oh. I think that dart is starting to kick in a little bit. I might see then if James could possibly do maybe from 10 minutes until Chris gets on, because I need a break for a little bit. Ironically, I do have a headache. I think. Waiting for James to just to join so I can update him on everything. So we have 40 minutes slash 45 minutes till Chris Gedman will be on. Oh, hello James. Sorry, I didn't even realise.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. I'm starting to feel it a little bit. And I'm not even driving.
Yes. So I'm just logging back into the server.
Cool.
And I'll be on in a minute.
I am sad to hear that your wheel disconnected.
It was a pure user error.
Oh, really?
So my desk started to cut, the board around my desk started to come away, and I tried to push it back on, because my wheel was starting to come forward, and I pressed the power button.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So I am back in. I am not a driver, so that's good. Cool. So I've pressed start stream already.
Cool.
So when you are ready, you can take a break, sir. No worries, man. Come back when you're ready. I know Chris will have the mantle in 8 o'clock. Cool, man. Cool. Thank you very much. Cheers, man. Right, so you back with me. Lucky people, you. So we have Violet Miller is just coming out into turn 1 as... Christ. Car 305 is coming out of the pits. So I'm not sure if that was for position or if that was a lapped position. We've got Jones coming into the pits in the turn 101 100 car from P4 and Ginio in the EOS team in P5. So, how are we doing, everyone? I'm just going to load it back up into the laptop so I can see any comments. We've had Tugbert Battisemi join us in the Lexus and is lapping at an absolute rapid pace. Sorry, just trying to remember my passwords. Right, okay, so we're going. So we got Levizzetto coming into the pits in the Aston Martin. Jones is still in the pits at the moment. I wonder if that's repair and damage. Car number 97 ACS has got a 10-second penalty. And no, Derek, it was not a rage quit, I can assure you. I was thoroughly enjoying myself. I've had to apologise profusely to Marco Geddy, because he's probably put in about 4 hours worth of work, and for me to ruin it in a press of a single button. Jones is now coming back out onto the track. Tugbert Battisemi goes past, but obviously will be a lap car. We have Violet Miller in P2, so that was for position indeed, and DeLuca in P3, separated by just under 18 seconds. We have Wingrid Jensen versus Klein in the McLaren, as Wingrid Jensen looks to try and go down the outside of Parabolica, hopefully get a bit of a run coming out onto the main straight, but Klein manages to take up the inside line. And the Jolly Cola, oh, there's a lot of movement from left to right by Klein. Please keep in one spot, because that is naughty. And into turn 1, is there going to be contact? No, Jolly Cola team managed to avoid any contact, but you cannot move more than once down the start from the racing line. But Wingrid Jensen does have a bit of momentum going into the two right-handers. In towards the second chicane, the inside line has been gained, and also the nose is in front. So, into the braking for the second chicane. Who's going to come out on top? It looks like Klein's managed to retain the position, but coming out of the second part of the chicane, Wingrid Jensen manages to pull in front. That was very, very good racing in the end. But you cannot move more than once in on the straight. That is naughty. Yeah, unfortunately I did push and I pressed the wrong button. I was just starting to get into a nice little rhythm. Absolutely furious. Right, so we do have Klein versus Jolly Cola going back into the Parabolica. Maybe Wingrid Jensen will show how to defend a position and not be weaving. So we're down to about 17 degrees air and track temperature. So the air is massively cooling off now. That's going to affect the tyres as Klein goes for. Wow. He went straight on. I assume he's missed his braking point. And he has rightfully waited for Wingrid Jensen to ensure he does concede the position. That was good racing. Thank you very much, Klein. That was brilliant. Obviously, unfortunately, you missed your braking point. Who else can we play with on track? Obviously, we're down to 17 drivers now from 21. So we've lost 4 drivers, including myself. I'm still in awe at this Lamborghini livery. It's absolutely fantastic. Obviously, knowing now that I and Keddy are not in the race, we've lost a few people watching the stream, or the fact that you're having to listen to me again. We will shortly be joined by Christopher Gedman, and in the comms box, so I'm sure he'll bring some Iron Brew and pick up the pace. So we do have a very Beamer-dominated front four at the moment, with all cars in the BMW M6, which was released as part of the last update that we received. It was initially massively OP, but it seemed to have been reined in a lot recently. We're down to just one McLaren team now. And Matt Ping is flying all over the place, if you can see that in the bottom left-hand corner. My dog did decide to pull the wire, the LAN cable wire, so hopefully my router is still going okay. So DeLuca, which is now just starting to drop 7/10 behind Violet Miller. Janio in the other EOS team is 10 seconds behind. Will there be an inter-team battle, or will there be orders? Sag ich nicht in the Honda, and then you've got Heath in the Mercedes in the other 100 team, which is starting to look to close in. Currently 4.8 seconds off. Wingrid Jensen's managed to pull away from Klein since they had their good battle for a couple of laps. But I suppose the story of the day so far has been the Capri Sun team and Stempel and Yarolim, who are currently still leading by a whole lap over the BMW team. So now Ginio is in the car, Adamantini, and DeFranco, who was that DeFranco was that driver who had that epic battle with P2. With now Janio is catching teammate DeLuca. Again, will team orders be at play? As we've got ACS coming into the pits to serve that 10-second penalty. I'm just going to have a quick check in the Discord to see the reasons for why car 97 received the penalty. So it was in lap 109 or 110 at the second chicane, involving car number 1414. Avoids car on the inside of turn 1, gets poor at turn 2. Car 114 passes and clearly ahead after unlap 97, misses braking point and collects car 114. Only small damage, but 13 seconds lost for car 114. So 10-second penalty for that incident. So again, the gap is closing down between Janio and DeLuca. It's now 6.7 seconds separating the drivers. It looks as though DeLuca has encountered some traffic on the track. And Heath is now starting to close in on Sachiknecht as well, so hopefully some battles are starting to come our way as the lap times and the light starts tumbling. Stempel comes into the pits from the lead lap. Let's have a see if we can have a bit of a look on board in terms of how the lights are starting to look. At the moment it's 7:15, it's starting to get towards dusk. The sun has gone down, which was at last sight over Parabolica, I believe. See if we can find a car that is near. So we've got Violet Miller at the moment going into turn 1, still pumping in those lap times of 49 seconds, which is just insane. So we've got Fantozzi, who's coming towards, it looks as though the sun is actually behind, unless it's overhead. I seem to remember seeing it at some point. Not like, well, in Wales the weather has been absolutely beautiful today, but over the past week all it's done is rain. Was it coming in? Yeah, it must have been coming into Parabolica, so we're just trying to find a car that's potentially near that, as Tugbert is now starting to get a bit of a run on the lead car, Yaralem, who's just come out of the pits. It does have DeLuca behind him, which is interesting because Janio is being brought into focus, and with Yaralem out in front at the moment, and then Tugbert, who is lapping very, very quickly, I will add, but it might bring Janio even more into play, because that gap has now been brought down to 1.7 seconds. Back up to 1.9. So, was it? Well, we'll stay on board because I think we might see the sun. I think, if it's still up. And see how far it is from going down, because I can only assume it'll get dark pretty quickly after that. We've got a bit of cloud cover as well. Let's have a look at DeLuca in terms of how he approaches. So that lap has been a 150.9, and Tugbert did a 151 dead. So it means that a bit unstable on the exit, which is allowing Buttersemi to maintain that position of now P16. So we'll stay on board with these two drivers. Going into the first Lesmo, I know Tugboat really should start to think about where he's going to move out the way, because Janio is again being brought back into play more and more and more. There's battles going on, but we are going to jump on board with the Honda versus Mercedes battle, and it looks as though the Honda's letting them Heath through to take 5th position, and he has definitely done that. I'm not sure what that is. Is that damage, or is that just race etiquette? But Janio is getting more and more interested in what's going on in front of him. It looks as though De Luca has managed to get past Budisemi, but now we have Janio as the next driver up. So will the same impediment, the same battling or restrictions happen here, or will there be a bit of more of a parting of the ways? But there's definitely some flashing going on, and potentially De Luca and Janio in chat together, being as EOS teammates. Sorry, I had the racing line on so you can see it on the stream, which is unfortunate. And but Janio does go into Parabolica and manages to get in front. So now here comes the battle. Will Janio manage to catch and gain some time on De Luca? All the while, all this means is Team 101 are pulling more and more of a gap in front of the EOS sports team, who have done extremely well. Not considering their starting position, but it was definitely not as far up as where they are now. Right, party people, how much? What have you got planned this evening? Anything? Anyone's got anything exciting other than listen to and watch the stream tonight? Please let us know in the chat. I still haven't necessarily decided what's for tea so far. My lunch has been a combination of quavers, roaster crisps, and a sausage roll, which I'm sure is as fascinating as the battle that's fascinating to you all. Managed to get myself a cup of coffee before my last stint, which which was lovely. Unfortunately, it was a granule coffee. It wasn't a nice bean to cup one, which was slightly disappointing. But it was a nice coffee. He's definitely managed to perk me up. I've run out of juice. I think Liverpool playing in the background. They were 1-0 up at last look. But Janio is still managing. It's not getting close enough. I think now the lap car has gone, but Shane has managed to get Shea has managed to get past Tugbert as well. Imagine there'll be an awful lot of pride into team pride of the team that gets the final step on the podium, between DeLuca and Ginio. But I suppose it's the thing. Are they going to be able to race? I say let them race. And let's get another awesome battle. Last time out we had the battle between DeFranco and Miller, which was absolutely amazing. I'm still absolutely flabbergasted with how those two drivers managed to battle for so long, so close, without any contact. So we've got 4 hours and 40 minutes left of the race. We're obviously going to start to progress towards more dusk conditions as the time goes on. So we're now starting to get about 7:15, I believe. Yeah, 25 past 7. I promise you, if I ever get an opportunity to do comms again, I will get at least another monitor, and we can start playing around with different camera angles and be able to look at the race a bit better. But hopefully you've enjoyed it anyway. Looking at the lap times, these guys are starting to pop out. So DeLuca goes across in a 49.6, which Ginio's lost 3/10 that lap with a 49.9. But Shear is popping in. Shear is popping in a 49.7 as well. Oh, but DeLuca's run wide into turn 1. And this has given Ginio a great opportunity. Hopefully. I've been able to have a look. But that gap has just dropped down to 7/10. He's lost just over 6/10 in that battle. In that mistake. But it definitely will get the bit of between the teeth of Ginio. As we have a good, nice view from above in the helicopter, in terms of the battles that are going out on track. Nice. Oh, isn't that a lot nicer? Why couldn't I figure this out before? The thing is, it needs to. Oh, look at that. It's like a puppy. Like Dell said earlier, it's like a puppy with a new toy, isn't it? I've managed to find something new. But Miller is now in the pits. I'm not sure if that means DeLuca takes the on-track position. But that would also mean that Ginio takes the on-track position. And then will there be a driver swap as well? But that does mean Miller drops down to 4th position, and DeLuca and Genio will go either way. Have taken up P3, P2 and P3. So, and we've got a drive-through for Heath in the Team 100 car, but Jessica Pelletier takes over the car from Miller coming out. But shock, Heath has got himself a drive-through in the Turn 1 team. which he's coming in to serve straight away. He's already lost a position coming out from the pits. It looks like potentially Levizio will also take a position from him. Nope. Right. I just had an idea. Options. Right. So I'm assuming you can still see everything. I have lost a mouse. So the gap between the two EOS eSport drivers is now 1 second. Nah, damn. So my plan unfortunately hasn't worked of being able to see everything on one screen. There we go. Okay, so what I wanted to happen was be able to flick through the different cameras because they were quite cool, but I can't unfortunately. But we have less than a second between Janio and De Luca. Jessica Pelletier is also coming down the start-finish straight, so whereas Janio is going through the second chicane. Yes, Derek, I know I fixed it. I looked at the stream and realised it looked awful. So, yes, but hopefully this is a bit better. Moral of the story is, get a second screen when you do comms. I think that's probably going to be the best thing I could do. No, I can't. I was just thinking, can I can I steal the child's telly and see if that works? But no. Right, okay. Shut up, James. Get back to the battle then. We have 3/10 between Ginio and De Luca. Which is your main course of, which is your early evening action? And I'm sure what you want me to talk about rather than potentially stealing my daughter's telly. A lovely shot of the driver. As the drivers come down the start-finish straight. I can't. If I turn racing line off during the race as I'm on comms, it will not change until afterwards. So unfortunately, no. What has added an extra? I think it's part of the entertainment, Del. Me trying to figure toys out as I go. I'm sure it is. What has added an extra dimension to this is you do have Cher, who's absolutely flying at the moment in that beautiful Red Bull Aston Martin livery, coming up into the battle, as well as Ginio and De Luca. There's just under 9 tenths separating them. Currently, De Luca's are going a bit faster in his lap, whereas Junio's it hasn't got as much time. But we do have Suzuka in P17 in front of them as well. And last time out, when there was a lap car, it was a bit more difficult. But in fairness to Suzuka, he's just managed to get out of the way. But it will impede Junio going into Ascari. Also, Cher is... Oh, and he's made contact! He has made contact! Cher has made contact with the rear! Oh, no! That was a bit too clumsy, and yes, he has got out of the way, but that has possibly robbed us. Well, that definitely has robbed us of a great battle between Junio and De Luca. The gap is now just over 7 seconds. Oh, it was, well, it was hot. That battle was definitely getting warm. So we do have a smaller gap between Klein and Tadaccini. So let's have a look if we can find those drivers on track. It's just over 3.2 seconds between the two drivers, and Tadaccini is starting to pick up the pace. Currently going 4/10 quicker than their lap, their best lap. So is into the 49s comfortably. And Klein is so that gap's just dropped down to 2.8 seconds. Breaking down into the second chicane, a little bit wide on the entry, but managed to keep that momentum going through. Klein is currently 26 seconds behind, but the gap has come down to 1.5 seconds between the two drivers. We still have 17 of these absolute Goliath of athletes fighting out on track. And well done to everyone who has remained. As we do have Junio in the pits at the moment, which will definitely bring into play Jessica the Turn 101 car and probably regain that position. Definitely will regain. It's just going to 2 seconds. There we go, pass. So breaking in, so we're down to 7/10 of a second between these two drivers now. And we do have the Lamborghini for Oleslagers in front of them. As we go into Helicam for a good overview of this battle. Going through the second chicane. Gap is now down to 3/10. Tadaccini definitely has the pace into the first Lesmos. The McLaren takes a tight line. The Aston Martin's managed to get a nice wide line, and again looking at the exit. Oh, it's a little bit wide, a little bit twitchy from the McLaren, which will give the Aston Martin a bit of momentum going down into the Ascari chicane. Will he go inside? Will he go outside? He is looking, he is looking, he is looking. He's drafting the rear bumper, or will he save it for Parabolica? A tight line taken by the McLaren, which drags him a bit wider into the second part. The exit now. Managed to maintain pretty even, gap of 2/10, but the Aston Martin is absolutely mighty on the straight. And he's pulling in, and he's going to go for the inside round Parabolica. Side by side, who's the last? No, and there's more contact! More contact, both drivers managed to hold on. The McLarens are in wide, the Aston Martin's lost a lot of speed. But the question is, and the Aston Martin does go into the pits. So Maximilian Klein, could you have? Should you have given more room? I'd probably say yes. So we have had to change. Genio has been replaced by Adamantini. It's currently about 130 seconds, so about just over a lap, potentially a lap behind. Just under a lap behind his teammate as Yaralem goes past. The gap is closed, and the Lexus. Okay. Tugboat is definitely in a racing mood. Looking at the fastest lap time is a 49.3, so the time is pretty quick. But you do have to remember that you are, yes, even though he does have the pace, he is a lapped car and does have to be careful of the cars in front. But we have another drive-through. Car number 991 has received a drive-through for, I can only assume, track limits. And that will bring into, well, Livizetto will definitely pass. Heath will definitely pass, who also suffered the drive-through, but will potentially bring in a battle with Shear on the track. So it'll be interesting to see if this pit stop happens now, or this drive-through happens now, or it'll be delayed. So, coming through Parabolica, will he head right? He has headed right, and he has gone into the pit stop, so that will mean Livizetto takes P5 away from him. Tugboat Battistemi is sat behind Adamantini. So where do we have some fun battles now? So we got Heath. Has gone past, I believe, unless he was more than a lap down of the Honda in the Turn 1 AMG. Share is not is about a minute and a half, so it doesn't look as though Heath has managed to. Oh yes, he has passed the Honda on track. So where do we have some battles? So the closest one we got at the moment is FRS Racing Team, but directly behind him is DeLuca, who's looking to lap the FRS team member in Team EOS Esports. The car 305, the Beamer, currently in P2 on the track. Bless you, dog. It's definitely getting a bit darker. As you can see, dusk is definitely starting to settle in. Just coming up to 7:45, we do have a yellow flag on track, which has swiftly disappeared, so I guess someone just ran wide for a few moments. But that lap time of the look how close to the best lap time of 48.3 against the last lap time 48.5. It's just been absolutely completely untouchable today in terms of consistency of pace. The horse is having a drink behind me. Just want to thank all the loyal people that have stayed with us pretty much all day. We've got 16 of you which have joined us pretty much consistently throughout the entire race. So just want to say a huge thank you. Also, please get those donations in to Mind. Last count we were just under £70. I'd like to build that up. I kind of readjusted my aims. If we can get that above £100, I think that'll make it a very successful day. So we do have some. We don't have any real close battles. Obviously, it's a very long race. We're into hour 8. We're into hour 7 towards hour 8 of the race at the moment. So the field is quite spread. We've got the leaders on lap 247. The driver in the final position is on lap 234. So there's kind of a big spread in terms of the field, but it's just been amazing how all these drivers have managed to stay with us, stay on track, battling. It's just been absolutely spiffing, as one of my teachers might say many years ago. I've gone back to school twice today as we've gone. So let's give some of these drivers who the LVR late break racing team in P15 and driver ACS. So in terms of the team members for ACS, we've got P Daniel and Langyel, who had that brilliant battle with the driver that's ahead of them now, Tedicini, for quite a long period of time. Then we got Fantozzi in car number 71 in the Ferrari. Also got a Ferrari following them and Wingard Jensen, but it's just over a minute behind and on the same lap. And for Fantozzi, it's just two drivers doing all the work, himself and Floriano, who have been driving around this track for a long period of time. The Yellow Lions going around the track. Currently lying P8, and we've got Fantozzi, who's just jumped into the pits. Interested to see if there will be a driver change. So Oruslager and Troyers in the Lamborghini Huracan. We've got Klein in the McLaren. So we got Klein, Heinrich and Eckhart, who had the problem with the pedals, but they've definitely recovered and done quite well with their pace since. And will win Greg Jensen. As Floriano comes out of pit, so there has been a driver change for KFT Esports. As De Luca's coming into the pits as well. So will that allow Turn 101 Racing to gain that position back and go back to second place on the podium? Obviously the ebbs and flows of the pit stops will have a great effect in terms of how this race develops. And we've got Jessica Pelletier in P3 just coming out of the first chicane. In the turn 1 at M4. That does mean that they have jumped up into P2. Funky Adrian, thank you for joining us. We do have a PS4 league. This is on PC, but we do have a PS4 league in FRL. You are more than welcome to join. I believe the link is in the information below. So as mentioned before, we do part of FRL Formula Racing League. We have PS which run on Sundays, Tuesdays, and an endurance league once a month. PS5 which run on Tuesdays and an endurance league again once a month, looking to try and fill the grid for our Thursday night of fun on PS5. And we have PC leagues which run on Wicked Wednesdays, which is a Derek Bruss speciality race, currently running the long run series. We have GT3 Friday, which goes into our second season this coming Friday. But we also have our Endurance League, which runs once a month, and our British GT series, which also runs as once a month. We've just passed round 2 of that, where we raced at Snetterton, and we go to our next race, which I believe is at Silverstone. Please check out our website, which is formularacingligue.co.uk, where you'll find lots of information like our calendars, how to sign up, and also all our stand-ins. So it does look at so let's have a check-in with Modern Motorsports and Maurice Schwander, who's currently on the back of Saki Knecht in the NSX. It does look as though that Honda has potentially lost a bit of maybe a little bit of space, because it seems as though drivers are starting to be able to unlap themselves now. But Schwander has been partnered with Bladau and Samaritano for this race in the BMW M4. A nice comfortable position in P9, and they've done really well this evening. So I think we have someone to play with. So Heath goes for the inside on Desario. There is contact, which causes Desario to take a very short exit over the chicane. But did Heath need to put his car there? That is the question. But Heath in the turn 1 car, turn 1 AMG, went close in for that battle. Obviously we caught the end of that battle on lap. We'll stay with them before we try and look at the replay. Sorry about missing that. I'm just trying to give as many of the drivers who are participating some aim to fame, because, well, it's always nice to see yourself on stream. No worries, Adrian. Hopefully you'll be able to join us. Slipstream, that is me. I do have the racing line on when I race, so I turned it off for the last couple of stints that I did, but then I had to turn it back on for the last stint, so I do apologise for it being on. Make sure that any streams that any commentary stints that I do for the rest of the evening, it'll be turned off, but I can't turn it off now because it won't take effect until I've left and come back in. And hello, I think I've got a coughing voice. Nice, yeah. It's just the amount of time before that you usually get to practice before a race as well. One question: have you got your racing line turned off? Oh, you're a proper driver, unlike me then. Right. Oh God, it has been. It has. I know I've gone on about it a few times, probably on the stream, but that battle between DeFranco and Miller was just absolutely epic. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Yeah. So you've now got Pelletier in that car, and I believe if I go to the times, DeFranco and is currently the driver in the BMW is Amantini. Yeah, so there's potential. I think so. You've currently got a good battle going on between Heath and De Rosario. De Rosario had to take evasive action into turn 1 a few moments ago after a little bit of contact. But there's currently 8/10 separating those two drivers, and that's the closest battle on track at the moment. Yeah. You've been watching all day, Chris. I'm not. Yeah. Well, I think bar. Oh, damn! Don't click away from the screen. Yaralim and Stempel have been absolutely dominating in terms of their pace today. They're currently 2 laps ahead of P2. We've lost a couple of drivers due to technical difficulties. So we've lost 4 drivers, unfortunately, throughout the day. But we do have the battles, the main battles, potentially. You've got the 2 EOS esports drivers. Let me just double check the names of the cars. So you've got De Rosario, who is in P5 at the moment, and you've got Advantini, who is in P3 at the moment. They got pretty close together at one stage, just less than a second between the 2 teammates. But unfortunately, a contact with a back marker or a lap car at the time, which was Shear, with Giorginio, caused that battle to unfortunately abruptly end. Yeah, God love him. I think I went a bit harsh in terms of my criticism until I managed to read the Discord chat and see that he got a stone caught in his pedal, which meant that he just lost complete control of the brake pedal. I don't think he did, unfortunately, but it just shows if you have anything. Oh, we've lost another driver by the looks of things. So we've just lost another driver, so I'll have a quick look into that before I go. But yeah, it's been eventful. I've been trying to pull Yeah, I've been trying to pull replays. Obviously, Hydra's done a massive stint in terms of comms today as well. I've managed to do 2 stints until I decided to turn my wheel off. Yeah, it's been emotional. Well, I'm sure Hydra will jump in at some point as well to join you. But yes, have you got your stream set up, Mr. Gedman? Hit start streaming. And if you are now connected, so I am now going to kick.
Into the game.
What?
I'm in the game. I just wanted to see what you done there. Ah, no! Don't do that to me. Right.
Right, so it is doing something. Are you on Heath at the moment, or is it still on me on Heath?
I am currently on car 204.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just flicked
Hello,
over.
slaggers.
There we go. Right. I am going to love you and leave you. I'm going to headbutt a wall a couple of times after my error, but yeah. Good luck.
Thank you very much, James.
Cheers, Chris.
So, hello and welcome everyone. I'm here to do the kind of latter part of comms tonight. To give you a kind of running commentary on the race. We're down to 16 teams up from 21, so there's been some technical difficulties, as you can see. I'm going to be joined again by Hydra, who is the brains behind this fantastic 12-hour Monza for Mind. He's going to join me again later on at around about 10 o'clock, and the two will most likely see the remainder of the event out to its fruition. I'll get myself up to speed regarding who's where and what's what, but I have been watching it throughout the day. It's been every single time I've opened the stream to have a look at it, it's been fantastic. So I see we've done 255 laps and we've got some really good performances, keeping the top 3 in their podium spots just now. So we're looking at 2 and 3 laps behind the car 1, which is Girolamo, Pelletier and Adamantini. Apparently they've had some very good races as well, so I've just been briefed. So let's pick it up, let's have a look then. So we're in 3 Beamers, first, second and third. And then we have an Aston Martin in 4th, driven by Livisetto. He's 2 laps behind, as we can see. Dorazio and a BMW as well, seems to be the dominant car this evening, to be fair. He's 3 laps behind, but obviously over the course of the last 8 hours that could be something as simple as a few seconds per lap. We then have Heath in 6th, the Nicht in the Honda. He's a very brave man. He's already been quoted as being a brave man earlier on today. I'll re-quote it again. Very brave man, doing 12 hours in a Honda. Then we've got Cher and another Aston Martin in 8th. All the slaggers, car number 204 in the Lamborghini. Seems to be the only Lamborghini out there today in 9th. He's 3 laps behind as well. So fairly close, considering there's 256 laps separating those guys. And then bringing in the top 10 is Jensen in the Ferrari, car number 95. The back markers, we're looking at 11th and 12th place, Floriano and Klein. Tashini in 13th, unlucky for some. SES, or Axe, I'll call him Axe, car number 97. The Aston Martin as well. Berdemschi in 114 in the Lexus. And Skosco bringing up the rear in the Maka. What a beautiful Maka it is. So let's have a look. We have a small battle going here, close to each other. So that's back markers. So let's just see. We'll kind of I'll try and keep up with the cars that are close to each other on track for you, to make sure we can see if there's going to be any kind of lip battles on there. It does look like it's spread quite well actually. ideally would have liked more cars and more teams to have taken part tonight, but this is our very first ever 12-hour endurance that we've ever done, so we'll learn from this one and we'll make sure the next one is even better. But the reason we're doing this, and I'm sure you've heard it so many times before, but it's regarding a charity in the name of Mind against mental health. So we're doing the 12 hours of MONZA for it. The contributions are racking up as well. I've had a wee look on the Just Giving page. Please, anyone that's watching, if you can, contribute. Every little helps. Couple of £1 here, couple of £1 there. It all helps. It all goes to a very good cause, which is very close to Hydra himself. This is the reason why he's very passionate about kind of setting up these kind of things and doing sort of charity events and whatnot. So let's see what's going on here. We've got two cars close knit here. Car 218, Assetto and Share. Obviously they're not battling for position, but they are keeping each other in tow. Aston Martin versus Aston Martin. So let's see, both very good, I would imagine, and with their top end, if they've got that rear wing set up right. It's probably one of the faster cars top end on the PC itself. Just having a look here as well, we've got Lamborghini being chased by Aston Martin as well. Seems to be the kind of car of choice with a lot of them. But we're top three, including Gerolime. I'll get with him in a minute. He's obviously dominating tonight. He's obviously strategised really well regarding pits. The BMW itself is a very, very balanced car from the onset, so it doesn't take much to set the car up. And on MONZA, it's just such a dominating feature. As you can see, with the top 4 out of 5, the top 5, 4 of them are BMWs. So let's just make sure we can get some action. Let's go with the chasing car here. Let's see what we can see. Deepest apologies here, guys. I think I'm just going back in, out and back in the server just to see if this will help me get kind of back on track.
It's okay, I'm here as well, but obviously you've still got the stream part at the moment. But yeah, I can see you just jumping back in there now, Chris.
That was very odd. Is that what happened to you guys earlier as well?
I don't know. I've been okay.
I don't like that.
It's okay. I'm here. If anything happens, then I can join you in. So hopefully I am. But I've just clicked start streaming again. So hopefully I'll be able to pick it up. So
Bill.
it is now just picked
There you
up.
go.
So I'm now back in charge of the stream.
Oh,
Right.
that was so. I think I'll go into another comms with my internet stream. It's my internet connection. Sorry, very, very bad.
Okay. Right. So we do have Pelletier in the pits, which has allowed Amantini to claim P2, and that yo-yo has been going on for quite some time in terms of battling. Will also mean that Desario also takes the 3rd position with Pelletier currently in the pits. David Canton is just coming round the second Lesmo heading towards the Ascari, but Pelletier still remaining in the pits. So, how many positions will be lost as a result of that? We've got Kay Heath, who we were watching earlier in the Turn 1 team, currently heading down towards Ascari, so Canton has exited Ascari going into Parabolica. But now Miller has taken possession of the Turn 1 car, alternating the driving with Pelletier. Does retain P4. But the EOS esports driver Desario currently in P3. Not sure in terms of how many pit stops they have made and how long they can stay out for any longer. Let's try and get our fun back up again. So let's go into race control. It definitely has got a lot darker in terms of the track. You can obviously see the field of vision isn't the best anymore, but we are currently on board of Amantini. Let's have a look in terms of where the gaps are on track. So figured out my life. Right, so it's not letting me click anyway. Right. So I'm on my lonesome again. I don't have Chris in the comms box with me. So let's see how we get on. Just want to try and change this view from bonnet cam. Go back to Helicam. There we go. Do have the leader in the pits and also P10 in Fiore. Will there be a driver swap at this point too? We'll wait and see. Right, we've got that up. We've got race control up. And we can now play with the cameras. We can also see where the battles are on track. Right. Filiano is in the pits and has lost P10 by the looks of things, but yes, he has lost P10 to Barm. We do have Zizoko on the track as well. So I'm just trying to get all my settings the way I had them earlier because it was quite nice, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it as well. The gaps we have at the moment is we have 16 seconds to Zario and Amantini, and then we have Miller, which is 57 seconds back even further. Then we have David Canton, which is 12 seconds behind Miller. Adrian, the stream should be back on now. Well, hopefully, if you can hear me, the stream is back on. So, and looking at it on my laptop, it looks okay. So we should be back in business. Oh, I did not know I could do this. So as you can see from the driver's eye view, going through the second chicane, the darkness is definitely starting to set in. It's only going to get darker, with still 3 hours and 46 minutes remaining of the race. We've done 265 laps in terms of the leaders, so it's been a pretty epic endurance race, which I'm sure you'll all agree. So hopefully we'll have Chris join us again at some point. Meanwhile, what we've noticed is, because unfortunately some drivers have had to pull out due to difficulties, Togbert Badisemi and Sean Suresh and Nathbert, their team have managed to jump up to P15. Some quite quick lap times. In terms of the lap times, that would put them into the top 10 if they were smashing those consistently. As Sher comes into the pits, which will mean that MN in the NSX should take back P7. Will there be a driver change, or will there just be a pit for fuel and tyres? Closest battle we do have at the moment, I thought that was a battle there, but it's unfortunately not. We got the Carlo Desario in the Team EOS Esports team, looking to close down on fellow Team EOS Esport driver Manuel Amantini. Obviously there's that contact with Cher when they were going through the corner, which that battle was just starting to whet our appetites in terms of where we were going. But we do have Tadashini and Barn going for just under 10 seconds, coming up to 9 seconds behind each other for that space in the top 10. Nicky Barn from Denmark on the Jolly Cola Racing team. And we have Eckhart back in the McLaren. Hopefully you've managed to sort that stone out. Thank you, Del. If you can keep him stress tested and get him back live, that would be absolutely fantastic. All I will say is, I'm just looking at my food order, it's due in 40 minutes. If we can get it done by then, that would be fantastic. And then I can get onto the... Come on 218 and 219. So who are we looking at? So 218 is David Canton in the FRS racing team, and 219 is Tadancini, who's gaining rapidly on Barn, as we mentioned earlier. So we're down to 8.5 seconds. Currently, the lap times that Tadancini's putting in is definitely bringing and Assetto, again, apologies for my pronunciation, but it was an absolute pleasure to have you in the race, and I'm sure your team have done you massively proud in terms of their progression today. Unfortunately, Della got noise cancelling headphones, so I can't hear anything, so I'm relying on the dog, who's currently asleep in his bed, to move towards the door when it knocks. One of the obviously more problematic things about racing an endurance race in the night is you have your lights. If you decide to give the wall a kiss, then you lose your lights, and that causes you no end of problems, especially as the darkness really starts to draw in. You're going to start to have massive problems, so you need to keep that car on the track and not pay the wall a visit. But we do have Tadjini, who is gaining now down to 6.4 seconds. So also we have a good shout out for car number 549, which is Cher, who's come back out of the pits. And let's have a look. Cher. So we had Enzima and Kurz fighting the good fight for those guys. And yes, Assetto, you guys have been absolutely epic today. Congratulations, and yes, you should be proud of them. So, shall we go back to the Tadjini battle? Not yet a battle, but it's the time, those laps are still closing in. So let's have a look at Barn and see how they are progressing. So, hello. Let's not have a look like that's close, but we can have a look out of the passenger window in terms of our cameras as they start to approach Ascari. It's a good line, good entry into the corner. Looking at the exit, hold down the throttle to make sure you keep that stability, and then push out down the back straight, down towards Parabolica. So there is a car separating the two drivers, which is MN in the NSX, which is currently 3.2 seconds, but that potentially might impede Barn when he has to let that car through. So Assetto is going for the podium. It definitely is not over. We still have just under a third of that race left. But Barn has managed to pick a good braking point, nail down the hammer coming out of the chicane as we start to approach the second chicane. Keep that line tight towards the right hand side as you go through this right hand, to minimise the distance to the corner as you brake into the second chicane. What gear will they take it in, first or second? So he's dropped down to second, into first for the first part, exit on at first, into the first part of into the Lesmos. Gap is now down to 4.3 seconds. Third on entry, second as you start to go through the corner, push out, take as much of the left hand side as you dare, into the second Lesmo. Missed an opportunity of taking a bit more of a wider entry, but still 3/10 up on their best time. As you start to approach Ascari, take a tight line as you can. Look to the bridge as your braking marker. A little bit after going into the first part of Ascari in second gear, take as much of the right hand side again as you dare. And what do you brave enough to take on the curb as a left as you push down towards Parabolica, up into fifth gear. Lost a bit of time through the Ascari chicane, just a little bit down on their best lap, into third, into second. That curb caught me out and sent me spinning once when I was racing, but now down onto the start finish straight. 3.3 seconds. So let's have a look on Tadjini as he starts to close down the battle on the cars in front. So currently P11, best lap last lap of 150.4, best lap of 149.1 into the first corner, into first gear, take a bit of the curb, again on acceleration, start to take the left hand side of the second part of the chicane onto the straight, up into second, into third. Aston is sounding lovely, hopefully you guys can now actually hear it now. Yes, the first 4 drivers are indeed all BMWs. The BMW was supposed to be nerfed in the last update, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it has been. Into second gear on the exit of the chicane, into the first Lesmo. Currently 3/10 down on their best lap. Third gear, a bit of a difference to Barn, who takes that in second, into 4th. Third gear for the second Lesmo. Power on out. MN is overtaking, in the Honda is overtaking Barn in front and has got that move done. That has cost a little bit of time, 1.6 seconds separating the drivers. We start to approach Ascari. Down into third gear. Again, different to Barn, who takes that in second. On exits, shift up to 4. Take as wide as you can. And now you start to approach your target. Currently 7/10 down. Oh! That was a slow down by Barn. Ah, didn't want to do that. That was a slow down by Barn on the track. Yeah, I'm not sure why he did that ahead of the Parabolica. That could have been a very nasty accident, as we've got Heath, who's coming into the pits, and it looks as though he has made that kiss with that wall, and does have a lot of damage. But what that does mean is David Canton has moved up to P5, Miller into P4. And this game on PC does look absolutely spectacular at night, with the lights flickering away. He's currently into the top 10, and he's had a scary moment with the car in front, but he's definitely done very well. Barn is starting to fall back. It's already dropped 3.7 seconds behind Tadancini on track. And yes, but Vanahan is definitely OP. But also you do have some very good drivers in the BMW, and Robert Stempel and Yarolim, as we see Stempel lap a car. You've got the 2 EOS eSport drivers and the Turn 1 eSports team as well in the M4, which have remained largely flawless for the entire race. I think the surprise of the day for me personally has been the NSX in terms of its performance. Obviously they've had a couple of dips in the Ant Racing crew in terms of lap times, or consistency of lap times, but they still hold the best sector 1 of the race by over 0.2 of a second from the driver and the driver who set the fastest lap, but they obviously are losing a bit of time for the second and third sector compared to the rest of the drivers. So yes, they've lost 0.4 in terms of the best second sector, and a further 0.5 is the best third sector. So that's where they're losing time in the Honda. So obviously when there's a heavy braking down or a straight, it has the power, but I don't necessarily think it has the stability to be able to take the curbs and the various chicanes that Monza decides to offer. So we have P15 and P16 in the pits at the moment, as Tugboat is coming out, and also Suzuki is coming out. I think Suzuki's unfortunately he's got a stop and go penalty, and Willie Gallis takes control of the car. Good job they held their line in terms of the track, as P. Daniel manages to lap the drivers. If you hear crackling, that is me vaping. It's the only way I can remain sane at the race. Right, where are we playing? So we've got Will Gallis, who has that stop and go. Hopefully they'll serve that soon. They have been my personal stars of the day in terms of how they're battling. We've got Sean Suresh, who has taken control of the Lexus. Hopefully that internet has settled down a little bit. P. Daniel is the car in front in P14. Floriano in P13. Eckhart in the McLaren in P12. Barn in the Ferrari in P11. Tadashini in the Aston Martin, which is apparently the new OP car, in in ACC at the moment in P10. The beautiful yellow Lamborghini. Oh, we've got a bit twitchy coming out of the corner there in P9. Lightning in P10, P8, sorry, in the Turn 1 AMG. They've lost a few positions. I assume that's down to the damage. Joe Share in the Aston Martin Red Bull in P7. MN, which is Michael N, in the Ant Racing Crew in P6. David Canton in the FRS Racing Team in the Aston Martin. And now we come into our BMWs. So we've got Violet Miller in Turn 1 in the Turn 1 team in P4. Dora Osario in the Team EOS Esport driver in P3. Adamantini in P2 in the EOS Esport team, and Stempel in P1 in the Capri Sun Racing Team 879. Yes, Darth Vapor indeed making a racket. If you want to, you can jump on comms, Derek. So where is our closest battle? So closest battle is again between the two EOS Esport drivers. So let's go on to a TV camera. Hopefully you guys can see as the lights get a bit darker. All I can see on my laptop is a set of headlights. The BMW team have returned in P17. Schwander is back in the Poor Circle team. So welcome back. Obviously there'll be a delay while the car gets ready to jump in. But yes, thank you for rejoining. We're back up to 17. I think this is one of my favourite views. There's a slow car on the track at the moment, at Ascari, which is Leighton by the looks of things. It's had a bit of an issue for Ascari, but it looks as though they have got going again. Enjoy the back seat. Enjoy the being back in the seat. Sorry, it's here. Assetto. As part of my own education, I'm interested to see how the drivers take certain corners and what gears, so hopefully you'll join me on board with Carlos as we start to go towards the second chicane. I also think this is probably one of the better views to actually be able to see what's going on at the moment with the light giving us some issues. So we go into the second chicane, takes it quite wide into second gear, takes a lot of curve on the exit, on the apex, into the first Lesmo, which takes in third gear, which seems to be the preferred method for the drivers which have been pushing out the quicker lap times. Currently 7.4 seconds behind Adamantini. As we take the second Lesmo with a lot of the exit curve. Into Ascari, up to fifth gear, quick shift into sixth, but then down to third for the first part. Second part remaining in third for the exit along the back straight. A little bit of dust poked up by the car in front does not distract as we start to go towards Parabolica. Good couple of flashes of lights there. Looks like Reginald did drop into the pits. Well, let's see how these laps differ. Because we've got Stempel over at the moment. And nearest car in front of them is 8 seconds in front as we start to start a new lap. Last lap was a 49.9. This lap probably is going to be around similar pace. Start to approach the first corner. It's got very windy outside. Takes a lot of the curb on the left hand side to be able to widen the entry point into the chicane, and then powers out in first gear, gains just under a quarter of a second going through that chicane. As we start to approach the second chicane, takes a very tight line going around the right hander. Looking for that braking board, looks to be the 100 metres, take us a bit more of the entry curve. Bounces over the apex in towards the Lesbo, still 3/10 up on their best time. Into the right hander, third gear, a little bit of slide, and then keeps the power to maintain that stability. Into fourth, into the second part of the Lesbos, third gear again, nice and stable, gains a bit more time. This is where drivers start to lose a bit of time in terms of their consistency. We've got Adamantini in the pits at the moment, which means Cesario takes P2. 4/10 up, into fifth gear, into Ascari, third gear, hits the first apex, fantastic, keeps that pace going, half a second up, still half a second up, that is fantastic. On the exit into fourth gear, fifth gear, as we start to look towards Parabolica, it's important to keep some pressure down in that throttle to keep that stability. Into fourth, into third, slidey, will lose quite a bit of time, dropped at least a 2/10 of a second. Fourth gear, got that stability back in the car. That was a very good lap and pleasure to be on board for. So, Adamantini is still in the pits. They're just coming out, and we've got Miller who's just going across the start-finish line at the moment, which will take back that podium position. as we just see Adamantini exiting the pits. As the pit stop again ebb and flow as we go through. It's interesting to see how the pit stops play out. Just waiting to see how Chris is doing until Chris is doing in terms of coming back in, but we do have no sign of him at the moment. So we've got Janio back in the EOS car, which is currently in P4. Miller in P3. Carlos de Rosario, again, apologies if I'm butchering any names, in P2. With a 55-second gap behind them to P3. Stempel again backwards. I want to give the team as much airtime as possible because they deserve it, and it's not fair if they are so far in front that they're causing problems. But we do have Tadancini's come back into the pits. We'll see Livizio coming back out, but we've got 1.8 seconds towards from the Mercedes to the Lamborghini. So we've got Timmy Leitman back in the car. There's a 1.1 seconds between the drivers now. We've also got Barn, who looks potentially to have an off. And Eckhart, who is coming into the pits as well. We will jump back on board with Leitinen. Again, ever closer, just to a second now behind the Lamborghini. I just realised I was doing all that commentary and I had my mic muted. That was fantastic. But Leitman and Troyes had an epic battle going for... Oh, and Troyes has missed the apex and has gone straight over. Should allow Leitman back through, but he's continued to battle as they go into the Lesmos. You've skipped the corner, you should concede, not gain a racing advantage. Leitman now does have the position going into the second Lesmo, and it does appear that the Lamborghini has conceded the position. We've got Shea coming as lapping the drivers in front. little bit of contact again between Leighton and Troyes. Let's jump on in terms of the passenger seat for the Lamborghini as we start to head back towards Parabolica. Is this round 2? But it does look like the Mercedes has got the run coming out, but also Troyes is allowing Shea through, which does affect his braking point for Parabolica. Put the power down, because the Mercedes will also have to give the same privilege to the car coming through. As we've got Sean Suresh in the pits. Troyes, the Belgian. Oh, he missed his braking point, and rightly Shea has to step out and go through the bollards in fear of contact from the Lamborghini. Obviously wasn't to know what the situation was going to be with the Lamborghini in terms of any potential contact, and did decide to take that evasive action to be able to protect his own race. But it does seem to have impacted what's going on, as Shea has to concede to Canton, who was coming through. I think it was Canton. I assume it was Canton. We'll go with Canton. The blue flags are there. We'll go back to broadcast, and unfortunately Sean Suresh has managed to obtain a stop and go penalty. Right, what is going on with our good friends Leighton and Troyes? It does appear to be a 3-second gap between the two drivers. Now, as Leighton is now exiting Parabolica, going into the start-finish straight. I do think this is possibly the best view to be able to see the action on stream. Correct me if I'm wrong. Lost quite a bit of time going through the chicane there, which may allow Troyes to come back into play. I've had these headphones on for approximately 14 hours today. My ears are absolutely throbbing. Have a quick look across the grid. We've got Floriano, who looks to start gaining some time back on Capelli, who is currently in P11. Managed to overshoot the second chicane. Capelli is Simon Capelli, car number 219 in the FRS racing team, looking to maintain track position. We've still got 5-6 seconds between Troyes and Leighton. Miller's managed to claim back into 3rd position with Janio going through the chicane. Brooks Curry, Vom Red, thank you. Is that some sort of new world wording I meant to know? Okay. Got cars close to each other in terms of that. And then we've got car 2 and 8 is having a bit of fun at the moment. 2 and 4 looks as though it's a lap car, but at least we get to see some cars playing on track for a little bit. Thank you very much for the subscribe, Assetto. Much appreciated. Hopefully you'll be able to see a lot of top action on the FRL YouTube channel. Hopefully you have enjoyed all of today's action. Increase your mic volume. Thank you very much, Kenny. Right, is that better? Tell me. So Sean Suresh, after having a stop and go penalty, has now managed to get a drive through. So I assume that's for a track limit. With track limits, it's not just the driver who has control of the car, you are sharing those track limit warnings with all your teammates. So if you haven't had a single track warning but your teammates have had 3 throughout the race and then you manage to get one, that's when you get that the drive through. As we've got Rosario in the pits. Miller coming up towards Parabolica now. I'll turn off a bit more, won't hurt. Jesus Christ, how quiet was I? Right, how is that? Am I the only volume you can now hear? Right, so Miller is now coming across the start finish line. We do have Rosario in the pits, and Miller will comfortably take back P2. So if we look at the timing, we've got 3 hours and 9 minutes left. So, assuming the stint timer is 65 minutes long, that will mean that EOS will have at least 2 more pit stops, an hour 2 and hour 1 to complete. Whereas Miller, I believe, Miller and team will have to complete potentially another 3. If anyone does have the maths at hand, please let me know. But that will mean potentially that EOS are currently in gross 2nd place. But you'll have to correct me. But what that does mean in terms of the track, as George Suresh starts to take his drive-through penalty, make sure you have the right speed. But what that does mean is Janio and Bocage are closest together at the moment. There's currently 2.8 seconds between the 2 drivers, as we can see nicely from the helicam. Hopefully you guys can see as well. Right, okay, so where are we? So still 2.9, 2.8 seconds. Got 5.9 seconds to Canton as the car behind. As we do have Janio, who is looking very close, I believe, to Leighton. Correct me if I'm wrong, yes it is. Lapping the car in front as they come through the start-finish, past the start-finish line. Which potentially will give the EOS eSport driver a bit of a tow going down the start-finish straight, but also might impede the driver going into the first corner. Probably should have conceded that position there, and he has eventually, but probably given himself the worst possible position coming out of the corner. But that means that Boccaccia's managed to extend his gap to 1.5. The big story is going to be 1.5 seconds between second and third. Here we go again, David and Miller. This time the other way around. Obviously it's not DeFranco, but it is Bocage. Again, sorry for my pronunciation, but there's currently just under a second between the two drivers as we exit the second Lesmo. Coming down towards Ascari. This is half a second on my screen. As they break into Ascari. With a nice stable exit. Yeah, it does say 4/10 on this screen as well. It does look like Miller is conceding the position. And has dropped down to third place. Are there problems in the Turn 1 car? Doesn't look as though, because they are continuing to proceed along, but that does mean US are in second place now, with a huge drop of 3 seconds on that last lap. We've got Janio in P4, which may interest in terms of getting back onto the podium, with 3.8 seconds currently separated. Depends on how Miller goes through the next lap. Leighton is the meat between the two, meat in the sandwich at the moment. Already, Leclerc just pulled out 2 seconds in front, or 1.7 seconds. Leighton in the middle as well, who's managing to keep pace. Not that Leighton has had some epic pace in terms of driving this race, but owns a faster lap time than Miller. But is chasing down into Ascari, takes me on the outside of the lap car. Is there problems in the car 101, the Beamer? Losing time, losing positions. Currently 3 seconds down from the last lap, and still dropping time left, right, and centre. 3.5 seconds almost on the fastest lap. Just had a little bit of spinnerino as Miller comes into the pits, which means Janio take over P3, but also P4 on the track. David Canton jumps into P4. Ooh. Alessio DeFranco, you have put on the best battle that I've seen all day. Yourself and Miller battling out for 8-10 laps within less than a second between each other was absolutely fantastic. So thanks for joining us on the live chat. But we do have Canton, who's 1.1 seconds behind Janio now, less than a second. So as the temperatures begin to tumble, we're currently at 15 degrees air and track temperature. We've dropped down to 20 degrees. So these tyres now, the pressures of these tyres obviously needs to go up. The general rule of thumb is 0.1 of a PSI per degree knot. So potentially you need to put in at least 0.6 of a PSI into your tyres to make sure that they are lasting. But as these drivers start to come through Ascari, and Miller is now coming out of the pits, so protects herself from being lapped. But we have Canton now, half a second behind Janio. Parabolica. And on the start finish straight. Just like to have a moment to make sure my mic was on. Janino take out a little bit of a slide mid-corner, but coming out onto the exit. FRS Racing versus EOS Racing. Right. It looks like we're going to be joined by Chris again soon. Hopefully the roadworks have been completed outside of house, but you've managed to join in a bit of an uncertain moment in terms of Miller, but Stevenson is now taking control of the car, which is in P6. But we do have Canton coming into battle against Janio. Going into the second Lasmo. Exit is important, heading towards Ascari. Assetto, come on. Shows the nose on the right hand side. Daniel's got a drive through. Exit now of Ascari. Looking towards the outside in Parabolica. Braking. Who is the last of the Daniel Ricciardo late breakers? Looks like Janio's trying to smother a bit on the entry to make sure he has the widest line. Let's go into TV cam, and he manages to hold on the position. Canton now, exit us down the start finish straight. Time can be gained, time can be lost. 4/10 separating the drivers. It is not over until the checkered flag. Indeed. Going into turn 1, Canton versus Janio. Wide entry. Strong exit, put the power down. Lost a little bit of time. Looking at the battles, there is nothing else as close as this, so we will stay with it. 7/10 the gap between the two drivers. Hello, Christopher.
Hello, James.
How is your internet?
So, Derek has done his magic. My VSync was all out regarding game and OBS, so that's where the issue lay.
We've got P. Daniels currently serving a drive-through in the pits. We've also got Troyers in the magical yellow Lamborghini in the pits, and we've got Floriano in the pits in car number 71 in the Ferrari. So surely there'll be a driver change at that point, but the main battle which we have on track at the moment. So we've had a bit of a surprise with Miller losing quite a amount of time after a bit of a spin. So Stevenson is taking control of turn 1, car number 101 in the BMW, and they are now in P6. But the main battle is EOS have managed to claim point P2 and also P3, but FRS Racing are in close proximity. So let me know when you are in, Sweet Pea.
I am just about to start streaming, if you're happy for me to do so.
Yes, please. I need some food. I need to look at something else other than the screen.
So, if you're happy to disconnect, that should be on.
Right. Okay. Ready, steady. I am disconnected.
I'm
So,
currently following Stemple.
yeah, jump on board with 4th place, David Canton against Janio. I'm not sure how the stream's looking for you on YouTube, but it's looking quite dark when I'm on a helicam or a TV cam. So I've jumped on as passenger at the moment. I feel like you can see a bit more.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I haven't seen it flick over yet. There we go, it's on you. Right, I will love you and leave you for a short while.
Thank you, James, and apologies again for the mishap.
No worries, bud.
We're back on top.
Speak to you in a bit.
Bye now.
Bye.
So, we're on board with Canton. We'll do a little on-board switch between drivers, because I think that's going to give us the best view just now. If we go outside, yeah, it's kind of okay, you can see it, etc. in some parts of the track. But I think if we go on the in-cam view, it gives us a nice dynamic garden of that that's happening just now. So right now, with Canton in the race, who is fighting, trying to catch Genio. Can he get the run on here in the home straight? Oh, Canton's pulled into the pits. Excellent. Either he's run out of fuel or they're doing a driver swap, because we're now down to the last 3 hours of the race. I'd imagine everyone's physical rigours have taken their toll. 3 hours to go, so we're in the last stretch. We'll stick here with back as we can see. So right now, first place is way ahead. Second place is a good couple of corners behind. The track itself is spread thin, but we do have something close by here. So amen. He's pulling in the pits as well. Comms cuss. Every time I click on someone, they go in the pits. Second place, Okaj, we'll go with. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your names correctly. Please correct me if I'm not. We nip back to Daniel, just to see he's got car number 219 in his sights. Again, it's not for position. We're using that as a guide to help him with his braking points, etc. So right now, Haley and Daniel are about the closest cars together. First place, I think he's way ahead. He's 3 laps ahead of the next guy. So Bocage has got a lot of catching up to do, which is possibly it's within his grasp. But I think these guys, the BMW in first place, Stempel seems to be kind of pushing strong, keeping it going, keeping that lead. Very strong team to start with, I would imagine. Team of 2 or team of 3. Canton is now out of the pits. Did do a driver swap. Must have just pitted in for a splash and dash. Perhaps new tyres. He's still holding 4th place. He's come out just ahead of Stempel. He'll be itching to get past him. So Canton's on new tyres potentially, which means he's going to be slightly slower for about the next lap and a half. That'll give Stempel a good opportunity just to get rid of him, get into some fresh air and just keep pushing, get into the 300 lap mark. There we go, we've got a couple of cars here, closest. Daniel and Cavelli. Our LSB battle. Let's go and see what kind of views we can see. The helicam, it's not the best view. But so far everyone's been pushing and pushing and pushing. 9 hours in the 12-hour Monza endurance in aid of, again I'll mention it, Mind, which is a charity regarding mental health. This idea came from the brain of Hydra himself. He's been doing it in a few stints of comms today. Oh, and car number 97 has just lost it. Let's see, is he coming back onto the track nice and safe? This is giving the space. Ban never got affected by that at all. I think he's just lost a bit of concentration there. Any track can become a bit difficult, especially into that. You end up using muscle memory, as they say. corners you've already done 200 odd laps, or a mixture of, so it just becomes second nature. You start, muscle memory takes over and you start getting used to where to brake, where to turn, etc. So the dark doesn't necessarily affect you. You start getting like tunnel vision. They always talk about tunnel vision when it comes to car racing. The car in front, usually you can attend to tunnel vision into the car in front. So here we go, Stemple will be dying to get in front of Canton so that we can get some fresh air. But we have inside. Is that even necessary? Car 2. Close lead. Camera 1, so that was Stevenson. So Stevenson is pushing to catch Canton for position. So this could be interesting because Stevenson himself has made up the ground. This will be very interesting to watch. Oh, we lost a little bit there, but let's see if we can catch. So, just coming round to Parabolica. He's gained so much ground on Canton, and we're putting the pressure on him. Canton cannot make a mistake here. Come down onto the home stretch. He's using the top. He's going to defend that corner as best he can. Looks like Canton might have to concede this position. Holds that inside line. And that's a very, very good move by Stevenson. Very good indeed. Used the power of that BMW to just get in front. So now he's going to blast himself forward into either trying to unlap himself. Let's see. Yep, he's actually took the position. So, bear with me guys, bear with me. So Stevenson's pushed and pushed and pushed, and it only took a lap. Canton came out of the bits. It was possibly on fresh tyres, so he can't push the car as hard as Stevenson, who might be on sort of tyres that are now kind of grained into the track. So Canton will be looking to try and dominate when these tyres start bending in. So that's them, they're just coming round. Scary leading up to Parabolica, but I think Stevenson is just got that faster exit in that BMW. So we now have a 1, 2, 3, 4 BMW. 2 hours and 48 minutes left in this 12-hour endurance. Canton doesn't carry any damage at all. That top end speed potentially could keep up with Stevenson or maybe even dominate on the straights. Yes, he's braking right here, he can gain a lot of ground. So it's coming 1 second in just now. BMW is just powerhouse again. Let's see. Yeah. second right-hander in Lesmo can certainly cause you problems if your car's not up to speed or up to scratch regarding the balance. He's losing, he's lost just over 4/10 in half a lap. But I think his tyres, they might be coming into play now. So now 2 or 3 laps since he's pitted. So he should be getting, those tyres should be coming up to spec. If he got the PSIs correct, because do remember when the temperature drops and we start driving into the night, that can affect everything. And Suresh seems to be stuck in a sandwich between Stevenson and Canton. Is Suresh going to move out of the way? He obviously he needs to do so, but in a safe manner right now. I think Canton's struggling. I wonder if he's maybe not got his PSIs correct when he did pit. Because right now Stevenson seems to be pulling away even further. He's just got some clear air ahead of him. Canton's perhaps having to deal with the dirty air coming off the back of Suresh. There we go, he's yielded the place, that's fantastic, amazing. It's very good driving for the back marker Suresh, well done. So Canton can try and get into some clean air now and pick up some ground against Stevenson. It's now 2.1 seconds. If that BMW has anything to go by, he's just powerhousing it, but all it takes is for one mistake for your tyres to start losing grip. MONZA, as much as it has some lovely fast straights, it's got some very technical corners as well. Right now coming into Ascari, this can put your tyres and your suspension under some physical rigours, and then you've got those little sleepers, the little sausage cups as they call them. They can throw your car off if you've not got that set up correct as well. So far we don't have any mishaps, there's no accidents etc. Let's go see what's happening elsewhere on this spread track. So Latonen, he's running an 8, so he's in top 10 just now, fantastic. Car number 100, he's sandwiched between a back marker who's in front who should really be yielding in that position. It's been blue flagged. I know he's not necessarily hindering him, but it's kind of getting to the kind of nitty gritty. He's going to be trying to make a move and get past him there. Then you've got Bocage, who's in second place. He's just sauntering on. He's actually got nothing to worry about. If he just keeps going the way he is, he can see out the next 2 hours and 43 minutes, no problem. Nice wee gaggle of cars up here now. Let's see what's going on. Nice battle here ahead of us. Things up. He's not necessarily, he's holding his ground. Daniel, back marker, he's getting involved. Why not? If you're capable of doing so, it could have just been a bit of a mishap. There we go, he's pushing the 2 cars ahead, he's pushing them as hard as he possibly can. Looks like we've got Tanza, who's now moving out into clean air and then start pushing forward himself. So he's got beyond the back marker. He's taking a very, very, very attacking line there. He's went in very deep. There it goes, he's on ahead. Canton's really struggling to catch Stevenson's dominating Canton big time. That's seconds now in the last 2 laps. He's gained another 1.5 seconds over the position that he was, so he just needs to keep going. He's doing really well. No way we're having 4 BMWs finishing this endurance in the top 4. Comms curse. That could be his tyres, unfortunately. Getting to that point where he's pushed them too hard, he's been pushing that hard, and they've just got to be undercut there, so this part is going to be absolutely fantastic. These guys are still battling for position. Chopping and changing from 4th to 5th, this is going to be probably the next best thing to watch. If he gets that exit from the Ascari here, BMW itself might start struggling, so if Canton can keep the pressure on, those tyres will be taking some physical rigours. Come down and come into Parabolica. He's covered that corner very well indeed. Could have just been perhaps a lapse in concentration because his BMW is taking off. Let's see what Canton can do here under brake. Can he gain that advantage? Because he's managed to, with that little blip, he's got the 3.3 seconds back down to under half a second. So if he can just keep on his case. BMW just takes off. Chicane. Second chicane, apologies, and then round Lesmo. It's such a volatile section of the track. 2 90-degree right-handers, one after the other, and you always find the second one, the corner just dips slightly, and it throws that back end out, and if you don't catch it right, it can punish you. And then when you've got your composure ready, you then have to try and get your car around Ascari, which that's a bit of a car killer, Ascari. I would like to see how some of these guys have got their cars set up, because they look very stable going around most of these corners. Stevenson's had the odd wobble. Canton, his car seems very planted indeed. He just doesn't necessarily have the same top end speed as Stevenson. So right now, coming into the first chicane, just kind of catch that ground again. Okay. Let's go on the well, I can see. So we've got Will Gales. I think this has been a driver swap. He's at the back just now. Tueaday seems to be, he's way back. I wonder what's happened with these guys, if they've just had a few mishaps or accidents, etc. These things happen. That's us now just over the 300 lap mark as well. And Jarrell has now been switched into the lead BMW car. So let's see what he can do to keep that position alive, keep that position going. Genio as well. Bocage is now in the pits. I wonder if that's going to be a driver swap. And Stevenson, so let's see if he can dominate on that. So just left Ascari, we come up that back straight. Got a couple of flashing lights here. Stevenson. Canton seems to be flashing. He's been blue flagged. He's hindered each race. He's probably why he's flashing. Close that right. Most likely to see a flash of lights here again. It's been blue flagged. It's now getting to the point where we're getting frustrated. Obviously you need to be able to kind of pass the car in a safe manner. So if he's going to yield the position, he's going to yield it on a straight or in a corner, so you just need to be patient. Canton himself is now, he's up to 4th, and Stevenson's pushed up to 3rd. There's the lights flashing again, so you need to be patient because this is a very difficult section of the track. Possibly give it to you here, probably going to take it because he's just made a mistake. And that's exactly right there. Lesmo can be your best friend when you hit that curve on, and the car just takes off, runs off into the gravel. There is a bit of a run off there, so that's where you want your car to go, but if you get oversteer snap and you end up heading towards that wall on your right hand side, there's no stop. Unfortunately it tends to be damage to the front and right hand side of the car. Canton's having a field day with his lights tonight. I think he feels he's being hindered by the Ferrari ahead. Man is 5 laps down, so he's kind of should be in that position. This would have been a perfect opportunity for him to do so because right now Canton will literally catch Stevenson. Stevenson seemed to have nipped the front of the back markers here. Canton's stuck behind them. Mistake there by one of the back markers. Solban just lost control there. Canton is flashing, he's furious. He wants him to yield that position to him. If he'd have done so back when he was initially flashing, the man could have lost control, but there wouldn't have been a Canton behind him that shouldn't have passed. He's just now coming into the first corner, first chicane. He's catching up with Mr. Brave himself, MN. He's part of the team who have chosen the Honda. What a beautiful Honda it is as well. Canton managed to get past. He has. So a bit of clean air ahead of him now. At last, it only took a couple of laps. Let's see what we can see here. Man, Daniel, both holding Canton up. The thing with Stevenson, he's just coming around Lesmo now, so I reckon Stevenson has pitted. His tyres were obviously working in his favour. It's kind of worked in his favour regarding position because he's still out ahead in 3rd place with some fresh tyres. So Canton will try and take advantage of the fact that his tyres are still fresh and will try and gain some ground on him. Scary here. He's got that car planted. He's just pushing as hard as he possibly can. I don't know where his tyres are going to last. Temperatures are still sitting at a nice cool 14 degrees. Very, very, very bad. Who's that? Let's just done that. It's not compelling. So he's actually swaying from side to side there. Daniel has a back marker and he's holding up Van. And he actually put a little bit of a wobbly on him, deliberately, with the looks of it, moving over into his driving line, which has caused Ban himself to fall back a bit. Now, FRL, we always promote that we should be driving as safe as possible and not necessarily doing things in a deliberate manner to put your other drivers off. Now, that could be misconstrued as a bit of a kind of naughty move by Daniel there. Daniel himself is a back marker. Van is obviously just trying to get past, he's flashing his lights. Maybe he didn't like that, but Van is within his right to try and take that position because Daniel is a back marker. So we'll see how that one unfolds. Very interested to see how Stevenson and Canton pans out. So right now Stevenson has just come into the first chicane. Canton has laid some ground up, really good ground. He's had that clean air after getting beyond car 95 and 97, so he now just has car 549, whose Tenza, he'll be pushing as hard as he can to keep that 7th spot. He'll be chased out. The Honda as well, he's about half a lap ahead right now. Canton is dying to catch up with Stevenson. Perhaps Canton had a slight bit of damage that he repaired. That's why he was losing that top end speed, because the Aston Martin itself does have a very good top end speed. As we're watching this, I'll take the opportunity again to tell you why we've done this tonight. This is Hydra come up with the idea, doing a nice long 12-hour endurance race to raise charity money for a charity called Mind. There's a charity place for mental health. I've all been affected by it. Some way, shape or form, or we know someone, sorry, apologies, I'll rephrase that, we perhaps know someone that has been affected by it, or we have been affected by it ourselves. The last 2 years has taken its toll on a lot of people, so we're raising money, as much money as we possibly can. We have a target of £500 right now. People are contributing. Sitting at now, right here. The more we contribute, the better. I will be contributing myself. Right now, we've actually made £79 from all the contributors so far, so that's absolutely fantastic. Bear in mind, we'll leave the link on the Discord as well after the race for anyone who has taken part in the race. they themselves can contribute as well if they're happy to do so. Every little helps. A couple of quid, a couple of pounds, a couple of euros, wherever it is you're from. Whack it in there, get us up to that target. I'm sure Hydra will be very thankful, and they'll be happy to pass this on to the charity himself. So getting back to the race, Capelli himself, who's just short shifting there for the Scary. He is chasing Heathbound for position as well. So we've got a couple of battles happening here. We've got Canton chasing down Stevenson. Stevenson's only, what we're talking, 8 seconds ahead. So Canton's doing an absolutely fantastic job. Stellar job closing that gap on Stevenson. It's going to go very much. Capelli and Heath as well. Capelli's a little bit away, but if he just marks his braking zones well and gets a good exit, looking at this Aston Martin seems to be really dominating alongside the BMW tonight. Amazing to see someone as well brave enough to try the Lexus. I know one of our very own Alien Hunters, as we call him, Gamer Dad, Gaviagi mentioned he's taken to the Lexus this season on one of the leagues. He'll be very happy to see there's a Lexus in there. Canton is closing that gap as Stevenson made a bit of an error. Oh, he's stuck behind the back marker. So, let's see. R219. Yeah, Capelli. Needs to move out the road. Stevenson going to dying there beyond him. Because the more he's held up, the better it is for Canton to just close that gap. I know James says it earlier on, but I do love the flickering of the lights in the dark as it's passing by the camera. It's just a really nice effect. And Stevenson has managed to get past Capelli. So either he's got past him or Capelli yielded to the blue flag. But look at the ground Canton has made up. Very interesting indeed. So if you can nail these two Lesmo corners, happening. Jolene, as he is now starting to catch more back markers. Supercage has dropped to 5th because he had to pit for whatever reason, fuel, repairs, tyres, driver swap. It's a must, you've kind of got to do it, but he's managed to move out the road, which is very nice. A wee flash, just say thank you very much. nice. Back marker moving out below the canton. So, Canton now has Stevenson in his sights. He's got the gap down to just under 4 seconds. He's making ground on him, he really is. He's putting on an absolutely stellar performance. And every lap he's just chopping away at it, bit by bit by bit. And Stevenson will be quaking, absolutely quaking in his boots. His palms will be sweaty. He'll be constantly checking that mirror. He'll be making sure he doesn't make any mistakes. And I can assure you, driving in the dark doesn't actually help at all in this latest when you're trying to keep up with someone like Canton, who's relentless. He's shown most relentlessness so far. We've got Heinrich, apologies. He does have all the Jaegers in his sights. He's just last. Kriegel in the marker. They're pushing as hard as they can. 16 laps back, but still going strong, they're still pushing. Here they're taking part. That's all that matters. Oh, and he's just lost it. That's not good. Oh, not good at all. So Kriegel, he's sitting in a stationary position. He is off track. Yeah, I think he's just had a little bit of a... Oh, that was close. That was very, very close. These fast straights. He's really struggling. I think this car's just a bit of a hit. Is he going to get the pits? It does look very unstable. No, he's going to stay out. Okay. Henrik has popped into the pits. He's obviously either run out of fuel or needs tyres, or they're going to driver swap over. I know a lot of the guys' strategies tonight have been a little bit odd. Some of the driver swaps have happened slightly out of sync, but that could be part of a strategy. House Canton, he's closed that gap again. He's gained another 5/10 on Stevenson. I think it's only a matter of time before he gets this. He must have had damage. It only takes the smallest amount of damage for you to lose top end speed to the car ahead and to then pull away. Trust me when I say this, I'm subject to damage all the time. Nicknamed the gas cup is for one reason only. I simply love spinning the gas. So, back and come out the pits. Heinrich, that must have just been a tyre change. So he can't start Lambo. He's just lost his position as well to Floriano. So a couple of Ferraris with a Lamborghini in the middle. Not necessarily close knit, but the positions are as follows. Caroline way out ahead, BMW. Stevenson is now up to 2nd place. So Adamantini obviously has had to pit, or has been a bit of an off. I'm unsure. Let's have a wee look and see if there's any damage to that car. Not necessarily. I think he's just pitted. So that puts Canton in third place. And Stevenson seems to be doing well enough to keep him at bay. So not much in it at all. It's just coming over the line, that'll give us an indication. So he's pulled away slightly. That could have been a very, very slight mistake. Section is for. If you have to sacrifice yourself, if you're going up to that first corner, the best thing to do is just go into that runoff. You may or may not get a warning for it, but you'll be taking yourself away from any scenario where you potentially cause damage to yourself and the car ahead. And it looks like that's the aftermath of that exact scenario. Bits of foam all over the track. Gravel level will give you that top end speed that you need to get here on this straight, leading up to the scan. You'll be able to brake a little later here because he's not got to that top end speed normally would have, so very, very balanced going through there. He's hit that curve very, very rich. The car just seems to take it, no problem whatsoever. Vodka. Look at those inputs. His car was a little bit discombobulated there as it was exiting. So be very, very aware of Canton's presence. Canton's gained 4/10ths again, even with that mistake. So again, I think it's just only a matter of time. We do half time. 2 hours and 14 minutes left. So we're nearly there in the final stretch, guys, and I think we will be accompanied by Hydra very soon in the comms as well. Let's see what Intenza is. Nice wee train here, small gaggle of cars. You can see some interesting racing coming off the back of this. Just get that map out the road and you'll see far better. So the marker, is it going to show the two Aston Martins how to take corners and how to maximise the speed as they're coming up to Ascari? Can he dominate here? Can he take it better? Can he get that better exit? Use that straight and the toe to get past? There is a blue flag getting yielded here, so the flagman waving furiously nearly fell out his box, so somebody's getting blue flagged out of them. So most likely number 97, Daniel. So I did say we were going to have a wee look at that later on. So Daniel and Ban, they were having a bit of a kind of what for. Daniel himself, he's moved up ahead, Ban has fell back. I don't know if that's perhaps damage. He's losing top end speed, but that's, Daniel was the one that was constantly, that was weaving in front of him and it caused Ban to slam on his brakes. It was a bit of a kind of naughty move earlier on. But I'm sure if someone's unhappy, they'll take it up with the stewards. We've got our very own Derek Brough doing a stewarding tonight. He, again, hats off to Derek Brough. He has been doing stewarding all day for us so far. Oh, and that's someone just on the off there. Heath. his Mercedes seemed to kind of like go off onto the gravel. We'll go back to what I was saying there. Derek's been doing the stewarding and keeping in tow with that all day, so he's been the guy in the background, keeping everyone right, answering all the queries and qualms and any incidents that have been reported, and I'm sure there's been a few. We're just coming on up to the 10-hour mark, so I would imagine there's been a good few. In fact, we have lost some drivers through to technical difficulties, but I don't know if that's going to have been the result of perhaps some kind of instance as well off the back of that.
Chris, can I just grab a radio check because I am here now?
You are indeed. We can hear you fine and dandy.
Cool. Do you want me to take over the stream?
If you would like to take over the stream, you are more than welcome. We've managed to get things sorted. Derek himself done his magic. He worked his magic.
Our very own Michael Massey.
Our very own tech guy. Anytime there's a problem, we're like, Derek, please help. But my problem was the VSync in the game wasn't matched up with the OBS. So what was happening was my game was trying to stream too high a resolution and OBS was too low, so it wasn't marrying up, and there's where the problem lay.
So whenever you're ready, I've got my stream running, so you can hand it over.
So I bid you all, well, I'm going to stay on comms, guys, but
Yeah.
the camera work's going to now be taken over by our one and only Hydra, the man, the myth, the legend, who did himself organise this event. We're up to the £79 mark. I've just checked as well, so we're doing well. We'll keep the link up for you as well to make sure we get more contributions.
We are. I think I have that set to close at, what is it, about? I can't remember what time it's set to close. I know
also, it's going to close off at a specific time and date.
Yeah, I've got it set to close on like the 11th of March, or just before like the peace event, which strangely enough I'm driving for.
I seen you posting up earlier on. So you're going to take part. You're actually not going to be like actually doing comms. You're going to be physically driving a car.
Yeah, I'm going to be driving under the new team that I made today.
Ooh, get you. So what car are you driving?
Either the Aston Martin Vantage V8, or I'll be in the Long Boy.
Yeah, you were talking about this the other night. The Long Boy, the old version Mercedes, which you don't see a lot of. I think a lot of people have they drive the new Evo.
Yeah, a lot of people do prefer the GT3 Evo, as it is a nice car, but it's not. I don't know. I just prefer the classics of the old one.
That's nice, the classic.
No.
Yeah. Excellent. So, are you now taking full control of that? Have you got this?
I am indeed in control of the stream.
Oh, excellent.
And I have been for a couple of minutes, but I'll just let us ramble on anyway.
Well, I'm here to help see out the rest of the comms. I'll maybe dip away for a little relief break, as they call it. We'll call it that on stream, not call it anything else, but I can help keep an eye on. So we do have a couple of gaggles of cars. So we've got car number 7, which is run by Intent. He's currently chasing down what looks like a very stable and fast Aston Martin just ahead of him.
Yeah.
And then the gaggle of cars behind that. So we have car number 306. He's Adamante. He was in second spot. Whether or not it was either a crash or an off, just to get to bring you up to speed, or he had to pit perhaps to do a splash and dash and fuel. Oh, the Lexus just losing control there. He went from second spot down to 5th, and he's now made it back up to 4th.
He did indeed.
The two that I've been keeping my eye on is Stevenson and Canton.
Yeah, I've been lurking in the background of Stevenson's stream on Twitch, and he's a fast driver, I'll tell you that. But then you've got
Yes.
Yarlem up in P1, the 879 car, absolute alien.
So Canton, I think for me so far, he's putting Stevenson under so much pressure,
He
and
is.
he's just keeping on his toes.
He Canton, from what I saw, forced both Stevenson and Miller both into errors. From what I've seen earlier on from both of their streams.
Yeah, he's good at showing his nose to the car in front, isn't he?
He is.
Very good.
He really is. There's, just going back to PE5 now, there's a little battle. Bokaj getting involved with the car in front of him. He's 8/10 off it now.
Excellent. Oh no! There's Adamantini's just had a drive-through for track limits, I think.
Oh, shocking.
So that's now going to put him potentially. Let's see, what's that going to do to him? No.
Well, you only really lose, what, 20 seconds from it. So he'll drop behind Bokaj, but not behind P6.
Do you know what? He'll probably get that position back from Bokaj because he's just been so consistent and he's in a Beamer. These
He
Beamers
is.
are just, they're so easy to drive. Just off the bat, without even batting an eyelid, you don't even need to change a thing, and they're kind of fairly stable.
There he is,
And he's
going for
getting
that
through his
drive-through.
drive-through now. Yep, he's getting that out the roads. It's like, right, let's do it now, do it early, get it done. Understand there was someone was disqualified earlier because they didn't do their drive-through within the 3 laps allocated. Is that correct?
Interesting. I don't know. You might have to ask Dell about that.
It's a way back. I was
Oh,
working
look,
this afternoon and I'd spotted it, so the packet went down to 20 drivers.
because we're now unfortunately back down to 16.
Yeah, a few technical difficulties perhaps. Not sure about that one.
I know that James panicked and accidentally powered down his wheel.
But do you know what? That's probably just the hunger kicking in and everything else, because the both of you, between you and James, you have done an absolutely stellar job today holding the fort, and then I came in and put a kind of panic in a spanner in the works with my internet. But he's have done fantastic to keep this going today. If I could have been here earlier, I would have, and the problem would have arisen earlier. But he's have done fantastic today. That's why I'm happy just to stay here and give you a little bit of respite, lighten the load, as they say.
I do very much appreciate that. I appreciate it, my friend. Why is that link not work? YouTube, come on. I was just trying to link the Just Giving page again, but apparently it's not. It's decided not to work.
It's had enough. It's
Yeah,
been on
it's
there
done.
enough.
YouTube's done.
This link's been on here too much. No, that link we can't put that link up enough. If it's going to be running until the 11th, then this is a really a fantastic opportunity to let everyone know. If there's anybody that's watching the stream, the link's still going to be live right up until the 11th. So if you've anyone at all that's interested in throwing a couple of pound at it, then by all means. And I know a couple of the drivers in the briefing today had said they had posted up the link, and any contributions they get will then be added to the pot. So we might see the pot take a nice wee jump over the next couple of days after these guys get those kind of like resources and kind of funds together, if they've received any kind of contributions themselves. Because I know, like you, like me, like everyone, mental health does affect a mass population.
It really does, and I remember going through this the other night with you. It's a huge cause for me. I went through it today as well. It's a huge cause for me as well, considering what diagnosed very early, I think it was 2020, diagnosed with anxiety. Not fun, but
No. As you said that there, Adamante's car took a nice wee 6 or 7 inch jump in there, so he's obviously supporting you. It's like boing up in there. That's it.
unfortunately
Suspension's
didn't
just
see
took a
it.
massive hit. He's probably just took 3 slow punctures as he's landed on the floor.
Yeah. And just on a pile of nails. pile of broken glass on the track.
So you could have said perhaps bananas if we were playing Mario Kart, but we're not. We're in the middle of a 12-hour, in fact the middle of, we're at the tail end, we've done 10 hours of a 12-hour endurance.
I do have to say it has flown by.
I think the next one needs to be a 3-day, 72-hour. I'm kidding. That would probably kill us.
I would be more than happy to try and organise a 24-hour race.
A 24-hour one, yeah. I will take the day off work and get fully involved. I would race, I would steward, I would comms, I would go in the corner and cry. I think I would possibly take every opportunity possible going with that.
Honestly,
I would do it in a Porsche as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would sit with you in your little Porsche. Maybe we could race on my team and
then curl up into the corner and cry. 24 hours of racing. Are you kidding?
24 hours of Bathurst.
Oh wow, that would be monstrous. That would be battle of the pit stops.
It really would. The actual enduro race at Bathurst is 12. It is one of the hardest enduro races that exist in the calendar on the WEC.
Yep. Oh, I raced Bathurst many times. It took me a long time to get used to it.
The
I could go
the first
90
full
minutes without touching a wall, and then bang, race over.
Yeah, the first full race that I did with FRL was at Bathurst.
Right. So you just threw yourself in the deep end.
Yeah.
And then walked over the line because your car hit that many obstacles and walls that you just walked over the line with your steering wheel in your hand.
Yeah.
It's a hard track. Very, 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 very unrelenting track.
Yeah, which is why I am excited for the Silverstone event on the 13th, I think it was.
Yes. I'll be taking part of that as well, but I think we've only got is it teams? Is it
it's a team event, but I'm doing it solo.
Right, okay.
Because it's only 2 hours. So I thought, well, there's no real point in doing it in a team.
I've drove 4.5 hours back to back, so I'll do 2 hours, no bother.
Just an update, the 218 car now coming out the pits. They have switched over to Luvasetto as they're driving now, try and maybe catch up to the cars in front of them.
So now Canton is now pitted?
Yeah, and has come back out as Luvasetto, the 218 car.
Oh, it's still showing as Canton in mind, but that will possibly change.
That will change next lap. Yeah, no, I thought if there's no real point in trying to get the team made and like big enough where I can actually have people willing to switch that quickly.
Yeah.
So I thought I might as well just do it solo because it's only 2 hours. It's not that long. I did 2 hours of, I think it was sushi at Suzuka or something was the event.
That's right. I organised that one myself, and we managed to get Boothby involved.
Yeah, George Goggy. Yeah.
He came in and started doing like, what was it he was doing? 158s.
Something stupidly fast.
That's insanely fast. Insane. And he managed to lap the entire track.
Yeah, he was
twice
part
over,
of,
I think.
He's part of Yas Heat, the esports team.
Yes. I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, you see him streaming. He's got like this whole Matrixy Nebuchadnezzar screens all over the place set up. Right, I'm currently on with Klein at the moment, car 299. And the BMW that's just in front of him, which is...
Do you mean 219?
299, Klein. He's in an Aston Martin.
Oh, yeah, it's
Fourth place.
Macca.
Who's the...
299 is a Macca.
Yeah. So he's in a. What am I saying?
You said he's an Aston.
Oh, do you know what? Sorry, I've had a long day. He's in a McLaren, and Makoja, who's in second place, was. I know he's a back marker, Klein, right? He is. But it looked like he was going faster than Makoja there, and Makoja was swaying from side to side to stop him from passing him. That's twice I've caught something like that on stream.
Sorry, just going
And
to
now
point
Klein
out
is
here,
driving very aggressively.
Stevenson's going to have to give that position back. I'm afraid to say to him, but he is now 2 tenths behind Assetto. But he has dropped now to the second. That's unfortunate for him. I know that team wanting a podium so badly.
Do you know what? They're trying. I mean, he's not got much ground to catch up to Adamantini, if you think about it. Adamantini's just on the final stretch there, coming up to Parabolica, and he's now just coming in, so Livisetti's just coming into Ascari, so 13 seconds. There's an hour and 55 minutes to go.
He will definitely get that.
Well, the Aston Martin, right now for me, seems to be the car and the PC side of things that's just got like monstrous top end speed.
Oh yeah, no, it's overpowered as hell.
Frightening. I was racing in where was it? The Italian one, what's it called? Imola. And I was on the straight. I'm in a Porsche. The Porsche isn't the best top end speeds. It just seems to lag about 10 miles or 10 kilometres per hour against all the other kind of cars.
Or is that from
This
you
Aston
hitting a
Martin
wall?
blew past me like I was standing still.
It's stupid. It's just ridiculous. Some of the cars, when they release the initial patches for them, they're stupidly quick. I think it was the M4 when they originally released the update. It was stupidly quick.
Yeah, if you had a grid of 20 and if 12 of them were on BMs, there would be 12 of them, top 12 would be BM. They
Yeah.
were just really stupidly fast.
And then they
The
obviously
Maca as well
released
at
that.
some point. Livisetti's just made a wee mistake there, so that's not going to bode well when he's trying to catch Adamantini.
No. I think P4 and P5, the 218 and 101 cars, and there you go. Stevenson made a mistake there as well. Don't even know what happened.
Comms curse.
Yeah. I think it
What was
actually
going
was,
on?
because he just spun by himself. Like, no contact at all.
That's what happens. We do comms and these guys, we're not really meant to look at them. We're meant to just talk and flick about and not say their names. And
It's
then
always me, isn't it? Because when we were, I
It's
remember
always-
we were we were doing, it was you and I, we were doing, what was the race?
Was it what we're doing?
Was it
I think we got
Brands?
about 4 drivers. No, it wasn't Brands.
No, it was after Brands. Oh, damn.
So much has happened since then.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm yawning here. I've got a cheek. Fair enough, I've had a hard graft today.
Your
Can I
internet is
just
not on
say,
today.
we are up at the 326 lap mark. We still have 2 hours to go, guys.
That's completely mental.
These cars will be absolutely bogging. They'll be like caked in mud, caked in tar, and caked in this, and caked in blood, and sweat and vomit and guts.
A bit
just to
extreme.
get you some donations for this cause. But hey, it's all worth it. It's all worth it.
I have said, I did say in the briefing as well, it's so much appreciated for everyone that's turned up. Whether you're just sitting lurking in the YouTube stream, whether you're streaming it on Twitch, whether you're racing, it's really appreciated. I mean, James and myself threw this together in what, like 4 days or something stupid.
Yous were kind of talking about it. I can remember you talking about it at one point. I seen something, and then all of a sudden it was here, and then there was an artwork done for it. And I was like, oh, started looking at it. It was like, great, excellent. And then it was like, it's a 12-hour. Oh God, it's on that date. With my work, I've got to give them slightly prior notice, and it was just too. It was coming up too quick. That's why I opted to happily do comms, or I would have come in and done. Pardon me, I would have taken part.
Yeah, I mean, I would have also taken part, and I was going to originally, but then my main worry was I'm not going to be able to get a team.
Yeah.
Which, of course,
Trust me.
Keddy had the same problem and ended up racing with James and Dark Horror.
Yeah, which is a strong team in itself.
Yeah.
So where is Keddy's team? What's happened? Why are they not here?
Well, James powered his wheel off, then... Well, James accidentally powered his wheel off, then shut the game down, and they couldn't get back into the server because their number one driver wasn't available.
Which was Michael Dark Horror.
It was.
Dark Horror, I think he perhaps, when he's done his racing, because I've been in his team already before, we did a 6 hours endurance. In fact, we've got a 9 hour endurance coming up soon as well, which I'm looking forward to. I've got time off work for that, so that's a whole day
Is
thing.
that the Kalami race?
Yes, one of my favourite tracks. But
I've yet to race there, actually.
Dark Horror, he was, when he wasn't racing, he was away doing things, so I think he's a busy man.
I think he either had family business or work to attend to, and I cannot remember which one.
Family and work come first. I know I take this game very seriously, but I also love the fun element of it as well. But yeah, life comes first.
Always. It has to come first.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to read back and see what he said, but...
I'm going to get some nice stills.
I got a couple of nice screenshots if you have a look in race pics. But yeah, no, it's been a long day, very busy day for everyone, I guess, especially with trying to sort out their own stints and everything. I'm gonna say it again, it's for a good cause, it's a very worthy cause. And everyone that's been watching wherever, whether it's over on my Twitch, over on the FRL Twitch, on any of the drivers' Twitches, it's just worth it, you know.
Definitely. You're lost for words.
I'm tired. I'm sitting here drinking a Monster.
Drinking a Monster, I'm sinking some Corona beers.
I'm drinking Monster at 10:20 at night.
Christ, you're going to be bouncing off the walls.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus.
Let's just say I have a small caffeine addiction.
Small caffeine addiction? Is this indicative of being like entirely addicted to caffeine? Oh, look at that. Some of these cars are beautiful in this dark with their wee auxiliary lights on their kind of like oddest places. So I'm currently looking at car number 71, red Ferrari, and his auxiliary light is beautifully positioned nice. Just on his right hand door only.
That does look nice. And I will say, is it the 219? The 219 car that has that beautiful Red Bull Aston Martin racing livery. It's not. Which Aston Martin? It's Intenza, the 549. Such a nice livery.
So, I didn't install the livery packs. Do you know, I knew I wanted to just make sure I was going to stream properly first, because I know how laborious, not laborious, apologies, wrong word, I know how hungry these livery packs are, especially on a PC. I mean, I don't have the worst PC, but it's not a magnificent PC.
No, it's really not.
Performance wise. Your PC's different. Your PC's fucking fly about 5 rockets in a minute back. I never swore, I says could.
Well, I mean, yeah, my PC's 9600K,
16.
1066 gig, and then 16 gig RAM.
Frightening.
Yeah, I know. It's not cheap though. It's really not cheap.
We're big and ugly enough to treat ourselves, so.
Yeah. There's Bocage and Yaralim, sorry, are both in the pits now actually.
Oh.
Meaning that Adam Antini managing to unlap himself, and possibly Luvasetto and Stevenson all managing to unlap themselves here from Adam Antini, which would put Stevenson in a net P4, I think that is, and Luvasetto in P2 potentially.
Right. Okay.
So it got to a point when everyone else has started to settle down, really, whether people will be pitting, and I just started to look at it really strategically in terms of when the penalties were kicking in terms of when people were pitting and what they were going to do about it, really. I would also like to point out we've just hit 330 laps with another hour and 45 to go.
Wowzer!
That's Christ, I don't know how they
I
do
think
it
so.
now.
What we're talking? 2 minutes a lap.
Just under that, yeah.
So 158.
I think we got into the 148.
Times that by 12. We could be looking at about 450 laps. 440 laps. Sound about right?
Yeah, that does sound about right.
Wait a minute, no. So you're looking at 37, 38 laps.
Oh, right, well.
So we're going to we might hit the 400 mark.
Mental. I'm going to say this again, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how anyone really deals with endurance races properly, because I know I definitely would be able to.
What gets me is I play a lot of football, so I'm old and still think I'm 21 years old, so when I play these games of football I then suffer profusely, and then when I'm sitting in my rig and trying to drive, all my sore muscles and all my tears and this and sore bits all tend to show face when I'm trying to drive.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that would possibly affect me, is I always get it up the right hand side of my leg, right at the top. It almost feels very sciatic-y, but that's just an age thing. I'm into my 40s, playing football and sim racing seems to be taking its toll. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
I'm just going to mute my mic on the stream just to tell you something, by the way.
Oh, right. Shush. No. You can say that on stream, I don't mind. Ah, shush. I'm a 43-year-old man. I've got 2 kids. I've got an addiction to sim racing and football, and my poor body just can't take the physics.
Yeah,
can't
I
take
know,
the physicality of it.
Painful. Painful. I just have poor stamina and shoulder problems, but
I take life in my stride.
Both
And
of
sim
them.
racing landed on my lap 2 years ago, and James took me under his wing. I think it's been a really good move. There's been so much. It's kept me really busy. When I'm not working, I go straight to work, doing things and setting up check-ins and chasing people and doing this and doing that, and talking to the guys in Discord and taking parts in races. And before you know it, 24 hours is just completely gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get up out of bed at maybe 7 o'clock in the morning, get myself sorted, get out the door, go to work, and I'll still be awake at 2:30, like doing check-ins and artwork and stuff.
Yeah,
In the morning.
it's a long thing being I guess an admin in a league. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm that kind of. I've got that mindset. A bit of a grafter, bit relentless. I don't give up until my eyeballs are popping out my head. But then when I shut my eyes, they seem to open again, and it's morning time, and I get up and go to work again. So I don't feel I've slept a wink. It's alright though. The older you get, so when you get to my age, you'll understand. You only need about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Because you just don't care about your looks when you get to my age.
That's about all I get anyway, about 4 to 5 hours.
Big and bad and hairy and ugly. I'm surprised I'm not an ogre.
Just turn into Shrek. That
Hell,
wasn't a joke on you being Scottish, by the way.
Total wido. Donkey.
Donkey.
Oi.
You just got to become Billy Connolly.
my favourite comedian of all time. Billy Connolly. Fantastic guy. Absolutely fantastic.
God, he's dead now, isn't he? Bloody hell.
Eh?
Yeah, he's dead.
No, Billy Connolly's still alive.
Who was it that died? It was like literally last year.
Comedian. But well, Billy Connolly's he's been forced into retirement. I don't think he does his stand up anymore because
I mean, he is 79.
he suffers from, I think it's Parkinson's or something.
Fair enough. I'm trying to think, who was it that passed away last year? It was a James Bond actor. I can't remember which one.
Oh, Sean Connery.
That one.
Was it Sean Connery?
It was.
Yes. That was a shocker.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to live forever.
I think people think the Queen's going to live forever, but there you
go. Is she actually going to die?
That's
quite sinister.
Is she Arnold Schwarzenegger from Terminator? I feel like we can't be having this conversation.
Talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger, I watched a very, very weird film last night called Junior. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen this, where it's awful. Arnold Schwarzenegger falls pregnant.
Sorry?
Has a baby. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. He falls pregnant and has a baby.
This is a very odd conversation to be having in front of 14 other people right now.
Yes. Well, we are obviously doing comms, yes, but we can talk other things as well.
Oh yeah, we are obviously doing comms, but there's honestly nothing interesting right now. As I say that, there is a fight, which we definitely should have been watching, but instead we were talking about Sean Connery.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold, specifically a pregnant Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. Yeah, the wee battle happening right now, like you did say.
Capelli and Knudsen. The 219, the 95 cars. Capelli looking just a set.
Oh, look at that.
They do look. They both do look very, very nice. That 95 car with the light on the front looks incredible. I said in one of the I said in one of the Twitch chats that I was in, the amount of screenshots I'm going to take during the night of this race, mental.
Yeah, I've already probably filled my hard drive with about 1,000 of them already.
I hate to say this, Chris, but you might have to bear with me whilst I go to the toilet.
That's fine.
Alright,
I'll hold the fort. I'll just kind of commentate on what's happening here then. So car 95 and a Ferrari definitely holding his stead coming into a Ascari. It's just so stable around there. I've never seen a Ferrari been able to take the corners as good as that, to be fair. And the Parabolica round into the home stretch. It's just leaving that Aston for dead. You're going to be wired to the moon tonight. I think you're going to once this kind of ends, you're still going to be up to about 4 in the morning.
Oh,
Are we
absolutely.
doing like a post-race interview?
I don't think
Or
we will today.
interviews?
It's too long of a day. I think honestly everyone will just want to go the hell to bed. That's Klein just popped into the pits, so I wonder what's going on here. Obviously he's in 11th place. Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think he was going to catch Capelli. I wonder No.
how.
But Capelli now only 1/2 behind Knudsen now.
Yep, they've been battling for a bit now.
They really have. And Anamantini now only 1 minute down. Oh, there's still 2 laps though behind.
Yes.
That's,
It's just spread so much.
that 879 BMR. Or are they 3 laps up at some point? Ridiculous.
He's now only 1 lap ahead of Adamantini. So Adamantini is absolutely blitzing the pack.
From what I see on race control, it's still 2 laps.
Oh, it's just went 2 laps, okay, yeah. So, I don't run race control myself at the same time. Do you have like a multiple monitor setup?
I do.
I'm going to get that because this definitely helps.
Honestly, it's just like a cheap TV that we bought a long time ago from Tesco. Is my second monitor. It's like 21 inch or something.
It's just for race control, isn't it? So it doesn't need to be something special.
What I do want to try and get like a touchscreen for race control.
Oh.
Be fancy. Because I also do lighting design on my PC, which is also very helpful when you've got 2 monitors.
You do what design, sorry?
Lighting. Like for
Lighting design.
productions.
Fancy, fancy.
Oh. Which be even more helpful with a touchscreen.
Right.
Because with the actual desk that I use, you can like we have a touchscreen that we use, which is the most helpful thing you'll ever experience, really.
Yeah, we have them in some of our shops that I work for, my company. We do shoe repairs and key cutting, and some of our monitors have touchscreen and they're brilliant.
Yeah. Make you feel like an absolute god when you do something.
Right, the pack. Oh, there's just been announced their car 299s just went off. Heinrich.
Was it contact? It was. Apparently there's contact there. The 299 and 15 cars. Let's have a look at that. I get that then. That looks as if he...
Look.
Oh! I hate to say it, but that is Heinrich's fault.
Is it really the boy Namaka?
Yep. I hate to say it, but it might be his fault. Let's, I'm going to go back to that again, just in helicam this time, because he looks to come across the sausage curb and directly into the car in front of him.
Where
That
did that
is-
happen? Parabolica?
The Scary.
Scary.
quite unfortunate, but
Oh, that is bad.
that is his
But
fault.
hang on. So, the car in front is car number what?
The car in front of the 299 was 71, I think it was. No, it was the 15 that he made contact with. He was
15?
now on P16.
Let's just have a look and see what happens to him, because he himself, as
I
he's coming into Ascari,
He's now going to Lesmo.
he lost it and went onto the gravel, and he slowed down.
Ah, interesting.
Ah, right. So I think that's possibly going to go down as
A racing
a
incident?
racing incident.
Yeah.
Reason being, I don't think the guy in the Maca had time to react there.
No, because he was like halfway in the air, I think.
Aye. So Kriegel loses it in Ascari, and
I
then
think
Heinrich,
Heinrich was.
he was holding
trying to
his
lap
line.
him
It looks
anyway.
of it.
I think he was lapping him anyway. That's the. I think that's the worst part about it. I think the Kriegel was trying to slow down to get out of the way,
Yeah.
but
I'm
didn't
just going to go
quite
chase
manage to.
cam and see what this looks like. Yeah.
As we go back on board,
So-
not on board. Sorry.
Oh, so Kriegel's, do you know what Kriegel's done? He's lost it and he's tried to correct it, and you know that way the power outage in your car lags, and then you basically through default your car slows down,
Yeah.
and then Heinrich himself was still in the racing line, so he's going hell for leather. Do you know what? Has he got? Nah, he was the racing line. And Kriegel slowed, that's a racing incident. That's the reaction time there, you'd need to be Superman to react to that.
Yeah. Just gonna have another look at donations. Yeah, we're at 78.95, just bordering the £79 mark. So we've had donations from FRL N Woodward.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to put something in right now.
Oh no, it wasn't you, it was Dell that gave us something very early.
He did indeed.
He gave us, what did Dell give us? Dell gave us £4.
Well done.
I gave 5. And then, actually my dad gave us 10.
Fantastic. I'm going to stick a wee £5 myself. Give now.
And I know that Stevenson, the number 101 car, actually gave us, I think it was like a £5 or something. As he's actually getting now in a fight for this podium position. So I'll just point this out. As we come down to the final 1.5 hours.
Wow. That's 10.5 hours of sheer and utter awesomeness.
Really, it really has been. And I don't know if James is sitting in the stream right now, but massive thank you to you, my friend. Thank you for helping me set this up. Means a hell of a lot. Considering I was trying to do a charity race for a solid year, maybe, but I couldn't get anyone to help me host it or like help me set it up at all. So it means a lot that we managed to finally get this done.
I'm sure we'll most likely hold various large events like this throughout the year.
You never know. I may actually race as opposed to just doing comms.
2 seconds, I just grab my old bank card.
No worries.
Oh. Where is it? It's out. It's out my bag.
Just going to point out now that Stevenson actually looking to get very friendly with Assetto, who is forced into a mistake. So up into P3,
Oh, yes.
Stevenson does go.
And where did it happen?
Just after
Lesmo.
Lesmo won.
Yeah. Horrible, horrible, horrible corners.
They really are, and if you just underbrake even the slightest bit, then your lap's done.
Oh. Livizetto has just been given a 10 seconds penalty.
Interesting.
So...
Don't quite know what for, do we?
I'm just going to have a look and see what actually happened then.
218. Nothing that I can see. I'll have a look. I'll have a look in the Discord. I see it.
He did give like a wee wobble of the steering wheel as if to acknowledge that.
Yeah. So the spinnerino
So is
that
this like an
the 101 car had was due to Luvisetto.
So, what lap was it on?
That was on lap. Stand by. Lap. I don't know. Wasn't included. Thanks, Dal. You're so helpful. Yeah, I don't know what lap it was.
I'm going to go back one lap and see if it's happened there.
But unfortunately, people that were only in here for this event are starting to leave the server, which is unfortunate because we won't end up seeing them for further events, unfortunately.
Ah.
That is fine.
Oh, right, so
because-
they were only in here for just this one.
Yeah. Because some people are
Oh.
like that.
Aye, they'll join, they'll see it, they'll join. It's part of our rules. To be able to take part in anything that we've got posted on SimGrid, you need to become part of our Discord. You need to fill in your PC or your PlayStation license. You then need to register your Discord number with us as well. It's just all part of the process, that's it. So if these guys are willing to do that, even if it's just to take part in one event, then so be it.
Yeah. Obviously, I know I need to get my FRL license done. But as soon when I went to look at it, unfortunately my preferred racing number wasn't available. Mainly because I probably already took it myself. So I had my thing made for me, I can't remember who by.
What is your racing number?
36.
Right. Oh, Luvisetti's penalty has went to 0 seconds.
Still 10 for me.
Is that? Oh, is it?
That might just be your side. So Stevenson, actually I'm just going to point this out, is now 21.5 seconds from Adamantini. So whether he's looking... Because I know Jess... Oh, what the hell is her last name? I know their other
Look how
teammate
tight it is. Sorry, on you go.
I know their other teammate is looking to do a final stint. There's a spin in front of them there. Christ.
Car 204, which
204
is
spinning, hitting the wall once again.
Dryers.
Yeah, who started for that team? I know. Sorry, go ahead.
Dorazio is 10.344 seconds behind Luvisetto, who currently has a 10-second penalty. So look how tight that is.
That's going to be very, very close. I think he'll. I think Luvisetto is going to have to concede that position when he pits, and unfortunately might end up dropping behind Durazio.
That's going to be very interesting.
It really is.
So who can jump who in the pits? Who's faster than who in clean air?
I think that's what it,
Clean
what it
air
comes to at this point.
is definitely the physics in this game, especially in the PC. The more clean air you've got, I think the better your car's going to perform and the more consistent you're going to be with those fast laps. And I understand someone's done a 56 tonight. Is that right?
Yes, I think we saw a 56 happen. Sorry, not a 56. Do you mean a 46?
No, 56. No, 46.
No, we haven't seen 46. We've seen 48s from.
Does it still hold records of the other people that were in the server?
No, it doesn't. Unfortunately, the best lap that we've seen has been with the 879 car all day, and it's been a 148.3.
148.3. Why did I hear somebody saying a 146?
I don't know.
Because I know Tueaday, being some kind of like really strange alien from some planet way outside of our solar system, is highly capable of something like that.
Some
Especially,
strange
is it a
planet called
Ferrari
Switzerland. They're in the. I found that way too.
Switzerland, and he works for Ryanair. Like just.
Oh.
I don't get it.
Interesting.
Yes.
See, that's another thing. I came from flight simulation over to sim racing. That's how I discovered it. For absolutely somehow I discovered
this. So, I've kind of been a lover of like, racing games, not necessarily sim games, but I've played like Vodka, Gran Turismo, and like Formula 1.
Yeah.
On the odd occasion, I wasn't a big Formula 1 fan. But then it was my mate Checker, who is on the Discord with us as well. He races with us quite a lot.
Who's actually
he
sitting
mentioned
in the other...
something about it.
I think he's currently sitting in the other channel right now, actually. He is, he's just not sitting by himself.
He's in the stewarding channel, so hang on. He does that, he just leaves himself in places.
Fair enough. Sorry, continue interrupting then.
No, it was Ian himself, Checker. He himself introduced us to the game. I think it was him that suggested it to us, and I've not looked back. I can't see past this. It's just going to get better as well. Much better.
I think when I can actually afford it, I want to try and get a DD wheel and a decent set of pedals.
That's some of the guys that take this game really serious. They'll be on that type of setup. No problem.
I know
We've got a very, very close battle happening here. Sorry, just to butt in there.
No worries.
Car 204 and 271. 204 has just yielded position to 201.
So, okay, have a look back at that now. Yeah, that's a good overtake from him. Nicely
Very
just
nice
down
indeed.
towards Parabolica and just braking just slightly later to keep ahead. That's one thing I wish with ACC, that there was a way to just see like simultaneous telemetry.
Yeah.
Between two cars, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would be good. So you could cross-reference it the way they do in Formula 1.
Yeah.
Look, that's possibly a feature that they could bring into the comms side. In fact, there's other types of comms controls that you can get. I wonder if that's maybe a thing in it.
I know that
you can maybe see
use...
the two drivers.
I know that you can use SimHub, and I have been using it a little bit when I've been racing. But I am sorry, just reading chat here. I've got people coming in saying the 10 seconds for car number 218 was too much. Do you agree with that?
And where, sorry?
The 10-second penalty for the person in P4 currently, Assetto, because we don't know what happened. But I do. But if you had a look in the incidents channel. It's the most recent verdict in the verdicts channel. Yeah, Jess, I agree with that there. The decision has been made, so it just needs to be left.
Clip the sausage curb. Let's have a look. So, car 101's on the inside. So he was, who was given the 10 seconds for that?
218. The Aston.
Really?
Yeah.
Car 218 was left, I think I remember clicked.
I am well aware, Jess. I am well aware. There's Adamantini actually now pitting, so that's going to give the 101 car their P2. This is what they're going to want now to chase after Stempel. However, they still have to pit, I think, with this round of pit stops. They do.
Stevenson for me is done phenomenal. Dare I say it, over the course of all of since I've been on anyway, it's just shown traits of being driver of the day.
Oh, 100%. I mean, him and his team have gone from 6th, where they qualified, down to last, up to 2nd, back down to 6th, and now they're back in 2nd. It's a great show from him and his team.
Very Boothby-esque.
Oh, yeah, no,
So
definitely.
Boothby does the same thing. It tends to save the day. Oh, the temperatures have dropped to 13% on track as well, which will slightly affect our PSIs, especially over the next hour.
Sorry. Forgot I was unmuted there.
Whatever it. Capelli's in the pits. That's either a driver swap for the last stint. No, it can't be because it's 65-minute stints, isn't it?
It is, you're right. So it'd be interesting to
That's
see
a
how
splash
much...
dash.
Be interesting to
Just
see
let
how
it-
much... Sorry.
On you go, on you go.
It'd be interesting to see how much time that Stevenson has left on this stint now. Because he's been in, as far as I'm aware, he was doing a double. So
So as long as you pit in and stop and go back out again, I think that works.
yeah,
But there's an hour and 12 to go, and the
There is.
stints last 65 minutes.
I think they want to get their final teammate in before the end of the race. Just
So
sorry,
on you go.
just I don't know where that sentence was going. Just lost my train of thought. So yeah, you were saying. I apologise.
So if Stevenson is 2 laps down, can he catch Stempel? If Stempel need to pit in and out, you're talking 56 to about say 50 seconds, the drive in, the stop, the drive back out again. Is it going to be enough? Is Stevenson going to be able to put enough of an effort in to catch Temple? I
Well-
think their team has done enough to secure this, I'm just saying.
They've definitely done enough to secure the podium. Whether it's the win, we currently do not know, because of that 2-lap difference and the now minute that in this lap that Stevenson has under Stempel, and whether he pits here to make that final driver change, or whether he continues on until maybe
Well,
like the 50 minute
I think
mark.
you've got to stop every single hour anyway, or every 65 minutes.
Yeah, it's every hour that we've said that they need to stop. But whether he'll close out the race, we don't know. So don't think. I know that Yarolim, the other teammate for the 879 car, did like some ridiculous triple stint at the start of the race, and
Wow.
got 3 laps
That's a
up.
kind
or
of
something.
idiotic thing that I would be willing to do. Just plant myself in my seat and go for total numbum syndrome and just drive for 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
That was a nice wee move there by Lenga Yale.
Getting tired, are you, Chris?
I've been going hammer and tongs all day in work. I had a very, very busy day in work. So now that I'm sitting down, yeah, the yawns are coming in. It's not necessarily because I'm tired, I'm just... Oh! That's 2 laps in a row now, or 2 laps out of 3 that Triers has had to use that runoff. He keeps missing his braking zone for the first turn in his Lambo.
So I'm just watching some racing that's not even for position. That's Stempel now coming around P8. He's just lapped once again. Which is now 6 laps. So from P8 to P10, they're 6 laps down. And then from P11 to P13, it's 7. And then P14 onwards is at like nearly 10 laps plus.
It's just amazing what some of these drivers can do over a long enough timeline, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's frightening.
Given them the right amount of time, it's completely ridiculous. I think definitely with this 101 team, they definitely could have won this race given the right start.
Do you know, I quite like that view you've got there, the broadcast view.
I do as well. Again, it's, I think it's F2 to switch to it on. Is it F2? I can't
And then
remember.
to change driver, you just... It
I
just goes
use
to
race
the...
control for it.
What do you?
Yeah. Because with
You can
race
just
control,
shift and arrow.
Ah. I need to test that.
Shift and arrow and it just goes driver ahead, driver behind.
I think it... Oh my god, it does.
That way you can track who's behind who.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Learn something
Look at
new every
Chris.
single day.
Look at Chris teaching me something new.
They call me the Oracle, don't worry about it, it's cool.
I will
there's
say,
an instant... Oh, stay up! Oh, Jesus. That was the race leader, by the way, Stempel.
ooh, interesting. Didn't see what happened. Go and have another look at that then.
So
I may have
race
gone a
leader,
little bit too far back.
maybe his tyres have gave up.
Maybe he does need to... Well, I mean, he's only just pitted, hasn't he? Yeah, he just... Oh, there's damage there for him, unfortunately.
No.
It's rear end damage as well.
Here we go.
This is where the pit strategy will come in. So key. So Assetto in behind, still got to pit and serve that 10 second. Stevenson's still got to pit with this round of stops. Stempel already made his pit with this round of stops. However, now having damage, we'll have to see what he does.
So my thinking is, a lot of the guys are going to have held out as best they could.
Oh yeah.
But if anyone's pitted before this point, they're going to need to pit again, right at the end of the race.
I know that if this is a
So
really
to be the
difficult
safe
pit
side,
strategy.
and minute 59 left to go, do your pit, get it out the road, and then give yourself that full, or just short of an hour, to push as hard as you possibly can, the fastest you've ever driven in your entire life.
Yeah.
Tear the skin off of the guys that are on about you to get there.
Yeah.
And keep it in the grey stuff.
Yeah, I think the rest of my night after this is probably going to consist of me making a livery for the 13th.
Where do you live?
UK,
Oh right, okay.
like southeast UK,
Southeast.
southeast, not that area,
Southeast.
thankfully.
I'm from, your accent's not for there though. Is it?
Hmm. Some areas.
Doesn't it take you very many guesses to figure out where I'm from? Oh my
But
god.
which area of Scotland? That's the question.
Henry has been given 15 seconds.
Christ.
So the instant over Ascari, which we initially thought was would have been a racing incident, because Henry himself never had time to react to the other driver going into that kind of defaulty slowed down scenario where your car just loses grip when it slows down.
Chaos for you reported it. Well, Chaos
Okay.
you reported it, which I think then Dal had another look at it and decided that it was in fact not a racing incident.
Okay.
So I'm just having a look at the battle in P6 and P7 right now, which because maybe just looking ahead, but the
He's just took it, hasn't he?
that Honda putting up a great five. They've been side by side for the majority of the main straight, but it is going to be Kers looking ahead into P1, into T1.
Jumped 6 places just for one corner. Cheater!
I was
He's cheating!
there was a certain moment when I was having a think earlier that
It's called a brain fart.
it really is that
And in motor racing, it can always just had to jump the curb there. Oh, now was that for advantage? Nah, he just lost control.
I was definitely thinking that Yorelim earlier was like using some sort of grip hack because he was stupidly quick, or it's just the man being an absolute alien. My question is, how do you stay on for a triple stint and manage to keep your pace up?
Exactly. Some of these guys have got super amazing rigs and comfy seats and naked assistants bringing them drinks and stuff whenever they need it.
Steady on.
Or is that just me fantasising?
May just be you fantasising, Chris.
Right. Okay.
And that 991 Honda now actually trying to look to get that position back from the 549 Aston. And once again, I'm going to say it, that beautiful Red Bull Aston Martin racing livery. Very odd combination, I will say, but it's not bad.
Yeah, I've seen the kit. Oh, the guy in the Honda's just undone himself with the braking there.
He has. He has dropped back to 2.5 seconds now, the gap 2.6.
Do you know what? Nick's done really well to sacrifice himself there.
He really did.
I think his heart would have been in his mouth. Certainly was in mine.
I think his heart would have been on his desk by that point. His cars,
Oh, cars
making
everywhere.
contact with AJ Jones there.
Wow.
That's
What is going on? Just madness.
Can I have a look back at that again? I want to. Ooh, that's unfortunate. He just broke a little bit too late and just tapped the back of AJ Jones there, the number 100.
Ouch.
Which would possibly have given both of them damage.
100%. Is it going to affect the race? Most likely. There's 1 hour left. Just as I look up there, we're coming right onto the last hour. So there's been a drive-through as well for car 4549, just flashed up on screen there. I wonder what that's for. Cars.
Sorry, don't mind me adjusting my seat. Adjusting my desk chair, don't mind that.
Right, Cars is just, he's getting it out the road now.
He is, he's going for
Well
that
done.
drive-through, which will give Nick that position back. So Assetto, I will just point out, still has that 10-second penalty as we approach the 355 lap mark now.
Yeah. Oh. He's just turned his lights off there.
Assetto?
Yeah, and then turned them back on again.
I think he may have some damage then.
Well, the reason I'm saying that, you know, when you command something on Assetto Corsa and the driver's hands tend to move and tweak wee things in the steering wheel.
Yeah.
His hand went down as if to turn the lights off and on again.
Maybe reaching
that's
for
all
his
about-
flash or something, just the car in front. And press the wrong button.
Yeah.
But he is actually being chased by the 305 Beamer behind Assetto. Could we maybe see another fight on our hands here?
Yes.
I
After
absolutely
11
hope we
hours
do.
of total and utter bedlam, it's come down to this.
I will have to say
58 minutes.
it was a very good start as well, very clean, which is exactly what we like to see.
Yes.
So
I think
obviously people.
James
sorry.
done really well with the briefing.
I got my part. Sorry, Assetto now pitting.
It it out. Yep.
Same
Livisetto is
problem.
pitting. Twisted tongue-tied.
Well, both had a long day. We've both had a long day.
Yes.
As, Stevenson.
Do you know what I like about this view? It gives you the team name.
Yeah. So we can tell that we can see here that Christopher Stevenson in the Turn 1 M4.
So, Turn 1 AMG, AJ Jones. Is there a girl driving for their team tonight?
Well, I don't think so, but the M4 team both have Violet and Jess, who I believe Jess was sitting in my chat earlier. Oh my god, I wasn't looking at I wasn't looking at chat and I've just been raided. Lads, I apologise. I just thank you, Lewis. By the way, that's very much appreciated. It's been a long day. It's been a very, very long day. So, for everyone that's new on Twitch, hello. I exist. It's a long day. I may have had a nap in the middle of it, but I still needed caffeine.
Can your Twitchy people hear all the comms, including everyone else that's in it?
They can indeed.
Hello all.
Oh,
apologies if my
everyone over on
dulcet
Twitch,
tones cannot be understood.
I think Lewis will understand you because he is Scottish.
Wow. We're
But
here
he's
to take
like,
over, not to take part.
He's from like Glasgow area, I think.
Glasgow. So I'm not far from him. I stay about 18-19 miles from Glasgow.
Oh, fair enough.
In a lovely little town called Dumbarton.
Oh. I thought you were going to mention somewhere else there. It's like just a little town just over the border.
Little town where the last census said we had over 70-odd thousand people living here, or 90-odd thousand people living in it, or something.
hell.
So, big town.
It really is small. Yeah, no, Speedbird, mate. I'm absolutely knackered.
Sleep when you're dead. Oh, 4 Beamers back in the top 4.
Shocker.
Absolutely dominated, so they have.
They really have. I think Monza just is a Beamer track, isn't it?
Yes.
I think maybe that's what I'll drive for the Silverstone event.
Silverstone is Macca or Bentley.
Interesting.
Yes.
Is it the is it the Continental GT3 that's in ACC? Is it?
Bentley.
Yeah. What
Yes.
model is it? Oh,
There's
yeah, the
2
Continental.
models. There's a 2015 model, I think, and there's a 2018 model.
Yeah, it'll probably be the Continental then. Beautiful cars those are. I was like
Monsters.
driven one in real life because driving experience stuff. And
Oh.
my god, are they quick.
Just throw you about.
They
To be
really do.
strapped to the chair.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's like 2.5 tons or something, or something ridiculous, and its brakes are so good. Eyeball popping brakes.
They really do. They may not sound the nicest, but my god, are they quick.
And do you know what? I think that. Oh, there's another drive-through. Car 95.
Knudsen.
Knudsen.
Don't quite know what it's for, but maybe track limits. We'll have to have a look back.
Yeah, he's in that volatile Ferrari.
Yeah.
Fantozzi. He's the other Ferrari. Do you know how often the guys they're still tearing it up? 358 laps down the line.
They're I mean, it is an endurance race for a reason, and they have. I hate to make the pun here, but they have endured it.
Right,
Oh,
I'll
so
phone your taxi now, okay?
I'll see myself out.
I know. Sorry,
But
I've said worse.
It has been a long 12 hours for everyone. As we do approach the 50-minute left mark now, Stevenson has come in the pits, and Durazio is going to get that position, and maybe Adamantini is going to get the position as well.
Right, but have these two pitted as well already?
They have not, which means I think I know who's coming in here. Because again, I was watching the streams earlier, but these two Beamers are going to have to pit, as well as Stempel needs to pit for this round.
Needs to pit. So, he's got it to 1 lap, Stevenson. Oh, I don't know.
It's so
I don't want
tight.
to. I
It's
don't
so
want to
tight.
jinx him. I don't want to jinx him. That would be it. That would commentator's curse. So
There we go.
There we go.
Just
He's off.
Cabaletia is in. Who
Right.
I've actually been talking to for a lot of today. So there we go. We have a new driver in, fresh driver in. How I know is fresh on a brand new Monster Energy. The advantage of talking to the drivers in DMs.
Ah.
We do have Stempel now pitting. Let's see if Yaralem will now come in for that final single stint, final 50-minute stint. And we have Durazio in the 305 making time up, and then Adamantini who is leading Paletia.
So, do you think Stempel will have damage from that loss of control just exiting Ascari?
Looking at it, yeah, he does. Looking at his car. However, that's obviously now been fixed, and we do have Yaralem in the car. The Czech alien is back in his car. Just wait for ACC to fix the goddamn model because they have fixed their damage, supposedly. Unless they didn't, because they didn't want to lose that much time. As the gap now, Durazio to Stempel only a lap plus 1.5 minutes.
No, I think he's secured it, even with damage. He could even go down to like doing 155s.
Definitely.
I think, and still win. I think they've done enough. So we're now at the kind of the nitty-gritty end of it now. 49 minutes to go. How many laps?
Really
We're going to
is.
get 20 laps. So even if he slowed down by 5 seconds a lap, that's only 40 seconds, 50 at a push.
Yeah.
And he's already well over, like, what's he, 3.5 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
God, they could afford to stop and go in reverse for a bit.
Reverse down the pit lane.
Yeah. And then get disqualified. Imagine. Disqualified after
The
11 hours of
scenes.
driving. I would stand up and throw my rig through my TV, I think.
Just out of curiosity, did your donation go through? Because it hasn't come through.
I've not put anything on yet. My bank card's in my
fair
car. I've left
fair enough.
my card in the car, and I want to
No
finish
worries.
this, and then I'll do it.
So we have had a donation from the alien who is now in this Beamer, this 879 Beamer,
Yes.
with a £9 donation saying safe finish to everyone from car 879, with a little heart emoji.
Oh, lovely.
So thank you to everyone that's donated. It's once again great cause. I don't really know how else to describe it now. I've said it so many times that I can't.
Just get
think
your
of new things
gear
to
off
say.
and run up and down the street.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So the track is so spread when you look at it.
The surface temperature actually now is only 12 degrees.
Yep.
So these cars now are going to have to adapt to these conditions.
It's maybe going to drop one more for a push. But
It is Italy at night, so you never know. But as far as I'm aware, Keddy uses like accurate weather, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I did think so.
Obviously the game only allows you to go down to a certain temperature.
Yeah,
I think 10 degrees is the lowest it's going to go. So it must be really, really cold in Italy.
I think when I was looking earlier, whilst it was getting dark, it was about 9 degrees.
Right, okay. God, that's taps off here in Scotland. Bit of sun, 9 degrees, get sunbathing.
Yeah.
360 laps and still going strong.
Another 45 minutes. That's the length of one of our GT3 races, which I may potentially sign up for GT3
yes.
Season 2. I know that you will.
Oh, 100%. Get involved. Friday nights, it's amazing. It's like 36, 41, 42 drivers. I think it was about 37 drivers or 36 drivers actually.
I'll have time to look.
It's just great. It's fantastic.
Because I was doing comms for a little bit of that in the last season, which James agreed to pay me for and still hasn't. Hint, nudge, nudge.
Pay the man.
But no, I completely understand it. He's got his own job to deal with.
Redemption is very, very close. Not necessarily. Oh, I can't get to the car. So car 95.
Which is still under Knudsen, is what it is for me.
Knudsen.
Yeah. Who's getting
But
very
them
close.
saying Knudsen, you can't get a cigarette paper between them just now. However, Knudsen is constantly flashing Bedemshi.
He
Get
is
out of the way.
a lapped car.
Yes.
He wants to chase after AJ Jones, the Turn 1 AMG. Do we still have the Turn 1 guys in my chat? That's the question here. I know the one that's now driving the M4 was in my chat.
Right.
The guys over in P4 they are now. But it'll be interesting to see as Capelli not losing out of position, he's just getting into position now. It'll be interesting to see what Durazio and Adamantini do, because in a pit stop in this game specifically, you're losing what 50 60 seconds depending on penalties, depending on damage that you need to fix.
So,
meaning,
if you're no damage, if you're literally in for tyres and fuel and a driver swap, if they're doing that, or they might be doing a stint again, yeah, you stop for 30 seconds, it takes you about 10 seconds to get to your pit box, and then about 12 seconds to get back out again, to get up to speed and then out again, so...
They do say that you lose about 20 seconds just driving down the pit lane alone.
Yeah. Unless you're in Donington Park and it's about 2.5 seconds and you're in your pit box.
And then with Silverstone, the stupidly slow pit lane.
Or don't get me started on Spa. It takes you about 9.5
God.
minutes to get in and out the pits. Takes you a full race to get into those things.
Takes you a full race to get to your bloody pit stop.
So Brandt is going to finish off the race for the Honda team.
The one who started it all for them. Where did they start? I'm curious now. Where did they qualify?
Fairly low, I think. They're about 14th. They're now in 7th.
They qualified P6.
That's a great drive. They qualified in 6th.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've seen them down in 14th at one point.
Hang on,
Quite low.
Yeah.
Is making a beautiful move there in turn 1. I don't think it's for position. I think he's just
showing off.
Yeah. Look at my beautiful Honda. Get out the way.
It is a nice livery. I will give it to them. They have made a very nice livery. Most of the guys made very nice liveries for this event.
Your favourite car in the game, looks wise?
In this specific race?
In the game and Assetto Corsa itself.
Ooh, that's difficult. See, looks wise, I want to go with the Aston. The like, I can't remember which model it is, like a Vantage V8 or something.
Yeah. The James Bond.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then,
can understand why.
race pace wise, I don't know because I haven't driven enough cars for it.
Right.
What's
Race.
Sorry.
Race pace. I think the Maka,
Yeah,
because
definitely.
it's so light and it takes off so fast. It's probably one of the hardest cars to race against.
I mean, we've
And
seen
it's
it
one of the
in,
hardest cars to race in because it's so low to the ground. I think it sits about 57 inches up off the floor or something.
Oof.
It's ridiculous. Really low.
Brant coming very close to an off track there. There's Durazio actually now coming in the pits. Let's see where. Well, that'll leave him. Adamantini now 11 seconds as Durazio is in his pit stop. Pit stall, sorry. Adamantini coming 3-1. Now there's the overtake, so it's 30 seconds to Paletia behind now. Will she manage to overtake, or will Durazio keep his P3 position and make Paletia fight for it? This is big from them. I'm like eagerly watching the timings. 6, 5. Can he get up to speed? 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's going to be close. They're going to be battling on the exit, but Paletia does just get the position.
Here we go.
Durazio coming down in turn 1. Yep, Paletia managed to pull up in front.
So that could have been literally tyres, splash and dash, driver change in and out, optimum time turnaround, and they've just nailed it. They've just gotten ahead and no more.
Paletia actually, Paletia, the 101 team, getting a great undercut, and this car in front of them needs to move the 204, is that the Lambo? Yeah. Needs to move because that is a lapped car. I've told them to get off the racing line during the briefing, and he is ignoring blue flags.
Right, so the thing with blue flags, it's up to the faster driver himself to go round. However, it's kind of within your remit. Yield the position. If you're hindering someone, is that, could that be seen as tactics?
Possibly. Maybe he's trying to push back Paletia into Durazio. Even though I don't know if these two are under the same team, because Durazio are racing for EOS. And
as long as you're not racing, as long as you're not putting in a fight when you're under blue flag. So there's the thing. If you're hindering someone, so look at that. He's defending. That's not good.
And what he has actually done is backed Paletia up into Durazio. The gap between these two now only 1.1 as Paletia sitting in P2. This guy needs to move as soon as he possibly can. If not even slow down Durazio, barely dipping into the 1 second gap though. That's
all you need to do, right, is short shift up to a higher gear. You don't lose much time, you don't lose a lot of pace, but it allows the car that is looking to get that place back, passes you. Nice transition. Yep. And you're not slowing down and hindering your own race. But he's not, he's... I want to stay on him here. It's not very... This isn't a very good driving etiquette, to be fair. Is he faster than him?
He has managed to pull up a gap in front, and just now, 9/10 the gap now behind. Could we see late drama? Could we have a no Mikey no moment?
No Mikey no! Or no Lambo no? No Lambo no!
No Lambo no, this is so not right.
So...
Oh, this is going to be tight. This is 6/10 the gap. This is Is Jess going to fight it there, or is she just going to concede and take the P3?
It'd be nice for him not to. It'd be nice for. Do you know what? If it was me, I would be battling as much as I can.
Yeah.
I would be flashing that Lambo. Flashing him to the point where it was noticed as indecency. If I was in my Porsche, I would be probably about 86 laps behind right now. I'd probably be down there with like... Well, I think I'm getting cleaner, I'm getting more consistent, and I'm not having as many incidents and accidents, so I think I'm shooting myself in the foot here. I'll probably be mid-table, between 10th and 13th.
I'm going to butt in here because the gap is now fluctuating between 3/10 and 2/10. It's just popped up slightly there to 4 between these two cars. That Lambo is backing up Jessica Pelletier into the car behind. She needs that 204 to move as soon as possible, but it's not budging. It's staying where it is, and it's not really within its rights to. As she does make a little mistake there, that's going to cost her 2/10. Making a little bit too much curb through Ascari. It is Durazio looking to pull up ahead, and Yaralim, sorry, made a small mistake there. And it is their side-by-side. That M4, the number 305 car, he does get the position.
What?
Jessica, hang on, no. Jessica now fighting back. Pelletier now fighting back. She is managing just to pull ahead slightly as they're side-by-side down the main straight. They're going to be evenly matched on pace. She does pull ahead slightly there. Still side-by-side. It's just rear wheel to front wheel right now. She sits trying to go for that outside line. And does very barely pull ahead, but contact. I think there's a little bit of contact there. But she does get the really position back.
Racing. Fantastic racing. Oh, a wee flash. Is that a flash of well done or a flash of you've just hit me?
Well, race control saying there was no contact there. As it occurs, sorry, there's another fight later, sorry, a little bit further down the pack, P6. Now Kurz managing to looking to make a move for P5 and that beautiful Red Bull Racing Aston Martin livery. And he does get the position very easily. Back to this fight though for P3. Durazio 3/10, 2/10. This is a big fight. Del says you would also be sitting in the pits for flashing your lights all the time.
Thanks, Del. I feel the love, son. I feel the love.
There's 2/10 and Durazio spins!
Oh no!
Durazio, that's so unfortunate!
No.
After such a good little scrap, that's so unfortunate.
Bang! That's... Oh. You should have just went right off the track there and allowed... Oh no, watch!
Ooh.
On.
And he's lost the podium as well, as Canton looking to push forward.
There we go. That was Canton's opportunity.
You've got to feel bad for the man, haven't you?
Yes.
Let's just go back and have a look at what happened. Not Canton, Durazio. There we go. Or not, apparently.
McLaren's away into the pits now.
Heinrich, yep, I see that. As we do have a little fight. I'm not managing to spectate it right now because I'm watching a replay. But down in P12 and P11 we do have a fight for P11, but that's just ended there. Pelletier fighting that position back really well. The number 218 Aston making their way up into P3 after such a good scrap between Durazio, but I think he just made that tiny little mistake which forced...
Horrible, horrible.
You feel bad for the man, don't you?
Yeah. Canton. He's now going to have a beamer in his rear. I don't know if Durazio cracked the wall. Did they hit it hard? Did they stop enough so that it wasn't too much damage? What won't have helped is the Maka coming in and hitting him in the sides, but
Oof.
I think Durazio should have just reversed right off the track there.
As opposed to stopping on the track, yeah. I see what you
He
mean.
kind of reversed and stopped, and forward and stopped, and then a Maka came in and hit him, and it's one of those, you don't know what you're doing, fumbling like a
Yeah.
witch's tit.
That's unfortunate there.
Yes.
That really is unfortunate. Like James's wheel powering down earlier, and we all thought it was a sim crash, and he was honestly just sat in the middle of the road.
Goodness.
It's the worst place he could have chosen to sit, in the middle of the goddamn road. Just joking, we love you really, James.
Total liability.
What are you on about?
Sorry, that's my one opportunity to be able to say it, because I'm